you kidding me? For downloading a mobile game that you could play for free, man. This is so awesome.
हेलो दोस्तों, वेलकम बैक टू आवर फर्स्ट वॉच पार्टी लाइव स्ट्रीम। इसमें हम लोग वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं पीएमजीसी का गॉन्टलेट डे 1। सो लेट्स स्टार्ट इट। जस्ट अ सेकेंड। एंड क्या हाल है सबके, कैसे हो सब लोग? अभी अपनी स्ट्रीम हो चुकी है स्टार्ट।
Right? I mean, Zol, he's won this back in 2023, right, Max?
अरे
Yeah, I
भाई,
mean, he's an
अरे अमजद
absolute
भाई,
OG.
वेलकम टू
And
द
look, if you
स्ट्रीम।
don't have
क्या हाल है,
APG
कैसे
on
हो
your
आप?
radar, we're not looking at the same esports, okay? Let me be very clear with you right now. We are not paying attention to the same level. Doc, Zyol, Top, Reefus, East even on the team right now going to be playing. Of course, I
ये
do
होने
believe
वाला अपना
Reefus is going to
गॉन्टलेट
keep
स्टेज
on
जहाँ पे
playing here, Nitra,
24
because
टीम्स
the
खेलेंगी,
guy put
जो
on an
कि वन
absolute
ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स
just
है।
destruction fest going forward in PMWC. He was putting everyone
इधर
down, and
16
I feel like
खेलेंगे,
it is
आगे
great
वाले
to
में
see him
24
hopefully
खेलेंगे।
play
इधर 16
moving
टीम्स
forward
खेलेंगी,
in
जिसमें से
PMGC
टॉप
because the
7
guy
जाएगी सीधे
deserves
ग्रैंड
his
फाइनल्स।
slot. And will Doc stick with
और
his
इसमें
team?
अपनी
We'll have
टीम
to wait and
इंडिया भी
see.
खेलने वाली है, जो कि है
That
ओरांगो
is the
डार्क।
question, right, Max? Because, you know, you're talking
Let's
about
hope कि वो लोग
Reefus
बढ़िया
sticking
खेलें।
onto the team, and I think he's such a great addition, specifically because Doc does what he does, right? And if that doesn't go well, if Doc splitting becomes the docketing, Reefus is the guy you
अब
want on your team
तक
that's
तो
able
खुश
to
नहीं था, आपकी
clutch it
स्ट्रीम
back
देख
up
के
and
अब
save
मूड
the
सही हुआ।
team
अरे
from
जज़ाकल्लाह
the
भाई,
doom
मीन्स अ
that
लॉट।
docketing often puts the team in, right? So I'm really, really excited to see what he's going to bring forward coming in.
तो अपना मैच वन अभी ऑलमोस्ट स्टार्ट होने वाला है, जो कि
Oh,
रोंडो
yes,
है।
indeed. You can see right now, these are today's
काफी
matches.
फसड़
We're
होती है मैच
starting
में।
off with Rondo. That's right. If you haven't
ऑलमोस्ट
heard,
होने वाला है स्टार्ट, आई
Rondo
गेस
is
1-2
now
मिनट
in
बचे
the
बस अभी।
mix. No more Sandhawk. So a little bit of a rip in the chat for Sandhawk. But Rondo is here. And for those of you guys that don't know, right, the biggest thing about Rondo is that they have those recall towers, Neptura. And that just changes the whole dynamic of how this tournament starts, right?
I love the idea that we have recalls
चलो
in
अपना
one
मैच वन स्टार्ट हो
map
रहा
in
है।
Rondo, and Rondo is the one that we want here for sure, because I think the recall splits are going to be super interesting for these teams.
चलो अपनी टीम्स
because
आ रही है अभी।
You have
Team
different
entry.
strategies you can use, and that's how you adapt to the strategy. Different teams do different things, so it's really, really
थंडर
cool.
टॉक
So
गेमिंग,
I'm
ये
excited to see
चाइना
what we
की
got
टीम आई
going on.
गेस।
Yep.
अपनी ओजी की एंट्री देखनी है यार मेरे को भाई, अभी से एकदम से वो एक्साइटमेंट हो रही है बहुत ज्यादा। उल्फी स्पोर्ट्स। बट मेरे को एक चीज बताओ कि लाइक जो बाहर की टीम्स होती है ना, वो लोग ऐसे भाई लाइक काम एंड कंपोज्ड होते हैं ना, वो लोग रिएक्शन देखो, देन उनका बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखो, बहुत सिंपल लाइक रखते हो सब चीजों को। अरमान भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कितना क्या हाल है, कैसे हो आप भाई? ये टीम तो अभी जो डोमिनेट करके गई है अपने इंटरनेशनल कप में, द स्टार प्लेयर ह्यून बिन भाई। बट मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये लोगों का एज सच ना रिएक्शन कुछ नहीं होता है, भले ही वो लोग डोमिनेट करे, कितना भी अच्छा खेले, वो लोग भाई एकदम लाइक बिल्कुल नो रिएक्शन रखते हैं चीजों को। इनका पोल थोड़ा सा अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को, थोड़ा सा लाइक सही है।
From Saudi Arabia, GK Esports.
ये टीम भी काफी स्ट्रांग है अभी के लिए। इसमें अपने एसटी के एक्स प्लेयर है, उसमें नियरजेड नाम का बंदा है, लाइक जो थर्ड दिख रहा है, लाइक इधर से सेकंड वाला। चलो लेट्स गो भाई, अपनी टीम इंडिया आ रही है। ये भाई
From India.
एकदम आतंकी बाजी भाई, एकदम स्वैग लेके चल रहे हैं अभी। बट इनका आउटफिट क्या लग रहा है भाई, एक नंबर। ये भाई लेट्स गो टीम इंडिया।
The hometown heroes, E-Arena from Thailand.
ये थाईलैंड की टीम है, लाइक ये है ये एपीजे की एंट्री देखनी है अभी मेरे को।
Reigning champions of PMSL Southeast Asia Ball Split. The
The Xaviers.
Vietnam.
TSF भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो आप? चीप प्रोडक्शन लाइक ठीक है यार, प्रोडक्शन लाइक उनका अलग होता है, लाइक जो होते हैं ना, एक तो अपना वर्ल्ड कप जो EWC होता है दैट इज टोटली डिफरेंट एंड PMGC इज टोटली डिफरेंट, तो वो चीज़ तो है। RAT स्पोर्ट्स
RAE Sports from Saudi Arabia.
अभी 16 में से तो 2 टीम सऊदी की है, एक चाइना की है और ये एक थाईलैंड की, एक वियतनाम की है और नॉर्थ अमेरिका की एक टीम है और बाकी लाइक रीजन्स की एक एक जो चैंपियन टीम्स है, जो उनके रीजनल लाइक चैंपियंस है, वो लोग आए इधर गॉन्टलेट में। और मुझे ये लगता है ना कि कहीं ना कहीं जो गॉन्टलेट है विच इज भाई बहुत इजी फॉर्मेट है, वो आपको सिर्फ टॉप 16 में से टॉप 7 आना है, सीधे आप जाओगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में।
The champions of CSA Ball Split. Virtus Pro, Central Asia.
लाइटिंग थोड़ी और बेटर हो सकती थी, यस TSF भाई। लगता है अल्फा गेमिंग लास्ट एंट्री लेने वाले, ऑलमोस्ट टीम तो हो गई अपनी शायद।
From Iraq.
बट इतने मैंने अगर ऑनेस्टली बताऊं ना, ओजी का जो भाई उनका जो ये है ना, एक तो मस्त लग रहा है, उनका एटीट्यूड भी बढ़िया है, जिस तरीके से वो लोग उनका बॉडी लैंग्वेज लग रहा है, सुपर कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं वो लोग। लेट्स होप
Representing
कि
Turkey.
मैचेस भी उसी तरीके से जाए अपने।
Esports. Regnum Karya Esports from Turkey.
भाई ये टीम का इतना वो है ना, लाइक इसका जो आईजेल है साइलस, ये बंदा ना, जितना मुझे आइडिया है, एक PMWC को छोड़ के ना, ये बंदे ने सारे टूर्नामेंट जीत रखे हैं अपने करियर में। लाइक ये बंदा ना ग्रेटेस्ट ऑफ ऑल टाइम के लिस्ट में आता है। नेक्स्ट लेवल टीम है ये भी।
Straight from Brazil.
अल्फा 7 ये भी
Esports.
वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डोमिनेटिंग टीम है ये भी। अगर पूरे लॉबी में अगर कोई टक्कर की टीम्स है ना, एक है अल्फा 7, एक है अपनी RCB और एक है क्या बोलते हैं, एक तो अपनी ये हो गई RCB, अल्फा 7 हो गई और उसके अलावा DRX जो इंटरनेशनल कप जीत के गई है अभी रिसेंटली। ये 3 और एक 2-3 टीम्स है, बहुत लाइक टक्कर की टीम्स है ये सारी।
From Mongolia, Alpha Gaming.
हाँ APG लास्ट में आएंगे, ओके चलो। अल्फा गेमिंग ये टीम वाले तो भाई, इनके लिए लाइक PMGC भी छोटा टूर्नामेंट लगता है, उस लेवल का ये लोगों का ये है भी। और इसमें जो आईजेल है अपने डॉग भाई साहब, ये मेरे को आईजेल से ज्यादा ना एंट्री फ्रैगर ज्यादा लगता है। बंदा आईजेल रह के भी हमेशा टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में #1 #2 #3 पे रहता है, उसके नीचे आता ही नहीं है।
So let's get right into it. This is day 1 of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. The Gauntlet starts now.
आई गेस अभी 2-4 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा राउंड अपना।
Well, there
थोड़ा सा
they are.
डिस्कशंस वगैरह
We
होंगे
see
अभी
them
टीम्स
ready
को लेके।
to go, man. Live in Bangkok,
डॉग
Thailand,
इस
man.
टीम में
This
है
is
ना,
so
यस
great.
अल्फा
We
गेमिंग का
talked
आईजेल
a
है
little
डॉग
bit
अभी।
about some of the squads that
तो
we
लाइक
got
जो
looking at right
4MV
here,
का
right?
स्क्वाड था ना,
One
उस वो
thing in
सेम स्क्वाड है
particular that I
और
think
उसमें
is
बस
so
टॉप ऐड
awesome
हुआ है जो
here
एसटी का
about
टॉप था अपना
PMGC
पुराना वाला,
2025 is there's a
तो सेम टीम है। तो
particular
आईजेल डॉग
region
ही है
that we
एंड
haven't
टॉप
seen in
अभी इनका
such
प्लेइंग
a
फॉर क्या पता
long
है, लाइक
time, right?
डॉग
And that is
टॉप एंड
India,
रीफर्स
baby.
और
They are
जियोल, ये
back,
4
right?
बंदे
We
खेलते हैं
got
अभी।
Orangutan joining the field. Neptura, I know this is a team you really got your eyes on.
I do. I love the way this team plays, and I think out of any of the
गाइस अपनी
teams
तारीफ
to
हो रही
come
है।
out of India, this team has the most chance to actually do something and actually compete against these teams really, really well. Yes, they don't really have the experience that we've seen from other global teams right at the global stage. That is fair. But the way they play, they're mobile, they're opportunistic, they split, they use their vehicles to get any information. They third party as much as possible. They
अस्सलाम वालेकुम भाई सब
regroup
लोगों को।
really
वालेकुम
quickly.
अस्सलाम जैक भाई,
This
वेलकम
is
टू
a
द स्ट्रीम।
team
जैक
that
भाई
is
मुझे
very
मेरे कहाँ गायब
smart,
हो
and I
गए?
think when you have that kind of skill
वालेकुम
level to
अस्सलाम।
pair with that,
आजकल जैक
this
भाई
is
काफी बिजी
exactly
चल रहे हैं यार।
what you need. This is all the elements of what you need in a team that will compete against global teams effectively.
But sorry, I got to interrupt and also correct you guys. It's not a
एंड गाइस
rank
ऑल्सो एक और चीज है ना कि ये जो PMGC के सारे मैचेस है ना, ये Infinix GT30 Pro में खेले जाएंगे, क्योंकि लाइक अभी जो PMGC का स्पॉन्सर है वो Infinix GT30 Pro ही है।
Mian7 had a video a few days ago talking about what they could really do.
ये
I
सब
would
भाई
actually
कैसे
really
हो?
like to see a third part, a hot drop coming out from Orangutan on APG, doing the typical 3-1 splits on Rondo. That would be such a good strat and a good way for them to kick off PMGC possibly.
और एक तो ये है ना कि ये लोग ना रोंडो पहले रख दिए हैं, और रोंडो में जितना केओस होता है, एक तो रोंडो में आप सबको पता है कि रिकॉल टावर होता है, तो उस वजह से ना हर टीम प्रेफर करती है कि वो लोग किल्स ओरिएंटेड की तरफ जाए, लाइक फिनिशेस ओरिएंटेड गेम प्ले खेले, मार के एकदम रश वाला। इन्फिनिक्स चाइनीज फोन है, अच्छा ऐसा है क्या?
That's right. You know, I'll get that. I'll get that sorted for him. So he is right retrospectively. But we are thrilled as ever to be back here at the PMGC, ready to ramp up towards
चलो
the
guys, अपना
finals
पहला
later
मैच
on over
स्टार्ट
in
हो रहा है।
December. It is
So
all
excited.
to play for, and the Gauntlet blank is placed.
लेट्स होप कि अपना लाइक फिंगर क्रॉस्ड एकदम ओरांगुटान का बढ़िया मैच जाए।
Opportunity to get whatever you want going into the finals, right? You get a lot of points here in
Yeah, but yeah,
terms
Jack,
of, well, not
up
points,
gets you.
but if you get a lot of points here, you have a fantastic chance to get in. And even if you don't make it through Gauntlet, you get even more chances in the future to get towards those finals. So it is a perfect opportunity. We're starting things off here over on Rondo. I'm sure some of you may have seen this map previously over on
ये
some of our
मैप
other
में ना हम
PMSLs.
स्टार्टिंग से
If it's
फाइट
first
देखने
time
को मिलेंगे
tuning
अभी।
in, we do have a new map in. It is this one. It has the recall system that the guys on the desk were talking about, and the one gal, of course, which allows teams to get back into the match should they get knocked
और
out
ऑल्सो
first.
लाइक दोस्तों मैं ये
It's an
बोलूंगा ना
interesting
कि लाइक
mechanic.
अपने को ना ज्यादा से ज्यादा
It does
लाइक
make
टीम
it
इंडिया को
quite
सपोर्ट करना है,
chaotic
जैसे हम लोग
at first.
आरसीबी को करते हैं आईपीएल में,
If you're
तो
wondering,
वैसे वाला
where
सीन
can
है
I
बस।
find these recall
क्योंकि
beacons?
जब
Well,
देश की
it's
बात आती है ना,
handy
तो
green
सबसे
hearts
ऊपर देश ही
all
आता है
over the
हमारे
map.
लिए।
They'll be visible on the mini map as
Drop
well.
clash
But
है।
it looks like we're already in for a fast start here. R8 dropping down.
Alpha 7 और
with
कौन सी
Alpha
टीम है?
7 over on the northwest side. Blank. It looks like Alpha 7 though.
R8 versus Alpha 7 हो चुका है। एक
But
बंदा knock
remember,
finish।
the recall beacons exist, so it's not all done and dusted for
ओ भाई।
for the
मार
player
यार
from Alpha
R8
7.
वाले
It's the
तो।
second falls as well. I think it's time to turn tail and get on out of there.
I think they actually do already have an outpost ready to res if
ओ
needs
जी
be.
भाई
from the
भाई ये
guys
एक
on
तो
Alpha
इतना भाई
7, so
एनर्जेटिक
that's
चीज है ना,
fine,
बट
should
अच्छा
be
लगता है यार, ये
okay.
एनर्जी भी
I
मस्त
think
लगती
that
है।
when you look at
वो
this
almost
over
ले
on
लिया था
Rondo as
भाई।
well, what you typically see
एक
is
क्या
the
मारा
start
इसने?
off with 2 and 97 looks to move up. Ida, sorry. Memori.
Dangerous though.
ऑब्सक्योर भाई यहाँ पे
Just
बहुत मस्त
shotgun.
खेलते हुए
Oh,
भी
he's
खेली
got 2 more rounds
एक बंदा
though.
नॉक कर दिया, और
One.
जिस
No, he
जितना
can't
लो किया ना
find it. The
ओ
AK
भाई
in the back pocket though. The
ऑलमोस्ट
swap out is good
1v3
for the
कर लिया
turn
था
and the
भाई ने
spray.
इधर।
But the vents don't
गाइस
keep
अगर
him
एक और
safe.
चीज नोटिस करोगे ना,
Couple more
इंटरनेशनल
breathing
प्लेयर्स का
holes than
गेम
he
प्ले
would
इतना
like
क्विक
there.
है,
Gets slashed to
उस
bits
बंदे को ना
in the end.
लेजिट 30
R8
एचपी
able
कर
to
दिया
get
था,
a lot
उसके
of
बाद
points in
उसने
the
लेफ्ट से एक
meantime.
नॉक
Blank.
दिया,
We've got another
राइट
hot
से
shot going on
पिक
between
पिक करके
Virtus
2
Pro and
बंदों को
Ulf.
लो किया,
Is
और
that
सेकंड
a
वाले
full
बंदे को भी
squad
ले
wipe,
लिया,
or is that
ऑलमोस्ट
just
थर्ड को
Flush
भी ले
coming
सकता था
through?
वो।
I think it
Yeah,
was
it's
just a
scrappy.
ये
flash.
चीज बहुत
It's scrappy.
यूनिक है ये लोग
And it always is really scrappy at the start here as well. Marfanning Revo, Alpha 7 looked to get back into the mix here, in fact, after that double knock occurred upstairs. Squeeze out underneath. GS9. Pretty decent submachine gun exclusive to Rondo.
अपने अमूरी भाई देख रहे कि कोई लैंड हो रहा है क्या?
Is looking for the parachutes. not seen any just
अरे
yet.
ओजी और कारा की फाइट है भाई.
Alpha 7 back up to 3 now. Again, as I was saying before, the typical strategy is to send 3 in towards a location you want to control. You have 1 outpost sent over towards the recall beacon.
यार
Ooh, what's the battle of the M249s? Plenty of lead being thrown either way. Not too much connecting.
उधर
though,
ये
but in
क्या
the end, it
पूरा
was
ये कर लिया
Marso
यार, बेट कर लिया.
to win that
With
little
gold को.
duel there. You can see we've already got a
एक तो
lot
उसका
of
लेफ्ट
Elons
एंगल
on
था
the
ना, तो
cards
वो
blank, but
कंफ्यूज
only
हो गया
2
थोड़ा सा.
people
डैमेज आ
are
गया.
currently
आतंकी बाजी को भी
flushed.
नॉक करने डाल
Make
दिया.
that 3 now. But look at the number
I
of
guess recall
elims.
खत्म हो
We're
गया
already
अपने.
up to 11 elims found.
अभी
And
देख के
only
खेलना
one
पड़ेगा.
player has gone down. Orangutan have lost 1. And it looks like R8 and Alpha 7 aren't done just yet either.
R8's actually profiting quite a lot of this, actually. 5 points already on the game. It's very fantastic. Creo off in the distance, Obscures having to send away now. And R8 may just get 6 points from Alpha 7 total, which is a little bit weird considering they're a 4-man squad. But for R8, fantastic stuff.
I think this is the first time I've seen a team get more than 4 points on a hot drop.
Yeah.
Certainly in Rondo. I'm talking about the Rondo recall
कोई नहीं
system.
guys, let's hope
because we've
बढ़िया जाएगा मैच, कोई
hypothesized,
दिक्कत नहीं.
what's the maximum number
अभी
of
भी
points you can
भले
get from one
रिकॉल्स
team.
खत्म हुए अपने,
It looks like
अभी भी अपनी
R8
टीम
trying to
4
set
मैन है,
that
कोई दिक्कत
record
नहीं.
right now. Goodness me. Okay. If you get 6 or 7 points from a single team, I mean, they're called Alpha 7, right? Maybe that's because they're worth 7 points.
Alpha 7 का लास्ट प्लेयर बचा है ना, I guess.
We'll take 7 off them.
रिकॉल्स भी खत्म है Alpha 7 के सारे.
But also that indicates that
R8 क्या
Alpha
मार
7
रही
has
है यार
lost the
पहले
fight
मैच में ही.
twice, which is not great for the
Mad Bulls रोटेट करते हुए भी के लिए.
prospects of Alpha 7 going forward. I mean, losing to R8 as well, in the past, that might have seemed as like a big upset, but I think R8's actually improved a lot over the years. Most of those players are veterans now of the game. They've been playing a very, very long time. I think they're all very good. There's some small changes here and there. But yeah, I think Marth's always been a bit of an underestimated player. And he's consistently been getting better. Ida also has just always been a strong
RCB की
shooter
कारा
on
की
that
फाइट होने वाली
team.
है क्या?
So I think for R8, you know, that is a fantastic start for them, but also not too surprising.
Almost सारी टीम्स
considering
निकाल लिए.
their
2-3 किल तो है
uptick
हर टीम
in
के
their
अभी.
trend.
वो जो जितने भी लाइक ऊपर की टीम्स है अभी.
So, I mean, it's a great start, right? If you want to have a big game, crack on with Rondo.
R8 को बढ़िया स्टार्ट
Get
मिला है. 6
towards the
किल
top
निकाल
of
लिए
the
वो लोगों
board,
ने
but
ऑलरेडी.
Alpha Gaming starting
कारा
to
के
make their
3 है.
move from Yulin down towards that
वर्टस
southeast
प्रो के
side.
भी 3 किल्स हैं.
Crashing to the
वुल्फ
rocks
के
there.
2
Joel,
एंड
not going to go
देखते हैं
any
अभी.
further. Maybe spotted a couple of mad balls ahead of him and decided, you know what, I'm going to wait for the rest of my team to handle this one.
Man, APG's got brightness on maximum there. Like he was gazing into the sun. The screen was illuminating half the stage.
TTK वर्ल्ड्स की फाइट हो रही है क्या?
I don't really
Oh, dear.
switch the phone up to 120% on the brightness.
Hey, you know, they can handle it, those phones. They got all the bells and whistles. Thunder Talk.
Oh, it brings
They wanna get
sunglasses
a
in.
point off the wall. Yeah, I don't think they put sunglasses on your face. I think they're just
Kara,
short
Mad
of that
Bull.
feature. But everything else, they're pretty much
Knock
covered on.
कर
Well,
दिया.
Mad Bull's
मार
crashing
दो.
in, and Kara. Tulika.
I guess पुश
spots
करेंगे
one of
लोग
them.
अभी.
And Marcel has to crawl back upstairs. Remember, the recall beacon's still active, still accessible potentially. Although it's going to get harder in the middle of the circle,
बहुत
which is
दूर
where
है
we
like
find
place.
ourselves right now, Blank.
मार्सो के
It is
डाल
going
देंगे
to be a
place.
little bit more difficult to find those recall beacons. So losing a player here is a little bit more terminal than perhaps losing a player further towards the outside.
It does get a little bit tougher. That's the sacrifice you have to make, right? If you want center, likely you're not getting a second chance here. Certainly possible to make happen, but by the time you start heading center, a lot of teams start to gatekeep on these recall beacons, which is something that's happening a lot more frequently. And I do think that this initial stint of eliminations, of aggression, does start to die down a little bit as teams head on over towards that early game, that mid game. I'd say that probably kicks in
अभी
around
रिकॉल का
about
टाइम तो
12,
काफी है,
13
इसलिए आप लोग
minutes here
देखोगे ना कि टीम्स
on
कम नहीं
Rondo,
होंगी अभी.
but
और
it
जो
can
भी टीम्स का
kick
रिकॉल भी
in a
खत्म हो
lot
चुका है ना, वो लोग
later,
थोड़ा सा भी प्रेफर करेंगे
as
कि
we've
लाइक
seen in previous
प्लेसमेंट
PMSLs
ओरिएंटेड
where
गेम
things get
खेले.
really
अभी भी
dicey
लॉबी में
the
16 की
entire
16 टीम्स हैं
time.
एंड अभी फर्स्ट सर्कल ही चल रहा
The
है.
question is whether it's really worth it or not, and I think teams haven't quite figured that part out yet. I think there's still
अगर
decisions
एक
to
और
be
चीज
made
अगर इसमें
whether
आप
to
लोग
send
नोटिस करोगे ना
3
तो
in, get
जो
some
बढ़िया
points here
टीम्स
and
हैं
there, and just
वो लोगों
send
ने फाइट्स
one
नहीं
out
ली है,
towards the
डीआरएक्स
center
की
of the
फाइट नहीं हुई है,
circle.
अल्फा
There's
गेमिंग की फाइट नहीं हुई
decisions
है
from
बिल्कुल,
certain teams. I mean,
वो
Papas
लोग रिकॉल को
Supermassive
काफी
did this
सेव
where
करके रखते हैं और ये
they
geek
actually
स्पोर्ट्स की भी
profited
फाइट
quite
नहीं
a
हुई अभी
lot
तक.
off of Rondo individually by playing a 4-man all the way through to the end game. They never really participated in those early fights, but they were still getting a lot of big points, because by the time they got towards 80 minutes where they were stacked, they were looted, they were ready to roam around as 4, there was still around 50 players in the lobby. So you still have a lot of time to pick up those points.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm looking on the map at Regnum Kaya
सर्कल बनने वाला है
in the
अपना.
middle.
ओ भाई
And they are on a 2-2 split, currently looking
पूरा
at
पूरा
2
ईस्टर्न
recall
शिफ्ट आया है
beacons,
भाई.
and one of them just went up massively in
हार्ड
value.
शिफ्ट
I'm
आया पूरा
expecting
जोन
that
का.
they've regrouped to the east now. No real reason to stay on that western side one. Get a move on, because you know that recall is so
अभी होने वाला
valuable
अपना
for you.
कियोस.
And Regnum Kaya wants to
भसड़ होगी
keep
अभी
that one under
भसड़.
control. Alpha 7 still has 2, by the way, in the northwest side. And they are now near Virtus Pro. All right, they feel like, you know what, 6 points is enough. We'll crack on, lads. See you guys later. You'll stick around as 2 in the blue.
I mean, for Alpha 7, that second fight was really poor. The vision was that after that double knock, they were going to try and clear up the
अल्फा
fight
गेमिंग
from
2
there
मैन
for
बची है बस
RA
अभी.
and deal with
लाइक
them.
अल्फा 7 जो 2 मैन बची है,
Unfortunately, there
देन
was
अल्फा
quick
गेमिंग ने
response
तो
from
फाइट
their
नहीं ली
side,
अभी.
and
एपीजी
suddenly Alpha 7's plans
मेरे को
get
लगता है कि वो लोग रिकॉल बचा के
massively
रख रहे
cut
हैं.
to shreds. Now they're sat on the outside edge, trying to move in. Real difficult maneuver now to make. I mean, they're passing through VP as well, and they sort of have to make a straight shot towards the circle if they want to catch a recall beacon in time and still have a chance to get some loot on board before you're transitioning towards those late game fights. I think it's tough for Alpha 7. I don't think that this initial match is going to go all that well for them whatsoever. Good shot from CEO over towards
अदू भाई खुद
Solus.
को राइट में शिफ्ट कर सकते हो
Real
क्या?
quick put
टीम
down
लिस्ट नहीं
from
देख
him.
पा रहा हूँ. वेट मैं कर देता हूँ. रेहान भाई वेलकम टू द
Remember,
स्ट्रीम.
they
क्या हाल है,
lost a
कैसे हो
player
आप?
earlier. And so they
जस्ट
are
एक सेकंड
staying
इसको
as
हम
3.
लोग
They didn't
करेंगे
break
थोड़ा
out
सा.
over that recall. That's what I was talking
थोड़ा
about.
सा
Even
कहाँ
though
पे
they
कर
are
दो इसको?
still
लेफ्ट पे कर
available,
दो ना. बेस्ट
they're kind of
इतना
trapped
कर
in
देते
now.
हैं.
So Mad Balls being able to find that opener, really very valuable. And it looks like they are still under caution, but CEO
चलो
saw
इतना
that,
ठीक
getting
है.
that knock over to Solus. That should be fairly resible. Uh-oh.
Is it okay now?
Poser has to live under the cover fire of his teammates there as Lemon nearly takes him down out of the rotate.
मैड बुल्स कारा
It's
की
one of those
फाइट हो
tough
रही है.
things, and it's a good point to bring up, is that if you're knocked and
Wolves
flushed
ने knock
towards the
कर
center
दिया
of the
पोजर
circle,
को.
typically you're not getting that player back up again. But there's also that thing that's talking to you in the back of your head, right? The evil voice that sometimes you get that tells you that maybe you could go for one of the recall beacons. I think that is something that you kind of have to disconnect.
हाँ लेफ्ट साइड
from your
एकदम बढ़िया. चलो
mindset
डन सी.
in these games. If you're going down
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
towards
तो
the
मैं
center, you have
एकदम
to play on 3.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
Yes,
रेहान
there's a
भाई और
possibility
बताओ
you could
खाना
play
वगैरह हो
on
गया?
4, but
बढ़िया.
there's that possibility.
भाई आप
pose
खेल रहे
more
हो क्या
risks.
कि स्पेक्टेट कर
But
रहे हो?
most
ऋषि भाई
likely,
ये अपना पीएमजीसी का
so
वॉच
I
पार्टी
think
है, लाइक जो
that
पबजी
teams
मोबाइल
do
ग्लोबल
struggle with this
चैंपियनशिप है,
idea of
हम लोग उसका वॉच
making
पार्टी
those
कर रहे
bold
हैं.
plays. I think if we go down to 1 or 2 players, I think it's absolutely fine to try and go for one of those maneuvers. It's probably not going to work out, but if it does, you salvage the game off the back of it. But I think playing as 3 is absolutely fine if you are center.
ऑलमोस्ट बढ़िया नेट था ये.
Ooh, nades over the top. This is carried down to 2 now as Wolves took their 3rd player out.
ओह भाई
So
क्या
it's
नॉक
just
कर
Lewis
दिया.
and CEO, and they
Push करेंगे
bounces
अभी
on the
पक्का.
backboard, and it manages to land on target. The circle shifts out to the side, so this has the hurry up on the fight, and I think that
पूरा
Mad Balls
एकदम
is just going to be able to close this
पूरा
one down
हार्ड
here
शिफ्ट
and
ही आ
now.
रहा है
CEO
इधर.
though has something to say, and
सेकंड
then
सर्कल
out
भी
through
पूरा
the
सा
door,
एकदम
stops
ईस्टर्न आया.
first
अभी
breach,
थर्ड सर्कल भी
gives them
पूरा
a little
ईस्टर्न
bit
गया
more
है.
time to play with. Teams are going to be leaving from around them, so not too much danger of third party as nades start to
कारा
bounce on
कारा
him, and he
स्पोर्ट्स पहली
goes
टीम है
down
जो
to
लॉबी से
an
बाहर
apartment
जाएगी
in
अभी
the basement.
3
Too
फिनिशेस
much
के
to
साथ में.
handle. CEO, you're fired.
Given the old basketball maneuver there as well, bounced it off the
Heavy
floor
rotations हो रही है इधर
into
तो.
his face. I love that nade. You don't see those all that often. This is very messy right now, and I mean, we didn't really talk about the circle but too much, but this has shifted over towards the eastern side. There is a lot of
अल्फा
space
गेमिंग
down
वाले
towards
अभी
the
यहाँ से
southern
मार के
edge of
खेलेंगे. उनका
Yongu
गेम
right
काफी
now,
अलग है.
Jadena City. That is available. This circle could push towards as well. Most teams are sat down towards Tulane right now on the south
रीपर्स को नॉक कर
side.
दिया स्कारफेस ने.
Huge amount of water involved. It's a very
Finish भी हो गया
uncomfortable
Reapers.
circle. Very, very uncomfortable. And you can tell that just by this terrain that you're looking at right here. It's, small divots to play in, small defiles you can set up, but
इनके
other
प्लेयर्स
than that,
बहुत
very
ये
rough. And I
यहाँ
mean,
पे
this is where
बहुत
you really want to be able
गलत पड़
to
सकती
use
है.
destructible terrain to your advantage, right? Being able to bomb out some of these areas with the nades, create those small craters is going to be very, very useful. More so than this is having buildings like GS. That does make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a big advantage right now, coming in through on that south side, a little bit closer.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम भाई लोग वालेकुम अस्सलाम फैज भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम
I think the teams on the south are going to have a little bit cleaner of a time for now, but I think as things move forwards, it is the teams further up towards the north where Thundertalk were playing before, and well, actually where DXA
थर्ड सर्कल हो चुका है डीआरएक्स ने अभी तक एक फाइट नहीं ली
trying to get around the edge of this
एंड वो
one.
लोगों ने ट्राई भी नहीं
Regroup
किया अभी
onto
तक
Lambo, who is their northmost point blank.
वुल्फ ने
They're
नॉक कर
3
दिया
players
टीटी
behind,
के प्लेयर
and
को
they are sending it forwards. They managed to find a sliver through. This is good scouting coming through for DX Xavier. They find themselves on the coastline on a nice little plateau.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And for DX Xavier as well, there's always this chance to move over towards that northeast side and try and cross the water.
और एक टीम कहाँ है इंडिया की लाइक इसमें ना एक गॉन्टलेट स्टेज है और एक ग्रुप स्टेज है ग्रुप स्टेज में लाइक टू टीआर खेलने वाली है ये गॉन्टलेट है which is like upper bracket
you do need to be aware of, which is quite like DRX's spot. They haven't set themselves up for a massive elim game, but should the circle move over towards the eastern side, they have the bridge to work around, and also they could just gatekeep if they wanted to, and that's where they could pick up a lot of eliminations in the chaos and the panic that ensues after a circle like that. But as usual, I'm going to set all this up, and we are not going to go towards the eastern side. So
गाइस मेरे को लगता है कि सर्कल जो है ना इधर लेफ्ट आएगा पूरा मेरे हिसाब से साउथ वेस्टर्न आएगा सेंटर ओरिएंटेड चला गया सर्कल भाई बट ये सर्कल ना काफी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल बन रहा है अभी दो सर्कल हार्ड शिफ्ट किए देन उसके बाद में तीसरा सर्कल भी इधर आ रहा है
I'd say it was slightly more over towards that northeastern side in terms of land.
अभी तो भसड़ है कंफर्म
yeah, I think that you just have to, you pretty much have to stick to your guns here. If you're up for 7, you're having a great time off the back of this. Mad Bulls moving into Geek. Very,
last
very
man
bad
flip
stuff
Mad Bulls
but luckily Flips on the outside. Wonderful
Geek
off-angle player,
player
but he's got two enemies to deal with here in front of him. Safji and Ragnarok. See what Flip can get done here.
क्या नॉक कर दिया 1v1 है लास्ट 1v1 है इसका
usually for Mad Bulls.
Flip versus Ragnarok.
Oh, Ragnarok rolls on in and finds the two players. I think they might
बैठ
have
के
been
फिनिश हो चुके दो प्लेयर्स तो कंफर्म हो चुके हैं
Flip with a
किल
nade
चोरी हो
on
गए
in, looking
दोनों
to
के
try and stop Ragnarok from doing any more damage here.
I guess फिर
But the
से
rest of
नॉक
his
है
team is melted. He might be an off-angle player,
फिर
but
से
now
नॉक हो
he
गया
is the angle. And we'll have to try and find something a real
फ्लिप भी
big
बहुत लो
green
कर
up
दिया
there as
फ्लिप
Ragnarok
को आई गेस
actually
यहाँ
has
से
to
पोजीशन
send around the
ओरिएंटेड ओ
edge.
भाई इधर से भी फाइट ले
Fortunately,
रही है
he is kowtowed down behind as Regnum Kaya chime into the fight. There's off angles everywhere blank. This is the messy area we were talking about. This northern road, so difficult.
That's a bold push, very, very bold push from Flip here. He's been taking a little bit damage
फ्लिप
from
क्या
behind.
बच रहा है भाई
hoping
दो
this
बार
nade
हो गया
goes
फ्लिप का
through.
बचते
Regnum
हुए सेम
Kaya
एचपी पे
completely stymieing his approach. I think it's a very smart play from Ragnarok as well to immediately switch back over towards the rest of the team. It put the pressure on Flip in a big way.
फिर से बच गया भाई
where
फ्लिप
he had to speed
यार
up
आतंकी
his
बाजी को नॉक कर दिया
gameplay,
रेड पे
accelerate a little bit because it meant his teammates dying.
चलो इसी के साथ अपनी मैड बुल
And
बाहर हो चुकी है
Ragnarok
3 किल्स के
might
साथ
just
में
get
#15
I think getting the
That means no
full
position
team
points.
res is going to be a bit difficult. Maybe if he clean this up slightly
गीक का भी लास्ट
sooner.
प्लेयर गीक वाले ने रिवाइव कर लिया आई गेस
Slight indecision
3 मैन हो
here,
गए
and
गीक
now
वाले चलो
Regnum
गीक भी
Kaya
बाहर
should
हो
be
गई
able to
इसी के
clean
साथ
up the pieces.
आरसीबी
Nice and
की
easily.
एंट्री हो चुकी है 5
Okay.
किल
They are indeed eliminated. Regnum Kaya now up to 5 elims. They've lost one of their players.
भाई भाई क्या
but
नेट से और
There's still plenty of firepower for them to play with, and 5 points. It's not a
DRX
bad
की
game
entry
by
हो
any
चुकी है
stretch
अभी।
now. We head over to the route
OG
out of Jadina
rotate
City,
कर
the
रही है अभी
bridge
के लिए।
mouth here where Arena have sat. DRX were up in the buildings for a long time, and now they want to
ये का जोकर
exert
नॉक
more
खा लिया किधर
control over
से
the
फिनिश भी हो
area.
गया अरे चलो
Get
लेट्स
past
गो
the
भाई
Arena
अपना
blockade
पहला
on this
किल आ
northeast
चुका है
side. But Alright are pushing in from the
3 man
west.
है
They're
OG
already
अभी
up to 7 elims. Like they've had a hot start to the game, and they want to continue taking out Hyunbin like it's
ID7
nothing.
500 का डैमेज ओ भाई
Hongbin going down is pretty problematic. I mean,
R8 भी आ
Hyunbin's
चुकी है
probably
अभी
one of DRX's better players as well. So him going out early there is
DRX versus
pretty
R8
tough.
होने वाला है
Soles now has a very, very big task ahead of him, but I would say that, you know, probably second best on the
DRX
team
वाले
here
3 man
for
है
the squad. Is able to take out one, making this into a 3v3
एक और बंदा नॉक कर लिया 2 मैन बच गए DRX वाले पुश करेंगे अभी R8 वाले कंफर्म अभी भी नेट सी कर रहे हैं वो लोग
taking down the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7. Look to push
थोड़ा
out
सा हार्ड है
now.
फाइट इनके लिए
There is
2v4 है
enemies all around though.
नहीं यार
Ooh, giving them the quick start steps, but it's not going to phase them at all. All right, have been through the ringer
भाई
already.
अभी क्या अभी फिफ्थ सर्कल जाने वाले हैं अपना मुझे लगता है कि अपना फिफ्थ सर्कल तो कंफर्म लेफ्ट ही आएगा लेफ्ट ऊपर जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से
just happened over there? All right, the major profit makers though on this engagement on the south side with IQ over the horizon, they continue to
लास्ट
push up
प्लेयर है
north.
यार इसका
Yeah, I mean, disgusting Molotov coming through from QXE. He's able to find a
खत्म
lot of damage.
DRX भी बाहर इसी के
Luckily,
साथ
Prestige is able to move around the side, get the backstab.
ओजी कहाँ पे
But
अपनी भी
he was putting up a valiant fight. Well, I don't know what to say here. This is such an evil circle to start off the day.
क्या
In fact, just
सर्कल
to
बना है
start
भाई
off
वन ऑफ द
PMGC in
हार्डेस्ट सर्कल है
general.
ये
And Alpha 7 get incredibly lucky with this one.
बट अल्फा गेमिंग क्या
I think
बची है भाई इधर उनकी जो पोजीशन थी
That's
वहां
the
से वो
play
लोग
you
निकल
have
के
to
अभी
make
भी
if you're a
सरवाइव कर
two-man
रहे
squad is you
हैं अभी भी
head
फोर
to
मैन है
the
ना
unknown
अल्फा 7
side of the map,
Three
which
man
in
है
this
अल्फा
case
7
is
अभी
northeast. But they get so lucky this continuing to be in the circle in stage 5. I mean, by stage 5,
भाई
you're
R8 ने
usually
ऑलरेडी
assuming the
12
circle
पॉइंट्स
to
निकाल लिए
pick
ब्रो
one of two land masses
क्या
to
खेल
go
रही है
to.
टीम ये
But because this has been so central each time, the algorithm basically just says, well, we just have to split.
Yeah, it's a real nasty circle right now, and I mean,
देखो
at the
कास्टर
start
भी
of the
बोल
game,
रहे हैं कि
playing
भाई क्या
like
सर्कल
lemmings,
है
you think that Alpha 7 do need to have a little bit of an uptick on performance there. As a rotate comes through for the Wolves, they're trying
Wolves
to
versus
crash
TD हो
on
रहा है
in. They do not have any other option. Thunder Talk are going to be on the defense here. Plenty of teams trying to crunch their way through, as well as
R8
R8
versus
try
Wolves
and
भी हो
move
रहा है
up
इधर
north towards the IQ position, but they are finally falling. With 12 elims though, they've already had a banger of a game. A nade onto the outside leaves just the one player now, Baton.
लास्ट प्लेयर बचा है ना
Wolves
वुल्व्स
alive
का
up on the wall, dancing around, trying to find an
लास्ट
opening, but
मैन
it's
वुल्व्स
not being presented. Thunder Talk playing solid, stalwart on their defense.
चांस नहीं है यार
And
अरे
there's
क्या
nothing
नॉक किया
doing. Now
अरे
he's at long
जॉर्ड
range with the
भाई
shotgun, and he's going to keep the
क्या
lead
मारा है
pouring
शॉटगन
out, but it's
उसने
not going to be enough to get all three. But goodness me,
इसी
it
के
was
साथ अपनी
close.
वुल्फ भी बाहर हो चुकी है
I mean, it's the correct move.
9 team
It's the
surviving
correct move from Thunder Talks. It was
बट
slightly
R8 को कोई रोको भाई
less
लास्ट मैन बचा है उनका बट वो लोग स्टिल 12 पॉइंट निकाल
glamorous than
चुके
they
हैं
were
अभी
hoping potentially, but it
a
is
very
the right
good
move
start
is
for
to
them
send 3 out on a quick spin there to take down Baton, because the way he was running around, I think they realized that they were just going to be wasting nades, sending them out the window, hoping for something like that. If they get this done right now, it means they can have a lot more pressure over towards the future. DXA played a blinder here on this game, moving over towards that northeast
APG versus
position
Wolf
after
हो रहा
seeing
है
that circle and getting it done so
स्कारफेस नॉक खा
effectively.
लिया
APG
डॉग को भी
with
नॉक कर
some
दिया
good
उसने ओ
nades
भाई
as per usual,
जियोल भी
but
नॉक
one is sent back their way.
डॉग
And
लास्ट मैन बचा है
Scarface as well as Ketch doing a huge amount of damage. Now
चलो
APG down to just Doc on a sliver of
क्या HP पे
HP.
बचा है डॉग अभी
And we talked about them a lot earlier, Blank. DXavier making that rotate in has really paid off. I mean, the circle's helped, but they have managed to maintain that position on the north side here. They are not across the water. They are still on that southwest side, and they are rotating
मैच के बाद चैट्स
through.
कवर
They've
करेंगे
had
पर ठीक है
oversight on so
थोड़ा
many of
मैच
these
पे
fights. I
फोकस
mean, we
करते
saw
हैं अभी
brilliant nades just then, but none of them really mattered for the teams throwing them because of so much pressure coming through from
APG के रिवाइव हो रहे
DXavier's
हैं सारे
position.
प्लेयर्स वो लोग कर लेंगे
They have
Wolf
held
का
their
Irian last
next
बचा है
4-man split as well, which I'm sure the desk will talk about at some point. But being able to do that over towards that tree line is not easy. There's plenty of positions teams could backstab you from, but I think they were keeping
और
tabs
ये
on
भी
the
हार्ड
circle
सर्कल
very,
होने
very
वाला है
well.
मेरे हिसाब
And
से
immediately, as you saw
ओ
there, as
भाई
soon
ये
as the
ऊपर
king
गया
got
सर्कल
anywhere close, that's where they start to open up. VP,
सिर्फ 3 टीम सर्कल
who
में भी
did fantastically well
R8 का लास्ट
within
मैन
their
बचा
own
है
region, now have set themselves up beautifully
वुल्फ स्पोर्ट भी
on
बाहर
this north side. They're
दो
one of the
फिनिशेस के
last
साथ
to
में
the circle as well. They were on a similar trajectory to Alpha 7, so
टीटी ने
both
बढ़िया
teams
मारा है
had
अभी
similar
5 किल
ideas
हो गए
here.
थे और 4 मैन सर्वाइव कर रही है टीटी
But
अभी के लिए
in their case, VP has 4 players as opposed to Alpha 7's 2, so has a much larger chance at taking this game. I think for DXavier, it's a tall task ahead of them, right? They need to take down most of the teams on the western side. Then they need to get an initial knock over towards
APG 2 मैन बचे बट उनके दोनों के दोनों
even a
स्टार प्लेयर
swim to
बचे हैं
take place.
जो कि
I
बहुत
think
बुरा
if
मारते हैं
you were to put money on this match, fake Monopoly money, of course, you'd probably be betting that on VP.
Yeah, I think
Aiko
that
OG
is the smart
versus
money.
GS होने
I
वाला
think
है।
you might be right on that one.
यार
IQ
आरू भाई नहीं
trying
निकल
to
पाए,
leave,
छी भाई।
GS dropping down, trying to find one of their backstops.
लोगों ने
They will
push कर
be
दिया
able to
उधर।
do so
पूरा
fairly
sandwich हो गया
simply. I
यार।
mean, the rotate necessary coming through from IQ. They're rotating up, and Prestige, who did manage to get out
Discord
of
ने
this one,
भाई
does
बढ़िया।
finally fall down. Will fall to IQ, and they will stop at 13 elims, blank almost 50% of their
Still a
points
great
this
game.
match. have
चार
come
एलिमिनेशन
through
निकल
from
चुके हैं अपने
Alpha
OG
7.
के।
Pretty
2
fantastic.
मैन बचे
if
OG,
you
लेट्स
ask
होप
me.
कि
Thundertalk
और
now
आगे जाए हम
pushing
लोग
in as
इधर
well
से।
from that western edge.
आपने को बढ़िया स्टार्ट चाहिए यार, उसके बाद में ना वो एक
Push through APG.
momentum मिल
Top
जाता
were able to get back over the position. It's a cracking nade. A lot
इसी
of
के साथ
splash damage
APG
on that
बाहर।
bad boy. Flashed his own teammate, but he had eyes on. That was the main
एक
thing, right?
प्लेसमेंट
He
पॉइंट
had
लेके
eyes
गए वो
on.
लोग।
So the flash didn't matter. They mainly flashed
अरे
up
क्या
there.
क्या विस्कॉट क्या मार रहा है भाई, लेट्स गो।
It's all shock and awe, you know. They're just rolling on in. Big bang, big
Yep.
boom. They
Orange
know where the
goes
player
on.
is.
यार
Throw
OG
the
भी
sun
बाहर।
grenade.
If you're
कितने
both
कितने
flashed
पॉइंट्स मिले
and
अपने
only
को?
one of you
7
knows where the
पॉइंट्स
other one
निकले
is, that's
मैच
an
1
easy
से।
win.
It's a
Hey,
big
look at
वर्टस
this.
प्रो
Alpha
ने
7.
फिनिश किया लास्ट प्लेयर
They've
अपना।
managed to find some divots very early across the way. Talked
चलो
about them before.
एटलीस्ट अ गुड स्टार्ट, 7 पॉइंट्स
Now here
नॉट
we
बैड।
are, with them being given a massive amount of circle luck to keep themselves in this one.
Wow, what a
उतना
long
अच्छा नहीं रहा पहला
comparison.
मैच, बट 7 पॉइंट्स नॉट
Very,
बैड।
very long on the
राउंडो
node
के हिसाब से कम है,
there.
बट लेट्स होप कि
But Thundertalks
आगे
get
वाले
up
मैचेस बढ़िया जाएंगे।
effectively, and DXAV have nothing to say about it. 7 elims so
versus
far
BX.
for the Thundertalks, and overall, I would say the team play is phenomenal.
Two
This
man बची
game,
DX।
I've been very impressed
TT भी
with.
2 मैन बची है ना।
Maybe not the mechanical
TT 3
skill,
man
but
है,
the
2v3 ये
decision
लोगों का।
making overall has been very, very
Xavier
good.
बाहर,
from
5 finishes।
Thundertalks.
Xavier, the 2 players now holding off against 3, but it's Lambor to fall, leaving just Nate T left. He is closer to the water, and Thundertalk do need to move on in, move a little bit closer here as the nades continue to roll on out. This is a bit more of a
अच्छा
difficult
OG बाहर
push
नहीं
now.
हुई क्या? तभी
Virtus
दिखा
Pro
रहा था
may
OG
have
बाहर करके।
oversight to some of these side
ओ
angles
भाई
that
अभी भी
Thundertalk's
लास्ट
gonna
में
want
बचा
to
OG
use
का।
to approach this situation, so it could be a
क्या
little bit
बात है
harder.
यार।
That deployable cover as well, airdropping on in, giving them that concrete barrier, keeping them safe, but Alpha 7.
चलो जेवियर
They're
बाहर है।
still alive,
OG का
by
अभी
the
भी
way.
अपना लास्ट
I'd
प्लेयर
have to
बचा है
take
गाइस।
down DXavier.
थोड़ा सा लगता है कि प्रोडक्शन में कुछ
That's
हो गया था
an
मसला।
annoying one for Thundertalks. I think they were just about to get that knock as
लेट्स
well.
गो भाई, अपनी
But
टीम
Alpha
आ
7
चुकी है, हैशटैग
salvaging
4
this
तक
game
तो
as
आ
best as
चुकी है।
possible. I think there was only
AKOP सर्वाइव
doable
कर रहा है
through
अभी,
this.
द स्टार
What
प्लेयर।
on earth?
Yeah, this is rude.
बट
It's-
अभी अगर
it's
AKOP
very
की
rude.
पोजीशन देखोगे ना, सेंटर में बिल्कुल। बट आई गेस उसकी पोजीशन पता है
Thundertalks
लोगों
might
को।
win this game. I might be wrong.
TT3 मैन
I
है
think for
और
Virtus
वर्टस
Pro,
प्रो
I
4 मैन
mean,
चल रही है। अल्फा से भाई
all
अल्फा
things
7
considered,
कहां
this
से कहां तक आई
absolutely
है।
made
अल्फा
sense
7
for
के
Virtus
स्टार्टिंग
Pro
में
to
ही
win
सारे
this
प्लेयर्स
game.
खत्म थे वो लोग।
I
वहां से
think
2
that
मैन सर्वाइव
I
करते हुए
would
अभी
be
तक आए
lying
हैं।
to myself to say that I made a mistake.
क्या
I don't
सर्वाइवल
think I
गेम है यार ये
did.
लोगों का।
I think it's just a case the circle's messing with us all right now. But for Thundertalks, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I
अगर
think
मैन पावर के
just
हिसाब
off
से
the back
देखें
of
तो
this
आई
game,
गेस
there's been
वर्टस प्रो
multiple
पे
moments
थोड़ा सा
where
एडवांटेज
I
है।
thought that the team play is very, very good, which is usually something that is quite present in Chinese teams anyway.
बट ये लोग सर्कल में पानी
is
से
that
जा
their
रहे हैं, तो
team
अगर
play is
इनको
very,
देख
very
लिया
good,
टीटी वालों ने,
but they're
टीटी वाले भी
backing
थोड़ा
up
सा
with
पीछे
very,
हैं।
very quick maneuvers. So
उस
I
साइड है वो
quite
लोग, देख
like
भी नहीं
this from
पाएंगे।
Thundertalks. Virtus Pro immediately know they need to move across. I don't like that Thundertalks aren't holding the water aggressively here. And I think that they're worried to go too far forward and expose themselves to angles
लगता है टीटी को नहीं पता
from Alpha
AKOP
7.
की
But it
पोजीशन।
does get Malai as well as Milky
भाई
Way up
क्या
with the two
क्या लेटा है
backstops
भाई
in
AKOP।
Aragon as well as Voston just watching their approach. Very well done. Very, very well done.
अब वेरी गुड गेम यार पहले गेम
I
के
think
हिसाब
this
से।
is really well played by Virtus Pro. I
भले
think you're
किल्स
right
कम है
on
थोड़े
that.
से, बट
Alpha 7
पोजीशन
off
के हिसाब
angles,
से
pressing
बहुत
Thundertalk
बढ़िया
on the
गेम खेल रहा
on the western side. Just a note on the circle on the minimap, it's slightly offset from where it actually is. It's a little bit further southwest than this, so it is
अभी तो
actually
पूरा
sent up
advantage
into
Virtus
the
Pro पे।
water here. It does
टीटी
look
क्योंकि
like it gives more of an
कॉर्नर है
advantage to
टीटी
the
3 मैन है वो
southwest
लोग एक ही
coastline,
जगह
but
पे
that
उनके
is not
तीनों के
the
तीनों
case.
प्लेयर्स। वर्टस के लाइक
It's
उधर दो
really
इधर दो है,
nasty.
लेफ्ट एंड राइट पे
It's
देख
really
सकते हो।
nasty to
अल्फा 7
everyone
के भी 2
involved
प्लेयर
here.
बचे हैं।
I
बट
mean,
AKOP को ना
Alpha
अभी भी यहाँ पे
7,
पोजीशन
they're-
रिवील नहीं करनी है।
They might also have a chance in this one, blank, which is crazy.
Yeah, as teams
There's a
start to get
difficult rotate out for them, so that's
Yeah,
definitely the outside chance.
I mean, teams are bruised up and cut up, and I think that you'd be. I think you'd
अभी
be
भी नहीं पता है टीटी को कि
okay saying Alpha 7
AKOP वहाँ
has
पे
a
लेटा
chance
हुआ
in
है।
this game because I am kind of concerned what that there's a
अगर
case
ये
where
लोगों ने
this game
क्रॉस
is
करने का
all
ट्राई
down to
किया।
chance now.
वैसे अभी तो
on
सर्कल है
this
यार,
next
इसके बाद तो
circle
सीधे
shift, the last
उसके
one
बाद आई
of
गेस
the
एक और
game.
सर्कल है, देन उसके बाद तो खत्म है सीन।
We'll see where it goes.
Stage
Towards
भी आ गया.
Southwest, people are looking fairly happy, but I can't quite tell where that is.
अरे टीटी के
on
प्लेयर को लग रहा है
Vinmap.
कि
I'm
उधर
waiting for the
कोई तो प्लेयर
mouthpiece
लेटा हुआ है
to
guys, तभी
update
मॉली
here.
सब कुछ
But
कर
that
रहे हैं वो
does
लोग,
head back
बट
over
उनको नहीं पता है कि
towards
उनके आगे प्लेयर
Voston
पीछे नहीं है.
as well as Aragon. Ish. And I think Virtus Pro still do have the edge here.
Just about is
वर्टस प्रो
really
काफी
difficult though. You can see
मस्त
the
पोजीशन
open
में, ये
beachhead
इतना है ना
that
कि ये लोगों को
sits
बस
in front
नॉक
of
नहीं
them.
खाने अननेसेसरी.
And they have to get over
ये
this
लोग
next
निकाल
ridge
सकते हैं.
line and play on
बट
nothing.
भाई बट
really,
एक चीज
which is
सिनारियो
difficult,
सोच के देखो
really,
कि
really
अगर
tricky. The
टीटी ने
circle
वर्टस
closes
प्रो के दो
central
नॉक कर
blank,
दिए
which is actually in the water.
और
I think
अल्फा
it's time
7
for a
ने
sweat.
टीटी के एक या दो नॉक कर दिए, तो भाई EQP
it
के
might
पास
be time
कितना
for a
बढ़िया
swim.
चांस बन सकता है. आई नो थोड़ा सा अनरियलिस्टिक
Certainly
है
for
बट
IQ.
But India getting themselves at least top 4 to start things off with.
यार देख लिया EQP को.
But a cop has been discovered
ने
by
देख
a
लिया.
detective.
कितना हैशटैग 4
in
आया ना
King.
अपना, हैशटैग 4 के 4 मतलब कितने 9 पॉइंट्स निकल गए अपने मैच 1 के.
Be able to take him down. 3 teams now
Good
remain.
start.
4 players for Virtus Pro. They're split 2 and 2. A nade here could be dangerous. Could cause themselves to bleed out a little bit further. But
TT
this is the
versus
time that
PP
Virtus
हो
Pro
रहा
are going to use to flex out. They're really
ये
needing
पोजीशन
to
में
control
Alpha
Alpha
7
7
बहुत
here.
मस्त
And Thundertalk can't
ये कर
take
सकती है
shots
third
over
party इसमें.
towards their backstop with these front 2 playing it. Virtus Pro playing
एक
on a
बंदा
nice
knock हो
edge
गया
right
TT
now,
का.
but it's working. And a nade over the top, over towards Xing.
VP
Milky
का भी
Way
एक knock है.
might drop down into the path of the nade, but the work has already been done. AJ getting taken down to the last player to stand for them. And
TT
the
का भी last
players
man
across
बचा
the way, Carrillo is chiming in too.
That's so dumb.
यहाँ पे
up
Alpha
against the
7 वाले
wall,
बस
and
देख रहे हैं कि
Virtus
भाई
have played this masterfully.
मस्त एकदम
I mean, you might have a
सिचुएशन
2v2
ऐसी है कि
here,
सीधे
though,
वो
between
लोग
Alpha 7 and
ऐसे
Virtus
चिकन
Pro going over
उठा
towards
ले.
that end game, depending on how AJ
TT
plays
बाहर.
out these final moments. A lot of
अभी
new
Alpha 7
decisions there coming
versus
through from Thunder Talks. And
इसको
there you
knock
go.
कर दिया तो
This
easy है
is what,
लोग.
exactly what I was talking about. Aragon now has to hit the deck. There
नहीं
is
यार.
shots from the sideline. Obscure has to be clean with this one.
ऑब्सक्योर
He
नॉक आ
is
गया. अगर
not.
ऑब्सक्योर वहाँ पे 1v1 में
Malloy
ले
is
लेता ना तो ये लोग
providing
के
support.
लिए सिचुएशन
Carrillo
इजी हो
with it
जाती.
all
अभी तो
down to
2
him
वर्सेस
now
1 है.
in these
2v1 है.
final moments.
चलो इसी के साथ अभी
And he will not
वर्टस
be
प्रो
able
का
to beat
पहला
enough.
चिकन आ चुका है.
Virtus Pro able to claim that northern shore on a deadly circle on Rondo.
कितने
Black
points
to
है ये लोग
kick us off. Alpha 7, I mean, they played like lemmings at the start of the match, but they claimed second place off a big shift up to the northeast side.
Yeah, I
बट ये
mean,
लोगों की पोजीशन
I
बहुत
don't
बढ़िया थी.
know if I would
VP.
call that a big
Alpha
win for
7 ने
Alpha
मस्त खेला है.
7.
Good game
Bit
by
of
them
a
also.
salvage game. But let's head back over to the desk to see what they had to think about this one.
मस्त खेला है लोगों ने. चलो अभी थोड़ा अपनी चैट पे आते हैं. काफी बढ़िया स्टार्ट है मेरे हिसाब से. ओजी के 9 पॉइंट्स आए हैं पहले मैच के हिसाब से. लाइक रोंडो में लाइक एक्सपेक्टेशन ये होता है ना कि एटलीस्ट चलो वो लाइक 12 से 14 पॉइंट ना लाइक बहुत अच्छे मारे जाते हैं. बट 9 पॉइंट्स भी बैड नहीं है क्योंकि खराब स्टार्ट तो नहीं है ना. एटलीस्ट बढ़िया स्टार्ट मिला है अपने को. बस यहाँ से वो मोमेंटम कैरी करके चलना है. वो चीज़ है बस. कहाँ पे थे अपन? इसमें टॉप 7 फाइनल में जाएगी ना. इसमें से ये है ना कि 16 में से जो टॉप 7 आएगा ना 18 मैचेस के बाद वो सीधे जाएगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में. तो ये वाला फॉर्मेट है गॉन्टलेट का. A7 फॉर द विन. A7 अभी के लिए तो काफी स्ट्रांग लग रही है. लेट्स सी कैसे खेलते हैं वो लोग फ्यूचर में भी. चाइनीज टीम्स आर रियल ओजी. चाइनीज की टीम्स के पास डिसिप्लिन है वो चीजों का. अभी टीटी को देख लो, वो लोगों ने कितना मस्त खेला है अभी. AQP क्या सर्वाइवल गेम खेल रहा है. AQP ने एक्सेप्शनल खेला है अभी. जहाँ पे जो सर्वाइवल गेम था ना वहाँ पे एक्चुअल काफी पहले ही खत्म हो जाते वो लोग. बट जिस तरीके से AQP ने खेला है, हैट्स ऑफ भाई, एक नंबर. A7 जीतेगी देखना. देखते हैं. चलो आपका प्रेडिक्शन हो गया फैज भाई. लेट्स सी A7 जीतती है कि अपनी ओजी. मैं तो होप कर रहा हूँ भाई कि ओजी जीते. जैसे IPL आता है लोग RCB को सपोर्ट करते हैं, मेरा वैसा सपोर्ट ओजी को है भी. ओनली ओके फैज भाई देखते हैं. अच्छी भाई A7. अरे A7 ने हागा नहीं है क्योंकि लाइक तुम देखो ना वो लोगों का 2v4 था उधर. एक प्लेयर तो उनका नॉक था. 2v3 था वहाँ पे ना. वो 1v1 में तो 50-50 होता है ना. तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा वो हुआ है. फैज भाई हार गए. #2 थी प्रेडिक्शन. ओ भाई चलो #2 तो आ गई आपकी टीम. चलो #4. #4 के अपने को कितने 4 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे और 5 किल निकाले थे अपनी टीम ने. तो कितना टोटल 9 पॉइंट्स हो गए, विच इज गुड आई गेस. बढ़िया है, बहुत पहले ही बोल दिया था मैं ऊपर चैट A7 फॉर द विन बोलकर, बट A7 जीती थोड़ी है, A7 तो हैशटैग तो आई है, VP जीती है वर्टस प्रो। ये लोगों के किल भी कितने थे आई गेस 12 के आसपास थे इनके, 12 के थे, 22 पॉइंट्स हो गए, 22 उनके हो गए, और R8 ने भी निकाले आई गेस 12 13 या 14 पॉइंट्स के आसपास। तो आई गेस ये दो टीम्स हैं, और इनके अलावा किसने निकाला, TT के भी अच्छे खासे पॉइंट्स थे। तो मेरे हिसाब से ओजी टॉप 5 के आसपास होगी अभी, 4th 5th या 6th के आसपास में। कितने मारे थे लोगों ने, 4 3 7 9 11 किल्स चिकन डिनर मारा है वीपी ने। ऐसे ही टॉप 7 के अंदर रहना है। अरे मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ ना कि अपनी टीम्स ना बस थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम पकड़ के चले ना, अपनी टीम जो है ओजी, तो फिर हो जाएगा सीन, क्योंकि टॉप 7 आना उतना हार्ड नहीं है जितना लगता है। अलो है क्या वॉच पार्टी? लाइक रेहान भाई, वॉच पार्टी का सीन मैं जितना भी देखा तो लाइक परमिशन वगैरह का सीन है। अभी अपना तो छोटा चैनल है, तो मैं ट्राई करा कहीं से भी लाइक मेरे को थोड़ा इन्फॉर्मेशन परमिशन वगैरह का, तो मेरे को किधर से भी दिखा नहीं। अभी जो बड़े क्रिएटर्स है ना, उनका मैनेजमेंट वगैरह जो डायरेक्ट पबजी मोबाइल से वो लोग परमिशन लेते या जो भी वो लोग है, तो वो लोग का परमिशन वाइज कुछ है चीज़। बट अपन तो छोटे क्रिएटर है, अपना क्या है, अगर स्ट्राइक आ भी गया तो एक स्ट्राइक पे अपन कर देंगे अपन चीज़ें, तो वो चीज़ है अपना भी। बट मेरा ये है ना कि लाइक ये चीज़ भी अपन कर सकते हैं, लाइक क्या बोलते हैं ना, सपोर्ट करने के लिए वो सब, क्योंकि लाइक ये सब चीज़ें ना यूज़ कर सकता है। ये पबजी मोबाइल जो ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स होते हैं या बीजीएमआई के होते हैं, तो ये ओपन फॉर एवरीवन होते हैं। भले ही लाइक हर कोई वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर सकता, बट इस पे रिएक्ट कर सकता है वो, लाइक जब लाइव खत्म हो जाता है, तो वो सब चीज़ें तो अलाउड है ही। बट वॉच पार्टी का ना क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि लाइक कर सकते हैं नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो मैं बोला कि भाई रिस्क ले ही लेते हैं, क्या सीन वैसा है बस। वीपी कहाँ की टीम है वर्टस प्रो? वो भाई कहीं की तो थी यार, आज ही देखा था मैंने। हार तो है अपना भाई भाई भाई, ठीक है भाई, मत करो मत कर लाला मत कर। वर्टस प्रो आई गेस कहाँ की यार, मैं आज ही देखा था मैं भाई, कहाँ कहीं की तो थी, रुको मैं बोलता हूँ कहाँ की टीम है वर्टस प्रो। सऊदी अरेबिया की, रशिया की वर्टस प्रो, आर्मेनिया रशिया। फैंस भाई, व्हाट इज दिस बिहेवियर? चलो रिएक्शन करो किसी के चैनल पे हमारे वाले भाई 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 हैवी भाई, करते बाद में करेंगे लास्ट में।
And if we third party DRX and E Arena, then R8 are just going
क्या
to
क्या
third
है,
party
हैशटैग
us.
1 पे
We're going to
21, टीटी
leapfrog
के
all of
15
this,
पॉइंट्स
let
आए,
R8
R8
do
के
that
13,
third party,
A7
and then
के
we're just going to
भाई।
yank
मैं बोला
the
यार
whole
अपनी
time.
टीम हैशटैग
And
5 के
that
आसपास
got
आएगी।
them those placement points. They were able
हैशटैग
to
5
full
देखो
send
भाई,
it to the middle
एक्यूरेट
and get
ये है
top
भाई
4.
मेरा
A
कैलकुलेशन।
brilliant play. And this is what I'm saying. They're a smart team. They know what they're doing against these global teams.
Yeah,
देखो
and
अपनी,
going
और
over
गाइस
the
एक और
leaderboards, we
चीज है
saw
ना
for
कि
a
अगर तुम
second there,
इंटरनेशनल
Hotrix,
लेवल पे
we
देखोगे
need
ना
to
अपने
mention
इंडियन टीम्स
Thunder
की,
Talk. Like
को हर
those
कोई
guys,
लाइक बात
15
करता है,
points
क्योंकि
right
लाइक
out of
इंडिया
the
की
gates here
ऑडियंस ऑन
for the
इंडिया का वो
PL
ये है ना
region,
कि
setting up absolutely game-winning positions onto the western side. I think earlier on they had a big 2-2 split, then they
बट कुछ
regrouped
भी
onto
बोलो भाई,
mini
जो
heaven, as
बढ़िया
we
टीम
were
थी,
calling it in this
गीक का
game,
मैच
the
खराब
little
किया,
plateau
एपीजी का
area,
भी मैच
and
खराब
their
किया,
zoning capabilities
डीआरएक्स
were
खराब
just
गया उनका भी।
second to none. They were so efficient at making sure they were
ये टीम्स का
creating
मैच
space
खराब
for
गया है।
themselves to transition later on in that game. Thunder Talk, I want to see more of this because this is the Thunder Talk
एमवीपी
you expect
अपने
to see coming forward
मैलो
after
भाई
their
बन चुके
PL
हैं
season.
वीपी के,
And
4
their
किल मारे
quick
भाई ने।
decision making, I think, really showed off right here, because you saw D Xavier in a really dominant position, but Thunder Talk wasted no time, pushed on them, and took them out the game. But you know, D Xavier ended up with 8 points. Thunder Talk ended up with 15. But it's all Malloy here. I mean, look at that, 870 damage. What a great start
क्या हो गया
here
फैज
for this
भाई,
team, man.
6000
So these are the rest of
6000
the top 4
सुपर चैट कर
players,
रहे
and
क्या
I'm
भाई,
not
करो ना भाई
surprised to
यूपीआई,
see,
वैसे भी
of
पैसे
course,
कम
one of the
पड़ रहे
Thunder
हैं।
Talk players right here. And
अगर
now
आप 6000 कर सकते तो भाई वुड बी
Sitting,
अलॉट,
setting up the
अपना
plays at the end there.
एक
And
महीने का खर्चा
I
निकल
think
जाता उतने में।
Natura, talking about actually sitting and Thunder Talk, that
TT
push we saw
sitting
later on in the game onto, I believe it
4
was
किल,
Xavier
और
over that
कितने
little
आईडी
valley
7
point,
ने 3 मारे थे,
keeping
बट
on
आईडी
playing the
7 का
backside. I
लाइक ये
believe
है ना
it
कि
was
ये
King.
टीम
Yes.
पहले ही
That
खत्म
was
हो गई, ये लोग
literally
टॉप 10 के
the
बाहर
most
खत्म हुए हैं।
perfect
ये लोग के
execution
12
of
13
that play for
12
Thunder
किल के
Talk in
आसपास कुछ थे।
particular that
ये
we
लोगों
could
को
have expected in that
पोजीशन
situation. It
1
was
पॉइंट पे नहीं
so
मिला
well
जितना
played.
मुझे लगता है।
It
R8
was
मार,
so nice. I'd love to see sitting pretty
एपीजी
number 2
मारती,
here
देखो
in
अब
the top
नेक्स्ट
4
मैच
players.
डन
It's
सीन, चलो
really
देखते
nice, and
हैं।
it's really it's a good example or a good representation of what this game was for them. It was really nice.
भाई बट ये लोगों का ये जो
Beautifully done,
पैनल है ना
beautifully
जिसमें लगे
done.
ये
I
जो
mean, man,
एनालिस्ट
RH
वगैरह जिस
starting
तरीके से
off
बेट खोलते
strong.
हैं
So
ये
many
काफी लो
different
एंड लो एंड
things to
फील करता
talk
मालूम है
about,
चीज का
but that's
अभी भाई
it
इंडिया
for
में देख लो
Rondo.
एनालिस्ट
Next
वगैरह
up, we're
किस
gonna
तरीके से
go
बैठ के बोलते हैं
into
तो इट्स काइंडा
Airgale,
डिफरेंट
Max.
इन
And when it comes to
ग्लोबल
Airgale, right, we already saw some hot drops in Rondo. I know
अभी
that
आपने
we're
देखो
gonna
अपने हर्ट
possibly
चुक्स
have
भाई
some
को देख
ones
लो
here
भाई
in the
की
big map of
20%
Airgale.
बॉडी भी नहीं
Which
आ रही
ones
लेकिन
do you think
कैमरा
are
पे
gonna happen
फोकस
here,
करो
Max?
भाई का
I'm a
लाइक
bit
इतना
scared
ये
about
बस उनका कैमरा
Virtus
इतना आ रहा है
Pro
ठीक है
and Alpha
तो ये वाला
7
चीज
because
है
they both drop in George Pole / Lipovka. Also, they
तो वो चीज
drop
नोटिस कर
in
सकते हैं आप
Mill to Power for Virtus Pro, so there could be a little bit of a clash there. But the main one, I think that me and Niptro are both going to be heavily paying attention to moving forward, is going to be GS Team hot dropping APG
ओ भाई
in military base because they kept doing it during the scrims.
जीएस वर्सेस एपीजी हो सकता है क्या अगले मैच अभी अपना इरांगल में
But they might.
बातचीत तो हो रही है
I really hope they don't, because like we discussed yesterday, right, while we were
पहले
watching
बात
that,
कर
it's
रहे
like,
थे कि
if you
रिएक्शन
want to go and
तक
hot drop
रिएक्शन
another
दो
team that
करो
maybe
दूसरे
has just switched to
किस चीज
that
पे रिएक्ट करूँ
position
बताओ कुछ अच्छी
because
चीज
of
रहना अपन
PMGC,
रिएक्ट
then
करें जी
fine. But you don't hot
इज
drop
देयर एनीथिंग वी कैन
APG
रिएक्ट ऑन इट
in the location
ये
they
इस पे
have
रिएक्ट
had
करते हैं चलो
for
जब तक
The Great KFC Festival has a pizza meal.
भाई अभी लाइक मैं रिएक्शन करने लगा हूँ लाइक वॉच पार्टी भाई मेरे को अभी प्रीमियम लेना पड़ेगा यूट्यूब का चलो अपना ओजी का डॉक्यूमेंट्री है कैसे
जैसे सर्विस नहीं दे रहा है वैसे काम तो नहीं दे रहा है तो जाओ DMIC में परफॉर्म करना है
बट कुछ भी बोलो यार ये जो
वरना
स्पोर्ट्स
आईजीएल
एथलीट्स की
मारेगा
जो
वो
स्ट्रगल
मेरी
होती है
रिकॉर्डिंग
ना
कर रहे हैं मैं इधर बैग उठाने
नेक्स्ट
वाला
लेवल
हूँ
होती है
आपने उठा लिया
तो मेरा पहला इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट होने वाला था DMIC जिसमें काफ़ी सारी इंटरनेशनल टीम्स आने वाली थी 4 कोरिया से एंड 4 जापान से तो उनके अगेंस्ट खेलने के लिए एंड उनसे इन रियल लाइफ मिलने के लिए भी मैं बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड था
8 टीम्स जो बाहर से आ रही है उनके लिए मतलब उनके प्ले स्टाइल पे हमने थोड़ा बहुत स्टडी किया था हम लोग सब इन्जॉय कर रहे थे मतलब हम लोग को ऐसा था कि इन्जॉय करेंगे वाला टूर्नामेंट बहुत सारी चीज़ सीख के जाएंगे और जितना अपना 100% दे सकते हो उतना देंगे हम पहुँच चुके थे और क्राफ्टन ने हमें कुछ टोकन दिया है इसमें लेज है कोक है और ये मेरा और ये जब मैंने देखा कि वहाँ पे बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर ऑलरेडी आ चुके थे और हेलो हाई कर रहे थे तब एक अलग सी वाइब हुई कुछ नया एक्सपीरियंस करने मिला था मेरे को
अरे
लगा
मैच
था
अपना
कि
मैच
ये
स्टार्ट हो रहा है क्या
लोग थोड़ा
चलो मैच
आइसोलेटेड
मैच
सा
नंबर 2
रहते
भी
हैं
स्टार्ट हो रहा
लेकिन
है अपन
बहुत सारे
इसको
प्लेयर्स ऐसे थे
ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री
उनमें
पूरा
जो
देखेंगे बाद में जो भी लाइक अपना है तो अभी अपन फोकस करते हैं
And
मैच
making
पे
that switch.
Yeah, I am
Irangal
too,
is about
because it
to
really
be
plays
started,
into their
I guess.
edge style, their edge play style, right? They like to wrap around the edge and control as the game gets later
चलो
and later. And so to go center when all the other teams also, a lot of
वोल्फ
teams
ने
also
मार लिया
play
पहला
center in
मैच
this lobby. So
लेट्स सी
to land
सेकंड मैच
center and
कौन
then
लेके
try to
जाता
play
है
edge is going to be too much of a hassle, and you're probably going to get caught out early. So it's really nice to see them move to a more of an edge position on the map, and so then they can actually play how they want to play a lot easier.
Yeah, you can see these players locked, loaded, ready to go here into Airgale.
चलो
Are we
अपना
going to
इरांगल
see
भी
those
स्टार्ट
hot
होने वाला है
drops? Military
लेट्स
base is
होप
going to get crazy, and it's.
ओजी
I mean, it
ये
still
मैच चिकन
just
निकाले
freaks me out
मेरा
every single
प्रेडिक्शन
time.
तो
'Cause
देखो
I'm
भाई
like,
हर
why are
मैच
we
ओजी
dealing
होने
with
वाला
this?
है देखो
There's so much
सीरियसली मैं
room. We
बता
could
रहा हूँ
easily have a team go Novo, loot half the place, and be fine with it, but they're going
GS
to crack
versus
away
APG
at
भी
it
हो
no
सकता है
matter
अभी
what, you know? Now, we got some other teams, other players here that I definitely want to talk about, right? We didn't get to really talk about at the top of the show about DK, right, Max? And I know Nerzed joining them has been a really, really big improvement for them. What do you think about that?
I really like the way Nazed has been
आयुषी
playing
जी
with the
वेलकम टू
team
द
during
स्ट्रीम
Kim
क्या हाल है
Salmina.
कैसे
He
हो
was
आप
so
वाह
impactful.
वाह
But
अदनान
also
यार ये
not just
करना
solo
पड़ता है
carry.
यार
Very
लाइक
clearly, it's the
मैं
entire team
सोचा
putting up some
एपीजी
really
पे
good results.
6000 मेरी
Berlin,
चलो डन
Kevin,
थी
Nazed,
अगर
Ragnarok,
एपीजी नहीं
everyone's
मारी
doing
चिकन तो
fantastic in their games. Safety also, of course. And I do think it's
बस वो
still a
बताओ
slow
मेरे को
process because adding a player as experienced as Nazed in this team,
भाई
it's
मेरा
still taking
प्रेडिक्शन
time
तो
for
देखो
them to
ओजी है
adapt
सेकंड
because
मैच
they have a completely different
क्योंकि
meta,
इरांगल
right? From when
अच्छा
he was
खेलते
in
हैं वो लोग
CSA, now joining the MENA region.
और आई
They've
गेस
had
अभी
time now since PMSL MENA, sorry,
I guess
and now
रोक
going
नहीं
into the
जाएगी वो
tournaments,
जी
I
मैच
feel
में
like that
लगता
synergy
है
is going to be
क्योंकि
even
ड्रॉप
stronger.
क्लासेस बहुत है ना
And
जितना
if
मुझे
that's
पता
the
है वो
case,
लोगों ने
maybe we
ड्रॉप
could see
चेंज
a
किया
MENA
है
team make it to the
या
finals.
कुछ
I
तो
feel like
सीन
that's the region
लेट्स
a
सी
lot of
देखते हैं
people
अभी
are looking at. That
Yeah.
might not have any teams to represent them in the finals, but if any of them is going to make it, I think GK is definitely one of those squads that I'm going to be paying very close attention to.
Yeah, and I also think that maybe in PMGC, in a global lobby, they're actually going to be a little bit more comfortable because now Nerzed is able to bring that global experience that he has to the team and forge the team as it needs to be, you know, tweaked or whatever, right? Whereas going into the regionals, they were still playing as a regional team a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if that experience, if that
मेरे को तो
influence
इसका
is going to actually
ABCD भी
make them
नहीं
have a
मालूम
better
अदनान
time
भाई
at
यार इसमें ये ऐसी चीज है ना कि
Yeah, I
देखो
mean, it's
इसका
always
ना
good to
ऑलमोस्ट
see.
लोगों को नहीं
There's so
पता है,
many
मेरे को भी
different
उतना
roster
नॉलेज है नहीं
changes. There's so
इंटरनेशनल
much
सर्किट
things
का।
happening right now.
बट ये है
But
ना कि
it all
ओजी अभी
comes
अपनी
down
गई
to
है तो
this,
मैं
guys.
बोला
There's
कि
only
भाई अब तो
7
करना ही करना
slots
है।
to be
दैट
able
इज
to
द ओनली
head towards
रीजन
the
कि
grand
मैं
finals. And
मैंने
if
सोचा
you
कि ये
do
करते
not
हैं।
get there, oh
मैं
man, it's
जीता तो
going to
तुम
be a
6000
tough
देना, नहीं
battle
तो
in the group
मैं
stage. We got 10 seconds
भाई
left
ये
to go.
पॉइंट
These
लगा दिए
guys are
तुम,
getting
पॉइंट लगा
locked and
दिए। मैं
loaded.
समझ रहा हूँ भाई
We
सब
are
सब समझ आ रहा है
headed
मेरे को। देखो
into Erangel
मैं
for the
तुम
first time.
अगर आप जीते तो भाईगन पूरे 6000, अगर मैं जीता तो 6 पॉइंट के आगे तुम भाईगन लगा रहे क्या? तुम 6 रुपीज भेजना बोल के सोच रहे क्या मेरे को? ये देखो भाई, ये चालबाजी इधर नहीं चलती, ठीक है? चलो अपना मैच 2 स्टार्ट होने वाला है। लेट्स गो भाई, ये मैच ओजी। वैसे स्ट्रीम लैग वैग तो कुछ भी नहीं है ना अभी तक। एपीजी मिलिट्री जाएगी आई गेस। एपीजी वर्सेस जीएस हो रहा है क्या? जीएस ने भी जम कर दिया भाई। ड्रॉप फाइट आई गेस, मजा आएगा भाई। लेट्स गो। एपीजी वर्सेस जीएस। यारी समझ रही नहीं, एक नंबर आ रही डन सी। फैज भाई तुम्हारी चालबाजी सब समझ रहा हूँ मैं ही।
Got a feed again, Blank, and I think we're into Erangel. I don't know about you, but we'll see.
फेरी फेर गई
I
है
think we're all good.
एपीजी वर्सेस
Okay,
जीएस।
well, here we go. What's life without a little bit of a thrill here as we get a little
लेट्स
bit
गो
of a
भाई,
hot drop as
ड्रॉप
well.
फाइट
Okay,
ये
down on the south side, GS and Alpha.
अब आएगा मजा।
Gonna continue to scrap this one out. Let's see who's going to get the better end of the stick here. Hop in through the window from Doc and actually finds an
अबे डॉक
AKM.
नॉक हो गया।
DBS though in the hands of D3S. That's going to be nasty. Fortunately,
Does
Doc's
1
down as
HP.
well. Alpha Gaming actually definitely on the back foot of this as
अपर
Reefus takes a
एडवांटेज
lick
एपी के
down the
लिए
hall.
जीएस के पास।
Yes.
डॉक को
GS.
डाल दिया पूरा।
Not a bad start for them. APG were fighting over this in the test matches as well. It's interesting to see this one come back again. So this was a little engagement that was taking place multiple times during scrims. Looks like it wasn't one to conclude too quickly. And both teams kind of were going back and forth on this. APG were winning a couple of times. GS were winning a couple of times themselves. So
क्या
it
सर्कल
really
है
was
भाई?
undecided who would be able to take this one.
पूरा नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न
You
सर्कल
also
है।
got Geeke over
ये
towards
सर्कल आई गेस
Noya
या तो
as
शूटिंग
well.
रेंज
So
के साइड में जाएगा,
it's certainly
या तो फिर
certainly a
थोड़ा सा
difficult
क्या बोलते हैं ना,
scenario
जॉर्जियो
now
साइड
for
भी आ
APG
सकता है।
as well as GS.
जॉर्जियो
Who's going to
सिटी
be
के
winning
थोड़ा
off
सा
the back of
ऊपर।
this one? I mean, APG down to 3 players, GS still at 4. So the ball is in their court realistically.
No recall
Zioil की
beacons
पोजीशन
for Doc
रिबिल्ड नहीं है
this
I guess।
time around. Ziol biding his time. Reefus ticking up slowly on the stims.
यहाँ से थोड़ा सा हार्ड है भी एपीजी
Puts
के
the
लिए।
pin back in the nade.
3 मैन बचे हैं वो लोग, एक तो हीलिंग्स भी कम है वो
Missteps a
लोगों के
lot
पास।
more costly here on Erangel, obviously. Taking that recall beacon away. Alpha 7 far flung from the thick of it right now over towards Lipovka, heading up towards the north. And given the circle, I think that's probably the right choice. The circle did pop all the way up to shooting range. Long road for these two teams. They need to conclude pretty soon if they want to get in with a chance of actually having a decent shot to the circle.
जीएस के जाफर भाई पूरा फ्लैंक मार चुके हैं अभी।
It's definitely a long journey, and there's no
ये
recall
बंदा
beacons
बहुत
anymore
गलत सरप्राइज दे सकता है एपीजी को।
to assuage those problems. APG is kind of stuck here now too, because you can't really make the backstep over towards the hillside behind them, very exposed. Once you move out that way, GS, all they have to do is head over towards the roof and start taking shots. So APG's sort of locked into this fight. It's a long journey up north as well, with the circle setting up over towards shooting range. It's unideal.
अभी यहाँ पे होल्ड गेम प्ले चलेगा ज्यादा से ज्यादा।
Ziol. He's been hiding behind this wall for a while now. I don't know if they know about it, but if they get up to that high ground, they will. Can't really move up to the roof. It's just so exposed, and you don't really know fully where Reefus is. Nade from B3S. I think they know he's behind the wall now. Long nade. Don't think that tagged too much damage, but Zyol had to reposition and the footsteps give it away. They know where they're playing now. A stunner out wide to slow down a push that didn't come through for GS. And Alpha Gaming still just holding, playing as 3. Top off in the distance as well.
But अभी के लिए needs भी कम है लोगों के पास. एक और need कर रहा है.
Just at bay. Time and time again, it feels like every single time GS is stepping forwards. Well, they're just getting rebuffed.
It's very much a stalemate fight. And again, it's one of those things where APG has to commit to this now, where if GS want to keep dropping on them over towards military, then APG need to make it as hellish as possible going forward. If you want to keep dropping here, we won't leave. Even if you take down one of us, we will remain, and we're going to make your lives very tough. Which is a bit of a stubborn approach, but I think APG and stubbornness go hand in hand anyway.
Yeah, I think that's...
It's the start of the tournament. So they've got plenty of time to convince other teams not to come here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to get up towards the top 7 in Gauntlet, which really is the ultimate goal of these teams here, they do need to try and get that one shifted a little bit further down the pipeline as fast as possible in the next 3 days.
ऐसे situations में APG and GS
दोनों
को नुकसान होगा अभी.
Of these days,
जितना वो लोग delay करेंगे और hard होने वाले वो लोगों
the grassy pastures. Taking a look at the points right now, I mean, R8 with 13, which is crazy on that first match, despite going down fairly early on in the overall standings. I think it was 6th or 7th or something on the placements. Virtus Pro and Thunder Talk just a little bit ahead of that. And the fact that Alpha 7 got 9 in the end boggles the mind. Kara moving parallel now to the so-called hometown heroes right now. Certainly the only representative from the hometown in the Gauntlet stage. We'll be seeing Vampires in the finals as well. But Irina going to be moving alongside Kara.
कारा का रोटेशन जा रहा है इधर. ये का सोलो प्लेयर है आई गेस. ये थोड़ा सा अलग है और इनके बाकी के प्लेयर्स थोड़ा पीछे
पीछे हैं. Watching this unfold, they pass on by, which isn't great to be honest with you for E-Arena. I think I would have rather have got moving a little bit early with Kara taking.
Geek का भी रोटेशन जा रहा है. ओ भाई ये गाड़ी यार, ये गाड़ी जिन पे भी होती है इन पे बहुत एडवांटेज होती है.
That's going to block off E-Arena when
they
start to come through. VP also will be making a bit of a rotation over towards the north side. Round style, but likely APG regress over towards GS.
वगैरह तो बिल्कुल है ही नहीं APG पे.
Reefus with the pump action. Alpha Gaming taking a little bit more ground back under control in the long building, but they left a backstop in the cupboard there, and 2 players go down immediately as well. It's getting turned around, it's getting traded off. It's chaos on the inside here, Blank, but Alpha Gaming managing to stand tall amongst it. The pushback in has worked. They are making it hellish indeed. There's Jafar now, the last player to stand for GS. Spots Reefus, duck it down behind the box, and has to head up the stairs instead to stay safe. The blue zone is ticking away. It's slow, but it's there. The dropout from Jafar into a 1 versus 1 now, and Alpha Gaming and GS still toe-to-toe in C block. The bomb action through the window. He gives them the do-si-do and puts them back in the lamp.
I mean, the one tap as well is pretty impressive.
Guys, यही इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स में ना यही खासियत है. वो लोग सिचुएशन को इस तरीके से टर्न करते हैं और तो इतना क्विक ये होता है वो लोग का.
They do lose a lot for it, only 4 elims and only 2 players remaining off the back. Thunder Talk over towards the north side compound, just the west of Severny. I actually don't mind this position at all, quite like it.
Circle अभी center oriented जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से. Let's hope कैसे जाता है.
A lot of capability for maneuvers later on.
Center oriented आ गए. OG circle में भी rotate कर रही है OG. I guess वो लोग भी थोड़ा सा center की तरफ जाना चाहेंगे.
But DRX is currently playing on the dead trees. Zaki for Alpha 7 is an interesting one.
They started a little
bit. They have been cowed.
Well,
Geeky Sports, Ulf.
Fine. You know what? I mean, they sent there early, right? And they're going to have to play from that northwest side. Geeky moving on in on the east edge with Ulf. Just to their south, up in the hills, you can see the ridge lines, the trees, the terrain play here will inevitably be incredibly crucial. As DRX look to regroup, Alpha 7 poking their noses in too, but Carrillo, he's turned away. Spots too much danger for his liking. Waits for the rest of the team.
A7 versus DRX नहीं होगा I guess. TT का भी rotation जा रहा है इधर बाजू से ही.
It's a good time for Alpha 7 to move. I mean, You said it's starting.
शूटिंग रेंज के
Moved
आसपास
over
घूम रही है
towards
सारी
here.
टीम से.
You're getting a lot of value off the back of this one with the circle moving over towards that western side. Geek currently on our screens. Moving through the center of the circle, but no real position to stay right now.
DRX next choice. अरे फैज भाई
finally
by
made
the
that
way मैं
move
भूल ही गया
from
कि
the
ABG का
western
चिकन आ रहा
coast.
था भाई.
They are on the south side. Kara is still posing
भाई
a bit of a
hashtag 16
threat
पे
to
गई
them.
आपकी टीम.
Being a little bit annoying,
DRX
but
अभी
Marcel
चलो
having to
DRX
swim
भी
here
देखते हैं
does
क्या
give
करेगी. चलो
free
अभी ये
reign
भी देख
now
लेते
for
हैं आपका
E
second
Arena
choice.
to push over towards that eastern side. Potentially even past
Kara
the
का
Xavier.
Marcel
Kind
I
of like
guess.
their split. 2 and 2 across
भाई
the
की
road
जिंदगी
side.
खतरे में इधर अभी.
Tucked in over towards the hillside on the east.
ड्रॉप लूट कितना ID7 ने ड्रॉप लूट दिया.
I'm confused about what Marceau's doing right now. Because Kara have got control of the
RCB
bridge fully. He just fancied a swim.
OG आ रही
He
है
wanted to
इधर.
go back to the last game.
OG
He was
का
like,
रोटेशन
"Oh,
भी आ रहा है.
we went in
काफी
the
क्लोज
final
है ये लोग भी.
circle. I want to be in there. Nah, just
RCB
get
versus
on to
OG.
North George. Come on. Kick up
Might
the
be
pace.
possible.
Regnum Kaya, they are slap bang center, but they're in a bit of a divot here with a lot of
अभी के लिए तो
oversight
मस्त
from on the
एकदम होल्ड कर रहे हैं
surrounds.
RCB वाले.
It's going to be difficult to move away from this, but
Virtus Pro
it's
लास्ट
very
में चिकन
central,
लेके गई
which
है.
is the
लेट
big
रोटेट करते
positive
हुए अभी
of
के
that
लिए.
spot. They'll be able to play on from there. The DXavier 2-2 split to their south flank as well is a big threat to them, but could be a bit difficult for DXavier to hold. We'll see if they have more success than they did against Thundertalk from the last match.
Honestly, I loved the Thundertalk gameplay from that last match. And I think that it is definitely difficult to deal with a team that is very coordinated like that. I want to see more from them. I mean, 15 points already is a really, really good start. And for Thundertalks to get into that
मेरे
top
को लगता है
7
ये
will be a
सर्कल
big
ना अभी
boon
सेंटर
for their
ओरिएंटेड आया था ना. मेरे
region.
को लगता है ये सर्कल या तो लेफ्ट जाएगा या तो राइट जाएगा. आई
Alpha
गेस
7
मैं
starting to
प्रेडिक्ट
cross
करूंगा
from that field
मेरे हिसाब
on
से ये
the
सर्कल
western
जाएगा.
side, but
भाई,
still
सदन
really
से पूरा
difficult
सदन
to
आ गया
determine
भाई.
where you want to play
Hard
on
shift.
this circle. It's
मेरे
not
को predict
amazing
करने से
spots
पहले ही
all
सर्कल आ गया.
around. I think even
चलो
moving down
इसी
this
बात पे मेरी
way,
prediction गलत तो नहीं हुई.
very, very tough to find decent spots to play now. I think a lot of teams
रोजो
are
के
going to
अराउंड
shift over
अराउंड बनाए
towards that
पूरा
western
सर्कल
side, try and play the east
TT
edge
versus
of
VP.
Georgia Pole. Burst Pro up against Thundertalks once
VP का भी
again,
player
like you
खत्म है.
said, sighting
Third
does
party
go
हो रहा है
down,
इनपे.
but
Geek वाले मार
for
रहे
their troubles, they're at least able to find one.
They're able to get... Oh, Virtus Pro able to claim a point there.
TT का एक और बंदा नॉक हो गया. अरे जॉर्ड भाई, we've got
Thundertalk not
let's
so
go.
lucky, and IQ are tagging onto the back as well. King going down, should be flushed out. Going to be real
Wolf
tricky
का
to
एक
make that
बंदा
one
knock
work.
finish हो गया.
Reckon Kaya holding
चलो
their
अपना
central
पहला
spot
kill
as
अपनी
well.
इधर भी खाता खुल
Defending
चुका
as
है
they
guys
move. Sorry,
अपना.
they're not holding. They sent all the way down to the south coast. Goodness me. Okay, a big rotate
Discord
coming
तो दे
through
रहा है भाई.
in the midst of it. They give up the position a bit further up the hill and instead take control of the roadsides blank, which slither through the middle of this next circle. A lot of control for Regnum Kaya still.
A7 रोटेट करते हुए भी के लिए.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about Regnum Kaya other than that initial push from last game.
ये एज गेम प्ले खेल रहा है अभी के
But
लिए
definitely a
A7
team
वाले
that we are
ज्यादातर.
expecting big things from
DRX
in the
versus
future,
A7.
and already a very, very good position on this map to play around
But
with.
मुझे नहीं लगता
Across
अभी
the
fights के लिए
roadside,
interested है
it
कोई
is
भी
going to
team.
require a little bit of gusto from them to hold on to this spot, but I think that Regnum Kaya can make it happen.
DRX से रुक चुके हैं
R8
players.
currently playing box, which is not a bad position at all. I think for E Arena, it looks better than it actually is. Over on this south side, it's going to be kind of tough to move across that open ground, even past all four DXavier walls,
के
even holding
Levites
on
ने
that north
knock कर
side.
दिया.
So I think for E Arena, they may struggle slightly.
Number 7 trying to dodge the spray downs.
चलो
Looks
फिनिश ऑफ
successful
भी हो
for
गया
now.
मिल्की वे VP.
Kara
TT में
moving
अजय
in
देवगन.
from that
अरे वो
western
it's
side,
AJ
slowly
bro,
moving
that's not
through North
Ajay.
George. Marso did
But like
finally
अपने
get
खुशी
towed
अपने
off
इसके
after
लिए
his swim
अपन बोल
under the
सकते हैं
George
उसको
Bowl
अजय.
Bridge.
It's AJ.
And now they'll have to try and move further east with Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 in the way, though. That is going to be tricky, and the blue
चलो
zone
अभी VP
is
तो ये
starting
मैच
to
में
hurt
मैन
now
बच
into
ये
stage
2 मैन
3,
बच चुकी है तो वो
closing in
लोगों का तो चलो
39
ये
seconds
मैच
to
उतना ये
stage
नहीं है.
4.
बस अभी इतना
That's where it
आई
starts to
होप कि
become
भाई अगर
impossible to
OG का
play
चिकन आएगा ना तो वो लोग
inside
हैशटैग
that
1 पे आ
blue,
सकते हैं
and
डायरेक्ट.
They're kind of caught in the crux of it, Blank. I think
और इसमें
Kara
एक एक
not
मैच
known
से
for this
इतना
one.
क्वालिफिकेशन की तरफ जाते हैं ना क्योंकि टॉप 7
I
भाई
mean, they
उतना
didn't
ये
have
नहीं
a
है.
bad spot
18
to play
मैचेस में
around
भाई
with.
आपको
They
टॉप
even
7
got
रहना
ahead
है.
of the
तो अगर
issue
2-3 मैच
with
चिकन
E
मार
Arena.
लिए
Like
तो
the
भाई
initial
खत्म.
rotates from Kara were good.
क्वालिफाई.
Um,
लेट्स गो.
yeah, getting torn to pieces by
चलो
Virtus Pro a
यहाँ
little
पे
bit
देख
here
लिया
has
शॉटगन का
been
हमने.
pretty rough. East.
बट वो रेंज पे शॉटगन
should
भाई
be able to
अगर
get the
चोक होती है
plays
ना तो
back
एक
up in
बुलेट नहीं
action.
कनेक्ट होती उसकी सर्कल
Next move, right? What's the next step here? How do we move Knight
पूरा भाई
from
भाई भाई
here? Because I think that
पूरा
they're likely
साउथ
not taking
ईस्टर्न सर्कल
a win back of this one, and it is more checkmate on their side of things right now. Regnum Kaya pushing over
बहुत
towards the
हार्ड
bridge.
शिफ्ट आया सर्कल अब यहाँ पे
Actually,
फोर्थ सर्कल
unironically,
भी
a
आ
very
चुका है
good
यहाँ से एकदम
position.
अपनी
Looks
नॉन स्टॉप
bad.
भसड़ होगी
He's pretty good.
कारागा सीओ नॉक
I mean, yeah, right now it is.
अरे
brilliant cover,
कारागा सीओ
brilliant
फिनिश
hard
हो गया I
cover.
guess हाँ
The downside is that R8 are sort of
A7
just
versus
around the
DRX.
corner. Could be difficult if nades start to pour on through. In the meantime, this northwest side is getting treacherous. DRX moving on through, but now
Bad
for
Bulls भी
7
इधर ही है
clashing with them.
बट
They
यहाँ पे
stay
एक
back
चीज
from
है
the
ना कि
fight
जो
for
भी दो
quite a
टीम्स
while.
फाइट
They
लेंगी
moved
ना
all the way
उसमें
out to
दोनों का फायदा
Zaki,
नहीं
a
होगा क्योंकि
wide
यहाँ पे
wrap
थर्ड
from
पार्टी आ जाएगा
Abovka.
तुरंत
And now they're starting
इंस्टेंट
to
A7
push
के रनओवर हो
towards the
गया
circle.
ऑब्सक्योर
Kara
नॉक
spreading out in a line behind them might prove to be a difficult obstacle. And Obscure going down means DRX are starting to turn
चलो
the tides of this fight. A second knock found as well. And really not too much
दोनों
damage seen
दोनों
in
पे डाल
response
दिए
towards
A7 के
DRX.
I mean, that's one way to do it, right? Is if you can't
see-
quite see your target, you just blindly spray through the smoke and typically gets the job done. I think for Kara, they're so far on the outside of the circle that, yeah, it was only a matter of time before this started to happen. DRX still trying to put the pain on over towards Alpha 7.
भाई
Grease out,
आतंकी बाजी को
moving off in
रनओवर
the
कर दिया किसी
distance. Tanky
Finish
gets taken
भी-
down. Quick jump into the vehicle
भी कर
from
दिया शायद
DRX.
से तो।
Can say slightly low, but
ओजी
it's
तकरीबन
healing.
बची है
I do think for Regnum Kari, it's not actually that bad between them and R8 because the chances,
कारा के प्लेयर जोन से नॉक खा रहे हैं
right now at least, I think the chances that R8 leaves box and the relative
चलो,
safety
A7
of those
A7 का
outside
last man।
windows right here
चलो, A7
to
बाहर
take
ही इसी के
shots
साथ।
or nades down towards Regnum Kari, very slim. I think for Regnum Kari actually working pretty well in tandem with R8.
यार
Ooh,
लास्ट
Ragnarok
मैन बचे ओजी
doing a lot of work for Geeke there as well on that northeast side. IQ
रनओवर में आ गया यार
cut
अपने
down.
प्लेयर्स
Still going with a little
तो
bit more
position
gas
भी
in the
ऐसी थी
tank,
ना
but you
वो-
don't imagine that they've got too much more for Orangutan. It is going to be
आरू द लास्ट
a
मैन
difficult
स्टैंडिंग
move now with one player left. Marso's in as well, but he's taking fire from across the way. I think that's Thunder Talk. I think that may be Regnum Kaya if they step up on that south side that they've managed to move out for an
आरजी का
outpost
लॉक्सी
with.
दे सकते हैं आरू को
Loxy, I mean, he spotted this
नॉक
cross.
खा लिया
This is
बट ये
oh,
पोजीशन बहुत
nice
ये
little
है यार
pick
यहाँ
up
पे
there.
ऑलरेडी
Little bit
बंदों को
too
पता है
bold
वो
from
कहीं ना
Loxy,
कहीं से
in fact,
एंगल
there.
यहाँ पे
It's
मिल
R8 spotted him
जाएगा
on
लेट्स
an
होप
off
कि देखते हैं यहाँ से भी पोजीशन आ जाए तो बढ़िया है
Don't really know why he pushed out so far. He wants to take down the struggler there from Orangutan, but it's not meant to be.
Mad Bulls भी
Big
बाहर इसी के
Savior,
साथ
do you remove Mad Bulls? Only 4 elims this game.
उल्फ वर्सेस वीपी
Be taken down. Virtus Pro currently
पूरा
playing on the
sandwich कर
bridge
दिया
alongside on
VP
that
के boards
western
को।
edge, but Ulf
चलो
has
इसी के
something to say
साथ
about
वुल्फ
Aaron
भी
here.
बाहर
This team's
11
actually
teams बची
really
है
quite strong.
फोर सर्कल भी
I think
he's
that
about
we
to
haven't
be
seen
end
all that much out of Ulf recently, but Aaron does get clipped by the circle, and like you say, in stage 4 here will start to hurt quite a bit more than a zap, more like a proper taser on that side of things.
Yeah,
ये
gets
सर्कल पे
flushed
डिपेंड
out as
करेगा
well.
कि किसका
Couldn't
चिकन
quite
होगा ये
make
मैच
it. Couldn't quite make the run. Ulf
बट
now
इसमें
a
काफी
player
सारी टीम्स
down,
3-4
not
मैन बची हैं
ideal,
अभी
but they are on the Kobe. They
चलो
way towards their
नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न
advantage.
सर्कल हो चुका है
It's
अपना
going back up to that northern side blank. That gives the position for DX on the buildings a bit of potential here.
आरू भाई
and they
still
were
surviving by the way
able to a lot of that area
R8 next choice
and play that ridge line
फैज
potentially
भाई
further
भाई
towards the south.
सुधर जाओ
This
कितने
could be a
प्रेडिक्शन करते भाई
pretty
ये काम
solid
करो
spot
16 में से 16
moving
टीम का
forward
प्रेडिक्शन
for
कर लेके
DX.
बैठ जाऊं
Xavier is
ये
the
टीम का ही
lead
16 पे
that is
बाद में
going to
ये
be
बाद में वो
difficult. No one really tested on the north, so maybe that's going to give them an opening.
साउंड गया भाई
It's
चलो
nice
आगे
the circle does come over from the south and heads up, and DX Xavier
बट
do
जीएस
have a
वालों ने
fairly
एक्सेप्शनल खेला है
strong
भाई इधर
spot to work with.
गीक नेक्स्ट चॉइस आए भाई तुम भाई एस पावर
I'm
थोड़ी
gonna
है
try and
फैज भाई
see
आप एस पावर थोड़ी हो
remove
भाई
GS.
जो इतनी टीम चेंज कर रहे हो ये वर्सेस जीएस
GS3 on the backside of this building. They're
easy
being
मारेगी
very
ये,
vigilant
four
doing
man
this
है
one out, by the way.
और जीएस 2 मैन बची है अबे
There's
भाई
only two
क्या
players.
नेड यार
I mean, they have
ग्रेनेडियर
to
भाई
be
खुद
one to
को नॉक
wrap
कर
around
लिया
towards that north side. 2 good grenades, but no dice on that.
Joker crawling back to Sakura.
चलो नॉक कर दिया
Find this res. Jafar not quite in
Last man
position, and
बचा
a big nade from Tony K gets that knock.
अभी
and almost
पोजीशन के
immediately
लिए
gets the
जाएगा
flush
अपना
there.
जीएस का लास्ट प्लेयर
Well, nicely found. Sakura gets that res, and E-Arena playing on now as 4, but they have to move up to the coastline here and into the waiting arms of R8 of Regnum Kaya. Mormon makes first approach and will get immediately backed off the angle. I think Marso's chiming in there as well.
आरू भाई
This is a really difficult rotate for E-Arena.
एकदम जॉन सीना वाला ये करके बैठे एकदम you can't see me करके.
If they can regroup on Mormon, sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Like you say, it's a tough rotate for them to make. Wolves now wrapping on Xavier on that northwest side. Let's see if Xavier are able to
Geek और Wolf.
hold them off.
ये चार टीम
down the line of
survive कर रही है.
shields. It's a pretty good regroup.
दोनों को लो कर दिया साइलस ने. I guess अभी knock होंगे. एक तो knock होगा अभी.
Honestly, an air burst might have done the trick there. Silas has to do it all himself once again. With the double. Fantastic stuff. Zed Wolves goes a little bit too high, but Silas really throws the dazzler.
Sometimes the old dog doesn't need new tricks, just play
two-man बचे एक player इनका पीछे.
what you know, and the nade on target is brilliant for Silas. One of the longest standing veterans of the PUBG Mobile scene on the global stage. No one really has more experience than him.
VPP बाहर.
That's going to calm the nerves. Marth sprayed down towards Mormon. And E-Arena, I mean, I said I'd be surprised to see them make it unscathed. They did make it, but they were not unscathed after that. Silas saw to it, and now two of them have fallen, but they do manage to get into the next circle.
Good nade from Coops from up on high over towards Xavier. It's a good opening. And after that, instantly Doran's in as the front man from Romania. Very, very good stuff that he can bring to the table. Has always been a fantastic fragger, and now on a team that can really utilize his performance.
Two players from Wolves down. They managed to get an opening too, but that is not going to be enough there. It seems like Xavier can't hold off these pushes. Thundertalk, and now Wolves have been able to take advantage of positions that seem very, very strong. And with Wolves being able to pick up those three elims, now Geek are going to try and capitalize. One player does stay down. Doran is back up to his feet with a nade in hand. I'm surprised he's not going for that heal. There's that first knock, and Wolves look to hold off in a solid fashion where Xavier could not. Coops, I think he wanted to hop out the window there. Maybe a little bit too slow. Second time's a charm, but Hixord goes down on the sideline. Three players fall on the approach, but three in response, and it's up to Doran versus Saf. And now pushing onto the outside there. Doran loses one of his teammates. They are flushed away. Opens up for the door frame, but will be blasted back off its hinges.
Safji underneath. Ooh, trying to make his way back up the stairs here. Like you say, Doran all down to him now. Nade in hand. This has to be a golden throw. And will head further down the stairs. Has one more to try and make it happen. Quick switches between the weapons. But teammates are starting to bleed out. Safji realizes he's just going to go for those elimination points. Pick those up where he can. Doran jumps out the window. Goes for a similar scenario. Takes down the entire team between the two of them.
G has to go for the reload there, but he's managed to get it in time. Oh no, the off angle comes through as well, and forced into the fight. He wasn't ready for it. Wolves fall, nobody can hold these buildings.
But यहाँ पे बहुत मस्त डिफेंड करा था Wolves, but end time पे थोड़ा सा वो हो गया.
It's going to make their approach really tough. They're playing now as two players on that northern side. Regnum Kaya still in a great spot, and R8 as well, having a second really strong game to open the tournament.
R8 4-man है अभी. R8 ये अभी के लिए अगर देखोगे ना तो RCB versus R8 ये दो टीम्स ही है जो 4-man survive कर रही है.
I said it was unsurprised. I think they're a team that's improved a lot over the years. They have remained steadfast between one another, so I do think they deserve
आरू भाई अभी भी ना एकदम से
all the prestige that they're requiring.
जॉन सीना बन के बैठे हैं. Let's hope कि भाई top 3 तक आ जाए अपन.
Shot from Marth over towards Saf as he attempts to leave that position. Will explode on the vehicle there.
Guys, एक बात तो माननी पड़ेगी. आरू भाई देखो बंदे का दिमाग तो है भाई. IQ is
tries to make a move out. Marth's got his eyes
that way too. और वहाँ पे
don't quite have his number
उस तरीके से survive करना भाई किसी मिराकल से
कम नहीं है. Not quite on the beat fully, unfortunately. Kevin gets a little bit further forwards. R8 regroup back down to the compound.
Already position के 2 points मिल गए अपने को. तो ये मैच भी अगर ये मैच अगर अपने को 6-7 पॉइंट पे आते हैं ना भाई, which will be too good.
Circle definitely north leaning, but Regnum Kaya have been holding this 2-2 split for a while. They like these river splits. They've played quite significantly on them in these sorts of situations. And they played them pretty well in the past. And they're looking to do just the same here. Mormon still alive for E-Arena.
ये सर्कल तो ऊपर जाएगा,
Tony K
कंफर्म
as
ऊपर
well,
जाना चाहिए
off
सर्कल को
on
ये.
that western side. The 2 players left for the team from Thailand.
चलो ऊपर तो नहीं है, बट पूरा ये आ गया ये. Western circle आया.
Towards the west. Still has a lot of water in this one as well, so getting flashbacks over
ये लोग
towards
की फाइट हो
Rondo
जाए, आरू
now.
भाई टॉप 3 तक आ जाए भाई, मजा आ जाए.
Rondo talks with their singular player looking to pump the placement points a little bit with their 18
आरू
from
भाई
their
के पास स्टिल
last
जोन है
game.
वैसे थोड़ा सा एज.
Very obvious someone's in here, at least. Marth again really not leaving Kevin alone.
चलो केविन गीक भी बाहर.
Despite asking multiple times,
कितने निकाले
Prestige gets an off
गीक ने?
angle on it
10
and
पॉइंट
will
निकल
pick
गए
him
गीक
up.
के.
As the circle moves further towards that western side, Regnum Kaya get more and more of the advantage here. But I think that both Silas as well as Zedwolf know they need to have a very, very strong hold towards the south side, because this is the position that's going to allow them to take on R8 when they do eventually try and move in. But with E-Arena still around this area, that's what Silas as well as Zedwolf are definitely most worried about.
आरू भाई, let's go आरू भाई. What a player, what a IGL, what a player भाई.
Almost cost Loxy his life to try and pick that point up. See how much
Truly
longer they can
unbelievable.
survive. R8 making that western push, the real big maneuver that
टॉप
has to
5 पे आ
happen
चुके हैं
here.
हम लोग. मतलब इजीली
question
यहाँ
is
से अगर
when.
यहाँ से भी अगर
Question is
एलिमिनेट
what
होते
do
ना
they
तो
need
कितने
to get in
पोजीशन के
place
3 पॉइंट्स और किल का 1 पॉइंट
to
था
feel
अपना.
confident enough to go for this
तो
push.
4 पॉइंट्स तो आ चुके हैं
They
ये
get
मैच
pushed
में.
off that
और
rooftop
अपने
now.
को
They
अगर
have to
2 से
keep
3 पॉइंट्स
marching
भी आ जाते हैं ना
forwards.
तो
Regroup
बढ़िया
onto the
चीज है.
tower and
एवरेज
go
मैच
from
निकल
there.
जाएगा.
Rectum Kaya yet to really fully chime in with force. AJ being a bit of a thorn in the side here. You see, I think as soon as AJ goes down, if Zedwolf can find those shots with the Mini 14, I think that's when Rectum Kaya can really start to leverage this.
R8 सर्कल जाएगी अभी. चलो खत्म R8 यहाँ पे वीक पड़ेगी अभी.
All right, moving out, but Wild immediately finds the first shots on that one, which is
RCB
a
का
good
डिसीजन मेकिंग
pickup.
बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल है.
Looking behind him as well. I mean, very, very good awareness on this one, but minimal ammo to work with. No nades, realistically here. Orangutan still holding strong. R8 just about get themselves in a position to start sending nades, but Wild evades every single one of them. M79 out of the smokes now as E-Arena looks to move across. How is he not down? Goodness me.
Oh
चलो, इसी
dear,
के साथ
Tony
ये भी
K
बाहर.
takes a lot of damage as well, and it is going to be maintained on that south edge. Rectum Kaya now playing with 2 on that south side.
अभी 4v4
Don't
हो
go
गए यहाँ पे.
down as well. A knock there would have been really nasty
यहाँ
for
पे
them,
जो
but
टीम जीती उसका
they keep
चिकन
it
होगा
going.
मोस्टली तो.
Loxy,
अगर वो
close
लोग
to
ज्यादा
Marth,
मैन
close
लॉस
to
नहीं
Ida,
लेते.
close to Prestige.
अगर फिर समझो कि लास्ट प्लेयर बच गया तो
Still
फिर
just
खत्म.
with their solo representative as well. Just clinging on there. On the off angle, down under the
भाई नॉक
bridge.
कैसे नहीं हुआ भाई.
Playing down in the dark.
Accurate
Wild
hit, but Silas
somehow
knocked him.
doesn't go down to that nade. Felt like I went off right in his ear. And Prestige
RCB
strikes out towards the
three-man
south
बची है.
side. And Silas is going to fall. Zedwolf now needs to pick him back up as Marth
चलो भाई
continues
मार
to
रहा है
move
भाई
on
मार
over.
तो.
Spots a leg, spots
2
two,
मैन बची है.
and
यहाँ से
blocks
मेरे
the
को लग रहा है
shot,
कि R8
able to
स्ट्रांग
take
है
down
अभी. R8
Loxy.
निकल
Rectum
R8
Kaya
का चिकन है
faltering
मोस्टली
on
तो.
their hold now. They play too timid blank. They haven't been
चलो
allowed to do
खत्म
what
है.
they
R8
wanted
का
here.
चिकन है गाइस,
And
खत्म है.
Wild needs to stay alive but can't. Another nade. And there's a Mori finding the shots onto Silas.
अगर यहाँ
Zedwolf
से
now
R8 को
last
कोई
to
धप्पा
stand.
देगा ना,
Will
अगर
give it a
R8 का
good
लास्ट
go,
मैन
but it's
बचता है
not
तो
gonna be
आरू भाई
enough.
चिकन निकाल
Falls
सकते हैं
out.
अभी भी.
And
ये
Will
चीज भी
goes
देखो मैं
down.
बता रहा हूँ.
Rectum Kaya eliminated in fourth.
RCB बाहर. चलो
I
गाइस
can't
अपनी
believe
टीम
Rectum
टॉप 3
Kaya
आ
loses
चुकी है
that. I
भाई.
mean, they
टॉप
did
3.
everything
Let's
they
go, भाई.
needed to do, which was to take out E-Arena,
आरू
clear
भाई
some
लेट्स
space on
गो
that
आरू
side,
भाई.
and then push over
सैल्यूट
towards
है भाई
R8.
आपके
But
लिए.
R8 have really been putting on a clinic during this game. Very fantastic play from inside of box compound, never straying too far away from their safety. When it came down to it, this has been a really good hold in terms of
लगता है आरू भाई
playing
टॉप
from
2 भी
one
लेके आ
position to
सकते
the
हैं
next. Marth, oh my goodness me! I think he'll give his life for it, but you don't really care.
Bro,
My goodness
crazy
me,
कर
what
दिया
a
भाई. Crazy
stylish
कर
way
दिया
to
आरू भाई ने.
close
टॉप
that
2
out.
भाई.
R8,
Top
they were on the warpath in Rondo and they wanted more. A bigger slice of the
भाई साहब,
PMGC
crazy
pie.
भाई, crazy,
That is a
unbelievable.
massive game
Goosebumps
for
आ रहे हैं भाई
R8. They held the box compound and nobody could deal with
Let's
it.
go. आरू भाई
That
लेट्स
is
गो आरू
some
भाई 7
silly
पॉइंट
stuff.
निकाल
I mean,
दिया
I
आपने.
think I've seen Marth do
7
that
points आ गए
twice
अपने
this game,
रंगल
by
से
the
भी.
way.
जो मैच
But
अपने
you
को
don't
सिर्फ
expect
1
it in
पॉइंट आने
those
वाला
final
था भाई.
moments.
आरू
You
भाई
really do not
कितना
expect it in
हैशटैग
these
2 तक
final
लेके गए वो
moments.
मैच.
What a way to finish the game.
भाई
And Orangutan once again gets some decent placement points.
माइंड ब्लोइंग है जेल भाई. आरू द गोट, लेट्स गो भाई। एक नंबर खेला यहाँ पे आरू ने। आपने कितने हो गए? 9 प्लस कितने? 7 ना, तो 16 पे आ चुके हैं हम लोग। है कितने? 16 पॉइंट्स हो गए अपने टोटल। आरेट कैसा था प्रेडिक्शन? फैज भाई एक बात बताओ, आपका कितने नंबर वाला प्रेडिक्शन था? आपने एपीजी करा, ठीक है। एपीजी के बाद में आपने बोला कि एपीजी के बाद कोई तो टीम बोला था आपने, डीआरएक्स बोला, ठीक है। डीआरएक्स के बाद आपने बोला कोई तो टीम बोली आपने, रुको, डीआरएक्स के बाद कोई तो टीम बोली आपने, उसके बाद आपने बोला
R8 putting Mina
उसके बाद
on
आपने
the
बोला
map
आर
right
एट
there.
कुछ।
That is what I'm
देखो,
talking about. That
5वीं
finish,
टीम है
by the
भाई,
way. Oh
5वीं
my
टीम।
gosh,
ऐसे
Mark
तो मैं भी
onto
बोल दूं भाई,
AJ. That was one of the most disgusting ways
बट
to
देखो
end a
भाई
match.
आरू
These
दा
guys are
गोट
not
भाई,
messing around
आरू
in
भाई के
maps.
लिए भाई मैं तो
I
बोलता
can
हूँ
just hear Marth on
आरू
the
भाई के
Twitch just like,
फॉलोअर्स बढ़ा दो भाई।
Just like, let's send it. Let's try and get that. And it actually worked out. They get rid of AJ. They're like, wait, there's still someone alive, and it was Aru from Orangutan. But all right, given
चलो तब तक अपन अपनी डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखते हैं।
कि आके मिल रहे थे एंड जो कि हमको जानते थे एंड वो लोग खुद से आके भी मिल रहे थे प्लेयर्स, तो अच्छा लग रहा था काफ़ी लोगों से मिलके और बातचीत करके।
एक ऐतिहासिक मूवमेंट अभी यहाँ पर बनने वाला है। फाइनली वो घड़ी आ चुकी है एंड एक्साइटमेंट की कोई सीमा नहीं है यार। इंडिया, जापान, साउथ कोरिया, ये सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे आई हैं ना।
तो ये टूर्नामेंट मेरे लिए काफ़ी मैटर करता था, क्योंकि मैंने जो अपने दिमाग में चीज़ें सोच के रखी थी कि मैं अपने ऐसे प्लान से एग्जीक्यूट करूँगा, कुछ नई चीज़ें एक्सपेरिमेंट करूँगा, ट्राई करने के लिए, देखने के लिए कि वो कितना वर्कआउट करती हैं। प्लस बाहर की टीम्स को भी मैंने प्रेडिक्ट किया था कि कौन कितना अच्छा खेल पाएगा, किसकी पेसर कितनी वर्क कर पाएगी इंडिया में।
जैसे कि हमारे पास ऑलरेडी गॉन्टलेट का स्लॉट था एंड उस वजह से आई थिंक थोड़ा हम लूज माइंड से खेल रहे थे।
ये हमारे लिए जीसी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था इंडिया को जापान से। तो हम नहीं चाहते थे कि बाहर की टीम हमारा गेम रीड करे इतने रिसेंट टूर्नामेंट से। तो हमने जो पहले हमारे आईसीएल साहब ने बोला तो वो तो हम इनडायरेक्टली कर ही रहे थे।
और कुछ हमारे प्लेयर्स थोड़े फिजिकली फिट नहीं थे। के भी उसके ईयर इन्फेक्शन था एंड विश का भी तबीयत बहुत डाउन था। मेरे को ऐसा हो गया कि बीच मैचेस में मैं कॉल नहीं दे पा रहा था, मतलब मैं ज़्यादा जोर से बोल ही नहीं पा रहा था, मेरी आवाज़ चली जा रही थी, पता नहीं क्यों, बट हो रहा था। बट इट्स ओके, मतलब वो हम एज अ एक्सक्यूज़ नहीं यूज़ कर रहे।
बट ओजी के भाई हर एक प्लेयर ना, ओजी का नेक्स्ट लेवल है वो। अगर तुम डिस्कॉर्ड को देख लो, एकेओ भी भाई उस बंदे का ना लास्ट
तो
कितने
काफ़ी सारे लोगों की
4-5
एसटी
महीने से
जीतने के बाद में हमसे काफ़ी एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी कि इंडिया को एक डिजर्विंग स्लॉट मिला है बाहर जाकर कि अच्छा कर लेंगे, ओजी अच्छा कर लेगी।
चलो आ तो बाद में अल्लाह
एंड बीएमआईसी में हम उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे खड़े नहीं उतर पाए, उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए एंड वो चीज़ थोड़ी हर्टफुल भी है ऑब्वियसली हमारे लिए भी, फैंस के लिए भी।
अभी ग्राइंड करना है क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं लोगों को हमारे से एंड वो सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे हमको खड़े उतरना है कैसे भी करके।
तो जैसे बीएमआईसी ख़त्म होता है एंड हम लोग वापस बूट कैम्प आने के लिए मुंबई लैंड करते हैं, तब हम लोग सीधे सीधे बूट कैम्प नहीं आते, पहले हमारी एक टीम मीटिंग होती है।
हमने जो बीएमआईसी में अच्छा किया, बीएमआईसी में बुरा किया, वो हमने नोट डाउन किया और उस चीज़ पे वर्क करना चालू किया। प्लस
हमने शेड्यूल बनाया, टाइट शेड्यूल बनाया। उसी दिन जिस दिन हम लोग लैंड हुए उसी दिन हम लोग ने शेड्यूल बनाया।
You should absolutely stop trading in 2025 because you don't need to analyze any kind of patterns. You don't need to spend.
अब तो YouTube प्रीमियम लेना बनता है।
तो हम लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि हम लोग 10 बजे उठ जाएंगे, मैक्सिमम रात को 2 बजे तक जगने वाले हैं। 2 बजे के बाद सब सो जाएंगे, लाइट्स ऑफ हो जाएंगी एंड सुबह सुबह हम लोग ब्रेकफास्ट साथ में करेंगे, वार्म अप करेंगे,
उसके बाद अपना पर्सनल ग्राइंड, मैचेस वगैरह वगैरह।
शाम के टाइम पे पाजी और मैं बैठ के बहुत सारे मैचेस देखते थे और एंड हम लोगों ने सारे पूरे जो वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट टूर्नामेंट्स के फाइनल्स हैं उनको अच्छे से देखा, एनालाइज़ किया, उन पे घंटों घंटों तक। ऐसे कुछ मैचेस है जिन पे एक एक मैच पे हम लोगों ने 2.5 घंटे तक बैठ के डिस्कशंस किए। उन्होंने अपना ओपिनियन रखा, मैंने अपना ओपिनियन रखा एंड काफ़ी सारे अपने थॉट्स पुट आउट किए। तो वैसे करके हम लोगों ने काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजीज़ बनाई ताकि जीसी में जाने से पहले हम लोगों के पास में एक क्लियर विजन रहे कि एग्जैक्टली हम लोगों को खेलना कैसा है, हमारी जो प्ले स्टाइल है उसकी स्ट्रेंथ्स जो है उनको सस्टेन करके हम लोग वो लॉबी में कैसे।
तो अभी अपन बाद में देखते हैं।
Oh,
So
this, I
much.
want to see more of this kind of graphics.
Wow.
I'm looking at, in particular, all right, the winning team of this match, holding on to George Paul, moving into crates, actively scouting the entirety of the early stage.
अच्छा ये
And they see the circle
एनालिसिस है ना मेरे को लगा
instantly.
मैच स्टार्ट हो
Where
गया
do you want to
भाई
go? In a position next to the river. And they send it instantly in that spot, which not only facilitates transition in case of a bad circle shift, but it
चलो मैच तो स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ अपना मेरे को लगा मैच स्टार्ट हो गया
यूज़ कर सकते हैं। प्लस हमको जो नेसेसरी चेंजेस करने हैं वो कौन से चेंजेस होने चाहिए एंड कौन से चेंजेस होने चाहिए जो हमको नहीं करने चाहिए।
स्क्रिम्स भी खेलते थे एक टाइम पे क्योंकि टीम गेम के लिए स्क्रिम खेलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है। आई थिंक बहुत हेल्पफुल रहेगा वो हमारे लिए। और उसके बाद हम मैचेस देखने के बाद सभी टीम डिस्कशन करते थे, जो चीज़ें अच्छी लगती थी हम एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर करते थे और एके और विज ग्राइंड करते थे उनकी, एंड उनकी गन गेम जितनी हो सके वो इम्प्रूव करने के लिए वो हमेशा एफर्ट्स डालते रहते थे।
तो वो नए स्केड्यूल की वजह से हमारे बॉडी और हमारा जो एटमॉस्फेयर था उसमें थोड़ा सा मतलब चेंजेस हो रहे थे। हमारी स्टार्टिंग के 1-2 दिन में तो तबीयत अप एंड डाउन हुआ और फिर बाकी धीरे धीरे करके बैक ऑन ट्रैक आया। इस बीच हमने काफ़ी मैचेस देखे बाहर के, बाकी टीम को स्टडी किया,
प्रॉपर शेड्यूल फॉलो हुआ, साथ में हम लोग ने लंच किया, साथ में डिनर किया, साथ में टीम के साथ टाइम स्पेंड किया, ताकि सिनर्जी इश्यूज बिल्कुल भी नहीं होने चाहिए। बिकॉज सिर्फ हम लोग हमारा ड्रीम नहीं लेके चल रहे ऑब्वियसली वो जगह पे, और बहुत सारे लोगों का ड्रीम लेके चल रहे हैं।
इन सब के बीच में हमें हमारे लिए एक नई जर्सी देखने मिलती है और जीसी, जिसमें हम देखते हैं कि इंडिया का फ्लैग है।
आईको 15 के हमको थोड़ा अर्ली एक्सेस मिलता है फ़ोन्स का, तो हमारे बूट कैंप पे 5 फ़ोन्स आते हैं एंड हम लोग
वो एक अच्छी चीज़ थी कि हमारे को नए डिवाइसेस मिले एंड उस पर हम लोग एकदम ग्राइंड करने लग गए आते सारी और बिना किसी टाइम वेस्ट किए।
And thank you IQ for supporting us in this journey.
Fast track your career in AI with Coursera. Build in-demand skills and master AI fundamentals.
इतने दिनों से जो हम मेहनत कर रहे थे, मुझे लगता है कि अब हम उस स्टेट में हैं जहाँ पर हम लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, हमारे दिमाग में क्लैरिटी है कि हम लोग कैसे खेलने वाले हैं एंड सारी चीज़ें मुझे लगता है कि जिस जगह पर होनी चाहिए हमारे दिमाग में भी और वैसे स्ट्रक्चरली भी वो सारी जगह अपनी प्लेस पे हैं एंड कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है कि मुझे लगता है मिसिंग है।
फाइनली गोइंग टू जीसी, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, तो मैं बस ये चाहता हूँ कि मैं अपना 100% दूँ और दूसरी टीम्स को दिखना चाहिए कि भाई हाँ, इंडिया से एक टीम आई है एंड वो भाई मचाने वाली है। सिर्फ ऐसे ही पार्टिसिपेशन ट्रॉफी या पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए नहीं आई है। बस
6 साल पहले मैंने एक सपना देखा था कि मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करूँगा गेम को लेके, और मैंने जब अपने घर वालों को ये बताया तो वो एक फ़नी मोमेंट बन गया था।
चलो बहुत एक नंबर चीज बनाई यार, प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी एंड सब कुछ एकदम ऑन पॉइंट है इसमें.
Games to kind of adjust and kind of get things to happen. But at the same time, I mean, we're seeing squads move at a pace so fast here, Dipter, right? I think that if you let one of these squads, even a team like R8, get a lead, I think it's going to be tough for them to lose it.
Yeah, this is where you've got to be so adaptable, right? You got to tweak things in the game. You don't have time in between the matches to do anything. It's got to be from zone to zone. You've got to be adapting, and that's where teams that are opportunistic are going to have that advantage. So really need to see the other teams try and curb that gap, because it is going to just get run away with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Kara here in 12th position in the rankings, need to do a little bit
Match
more
3
in
भी
their
start
games.
होने वाला है almost.
1.6 eliminations. A team that, you know, have some great players on their roster, especially looking at old Melis esports players from Turkey. There was just a rising star squad back in the day, and I think they're going to try and redeem themselves a bit more in this PMGC. As of right now, definitely a slower start, alongside also Ulf, that I think a lot of us here, Niptra and Hodrix, we were looking at Ulf like old Firefox squad with Eren in particular, rising star of Turkey, that they were going to do well. But unfortunately right now, playing way more passive than I really expected moving forward.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird, right? We knew that we were going to play more passive, but this passive, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about that.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? It's so hard for me to really, adjust when we've only seen 2 games, right? I think once we see at the end of the day, we're going to have a much more clearer picture of what's happening here. But I mean, with these 2 games, and let's be real, guys, right? These zones have been going ridiculous, right? They've been yoinking all over the place. That's been making things really tough. Even in this match, right? We had a hard shift on over to the southwest side. So I think that's making things a little bit uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, I mean, these squads, you got to be used to these hard shifts, right? You got to be able to put something on the board. But I will say, it's hard when you're hot dropping, right, Max? It's a little
talking
tough.
about it. It's making me
I'm not
angry,
gonna stop, right? Because it's like we got 3 today. But it is what it is, right?
Come on, guys.
Hopefully we can start seeing some adjustment. That's what I want to see. Because at the end of the day, we talk about consistency, right? And how important that is, Max. But adaptability, I think, is going to be clutch, especially when you have just so many monster squads here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some people would. I see a lot, especially in chats and just comment sections in Instagram, when people give up a hot drop position. They're like, oh, they're scared and stuff. No, they are playing to win. It's a battle royale. You want to survive as long as possible in the game. Okay, the idea is to get a chicken dinner. The whole point of how the game works. So giving up a drop location or going slightly off to your drop location to have a similar rotation path, but just to dodge the early skirmish, is a smart play. It is how you play this esports. And unfortunately, as of right now,
अभी R8 चल रही है #1 पे जिनके पास 33 पॉइंट्स हैं और TT #2 पे है जिसके पास 23 पॉइंट्स हैं और उसके बाद में Virtus Pro जिनके पास 22 पॉइंट्स जो कि 3rd पे है और OG है 4th पे जिनके पास है 16 पॉइंट्स और उसके बाद में है अपनी RCB जो कि है #5 पे जिनके पास भी है 16 पॉइंट्स देन #6 पे DX 12 पॉइंट्स 11 पॉइंट्स ऐसा पॉइंट्स टेबल है
versus controlling the beginning of the game. So you got to make that choice and make it fast, man, because yes, we still have that opportunity in the league stage or the group stage or whatever to get where you want to be, but it's the Gauntlet. There's only 3 days. You only have so many matches. If you want to make that top 7, make the changes, control the end game.
Yeah, and I think at this stage here, we try to be as open-minded, I think, about certain decisions that these players make. At the same time, though, I mean, we have to be critical, right? Because I mean, this is where everything's on the line, right? I think there's a lot of squads here. They're all confident in their ability, right? But you don't want to deal with the group stage, Max, because we got some monster squads coming along the way, right? So if you could just head and just straight to the grand finals here and now, you got to do it. So if you feel like we're being a little too harsh on some of these squads, I mean, we got to be right now, right? This is what they worked the entire year for, being a little bit more, passive and kind of hypothetical. I mean, for me, that's for PMSL, some of the earlier stages, Max, right? This is the PMGC. There's no room for error.
Especially in this Gauntlet stage. I'm sorry to say, but for some of these squads that I'm looking at, their highest opportunity to make it to the finals is going to be through the Gauntlet by being in top 7. Making it down to relegation into the group stage or into last chance, where you have to be top 3 or top 2, it's even more competitive. It's even harder to be at the very tippy top of those rankings. If you fail now, chances are your adventure might just be over unless you do a massive comeback in the next stages and you can actually qualify to the grand finals. So we need to see changes very early on, because otherwise top 7, it might be out of the question, because this lobby, the Gauntlet, looking at the other teams in the group stage,
अपना full support तो OG को है.
so competitive.
Let's hope कि
And
trophy
it
भी
is
आए
the
अपने पास.
toughest lobby.
And अपने OG
But
वाले
still,
लोग
this
देश
is
का
your
नाम
best
रोशन
opportunity
करके
to
आए
reach the
वापस.
finals, so you got to bring your A game here.
Let's see.
Yeah. And the good thing is, like I said, it's top 7, so you got. It's not like we're only, you know, having 2 slots where you have to have absolute perfection, right? If you're able to get 6th or 7th, you're going to be screaming for joy, right? But I like that point that you made, Max. And you know, we got a little bit of time to talk here. So how about this? Okay, Neptura, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Max was talking about how there's some squads
मेरे को 1 मिनट देना मैं, ठीक है?
that need to
थोड़ा सा मेरी
perform
आंखें
here,
बंद हो
because
रही
if they
हैं. थोड़ा सा
don't
मैं एक
make
बारी
it in
face
the
wash
top
करके आता
7
हूँ. बढ़िया.
now, they're probably gonna not make it to the grand finals, right? So which teams in particular do you think are really in the hot seat, right? Which squads do you want to see make it to top 7 and are possibly not going to make it in the grand finals if they don't make it to that top 7 here now?
Okay, I've got a really hot take, and I'm slightly scared. I think A7.
Oh wow!
A7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they did
because
make it. They did make it to in the World Cup, right? They didn't make it past the survival stage.
Exactly. Exactly. I think the longer they have to fight against more and more and more teams, the more pressure they put on themselves, I think the worse they're going to do. They need to come out super strong with no pressure, top 7, easy peasy, knock it out of the park, go to finals. I think if they go the other direction, it's not going to look good.
What do you think about that, Max?
Alpha 7's a pick and a half, but I could see it happening. Alpha 7 are the team that, or you get the best team in the world that can win PMWC, or you get a team that unfortunately can't even reach the PMWC finals. So it's a bit random what you get sometimes. I feel like you spin a wheel at the start of the tournament for Alpha 7, and that's the team you're going to get in the entirety of the event. But if I had to go for one team, I think is going to be a big upset here moving forward. Oh, it's a tough one, man. This lobby's really stacked.
It's so stacked.
I do think Alpha Gaming would be the one to just fail in the Gauntlet and then just dominate in the harder stages where you need to be top 3 or top 2 in groups all last chance. So APG strike me as the one that's not going to make it.
Ooh,
you know, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad take, only because considering that they're hot dropping so hard, right? In military. I mean, that's the part that just kind of like, it's a big asterisk for me, right? Because I mean, we know what this team's capable of. Their roster is absolutely stacked to the teeth, right? So to see them hot dropping like this, if they don't make it here and now, right, and they go to the group stage, that is just going to tell every other team that this squad's predictable, right? That, you know what, they're hard-headed, they're not going to leave, they're not going to adapt. And when you have that advantage over so many other squads, Neptura, I mean, these guys are using any data piece they can to take an advantage, right? So if if they know that Alpha are not going to move, right, Alpha Gaming, then I think that's a huge advantage. What do you think?
Well, of course, especially when you think about APG being one of those top teams. I mean, they are one of the top teams in the world. They are, in my opinion, one of the scariest teams to go up against because they're aggressive, they're opportunistic, they're unpredictable. You don't know which side they're going to come from, how many there's going to be, and what angles they're going to take. So if you can find the one predictable thing about them, you're going to take advantage of that. You're going to change your strategy or tweak it or do something to try and knock them as far down as possible, because once that gets to the later stages, you're going to have a real problem with them. So for sure, they need to be able to be adaptable so that they have that power over teams, so they still have that fear factor, because they might just start to lose it otherwise.
No, I fully agree. But you know what? We have a little bit of time before this game starts here. Hot Juice, I know we have time to ask you a question. Which team do you think is not going to reach the finals based on, you know, who are the favorites right now?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Honestly, I'm going to go with my team, the Wolves. Right? I love this squad. I'm going to say that. And this is the reason why, right? This Wolves team, it has been given myself and I think everybody the highest hopes for an NA team we have seen in years, right? So when it comes to the squad, I am so confident in their abilities. We saw that wonderful push that we just saw a little bit earlier onto Xavier of all teams, right? And they win that fight, okay? At the same time, just knowing the whole logistics of what's going to be happening in the group stage with only so few spots available, I think you're leaving it to chance, right? I think Wolves are a good enough team to definitely make it to the grand finals. I just think that their percentage chance drops like down to 10% if they're going into the group stage. So I think for Wolves, I really want to see them clutch one of those 7 slots here. I mean, it's top 7 with how they're performing so far and how they're looking. I'm confident they're going to do that. So if for some reason they don't max, oh man, it's going to put me on the back foot big time. My hope's never going to die, okay? But I want to see it. You know what I'm saying?
A full-on support of NA, also known as near the airport. Maybe that'll be after this one. But,
Whoa!
but looking at Wolves, actually, I was really happy, and you covered PMSL Americas, right, Hot Jukes? Looking at how they played around the whole Gauntlet point system and rule set, I think it was so well executed. I feel like this team, and I think we talked about it a bit yesterday also during the rehearsal and the scrims, if Wolves have a good day 1, which as of right now, you know, topsy-turvy, fair to say, if they do have a good head start day 1 today in these 6 matches, I do believe they will be able to make it top 7 at the end of the Gauntlet because they play around the rule set so well that they know how to slow down or accelerate based on their position on the rankings and how far they are in the tournament. And I feel like that level of adaptation is very important in the qualification stage in particular. So I do get your point again with Wolves, Hot Juice 100%, but I feel like today we can instantly tell if they have what it takes to be in the top 7 and go to the finals, or unfortunately if they are going to be making it into the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with just that push on the Dig Xavier, it just showed me like, hey, you know what? These guys are not messing around, right? Because any team could have easily just sat back, right? All right, we'll wait for the next circle, and then we'll make a move from there. They didn't hesitate before the circle popped, and they pushed on a Dig Xavier and won that fight. So for me, I'm like, for sure, I'm confident this team's gonna make it into the grand finals here and now. So after seeing that, for some reason, if they don't make it into top 7, that means something went horrifically wrong, right? Something would happen with their mental. They're getting caught in bad decisions or something like that, and that's what I don't want to see Neptura here. So that's the reason why for Wolves, I don't even want to even think when it comes to group stage. I just want to see them in the finals here now.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's so difficult, right? Especially for Wolves. I mean, yes, they've got individually a lot of global experience, but at the same time, they're a relatively new team to global. Let's just, put it that way, right? And I think that is the problem, or that's the concern we might have, is like strategy-wise, really good team. They're holding their own. They've got those smart plays, like you said. They're doing their thing. The thing is that they have one bad day or a few bad games. I don't know how they would react to that. I don't know if they go, it just affects their mental way too much, and they go, okay, we're done, or if they're able to actually do something about it.
चलो मैच 3 ऑलमोस्ट स्टार्ट होने वाला है अपना. बस आई गेस और थोड़ा सा टाइम बचा है मैच 3 के लिए. देन आवर मैच 3 विल बी स्टार्टेड. गाइस कुछ और है क्या देखने को इसके अलावा भी जिसको हम लोग लाइक कुछ देख के एनालाइज कर पाए? तौसीफ भाई वेलकम बैक। अभी तक कप ऑफ यार नाइस यार। अभी देखेंगे अपन मैच 3 ऑलमोस्ट स्टार्ट होने वाला है, तो आपकी प्रेडिक्शन हो जाए एक बारी। देखो मेरा प्रेडिक्शन तो देखो ओजी है भाई। एवरी मैच आई एम गोना स्टिक विद ओजी अंटिल दे क्वालिफाई फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। फेस कैम थोड़ा सा छोटा करते यार, बहुत बड़ा लग रहा है ना फेस कैम। वीडियो से बड़ी तो मेरी शक्ल आ रही है, इतना ठीक है आई गेस। दिस मच इज गुड। अपना सब काउंट नहीं है ना इसमें, तो सब काउंट भी देख लेते हैं। एक मिनट देना मेरे को, सब काउंट थोड़ा सा मैं सही कर दूं। अपन थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे बाद में कर लेंगे, अभी के लिए इतना रख देंगे। चलो अब इतना तो ठीक है, बाद का देखते हैं अपन। अभी के लिए इतना ठीक है। चलो जी अपना टीम है, क्यों दूसरों को सपोर्ट करेंगे? वही ना भाई, जब तक इंडियन टीम है भाई, अपनी टीम वे भाई अब जितना हो सकेगा भाई, जैसे आरसीबी को सपोर्ट करते हैं हम लोग, वैसे भाई इधर अपन ओजी एंड टीआर को सपोर्ट करेंगे। टीआर तो अभी ग्रुप स्टेज में होने वाली है, तो इधर के हिसाब से अभी सिर्फ ओजी है गॉन्टलेट में। फुल सपोर्ट टू टीम इंडिया भाई। सही है, तुम्हारा रिएक्शन भी देखने हैं भाई। मेरा रिएक्शन ओजे जीतेगी ना भाई, क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी रिएक्शन भाई, बस देखो तुम भाई। वैसे स्ट्रीम लैग वैग तो नहीं है ना? थोड़ा भी, थोड़ा सा इसमें एक तो ये है ना कि अपन वॉच पार्टी जब करते हैं ना, तो थोड़ा नेटवर्क का सीन चलता रहता है, क्योंकि एक तो स्ट्रीम भी करना होता है, एक तो यूट्यूब पे खोल के देखना भी होता है, तो वो वाला सीन है बस। Obviously they will qualify and bringing that golden trophy to our home. Let's hope भाई, finger crossed, let's hope कि आ जाए ट्रॉफी। बट मैच 3 के लिए गैप कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं हो गया भाई? ये मैच 2 तो पीछे ही स्टार्ट हो गया था। अरे भाई और 3 मिनट्स हैं इनके, ऐसे तो बहुत लंबा खिल जाएगा। कितने अपने को आई गेस 8:30 या 9 तो हो जाएगा आज ख़त्म करते करते। और कुछ है क्या देखने का? अरे मेरे को गाइस एक बात बताओ ना, अगर कोई इंटरेस्टिंग कुछ रिलेटेड टू अपना पबजी या कोई भी एक चीज़ है जो जिससे हम लोग देखेंगे, देख सकते हैं या जो रिएक्ट कर सकते हैं, अगर कुछ रहेगा तो बताओ ना, ज़रूर से कुछ देखते हैं। अभी टाइम है अपने पास। कितने दिन चलेंगे ये? देखो सीन ये है ना कि अभी 3 दिन चलेगा अपना गॉन्टलेट, ठीक है, 24, 25, 26। देन वी हैव अ ग्रुप स्टेज स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 28 to 30th। तो 3 दिन में वो 16 टीम्स एक खेलेगी, 2 ग्रुप्स है उसमें, ए एंड बी। तो ग्रुप ए खेलेगा 28 से 30th तक, 18 मैचेस इन 3 डेज। देन 2 नवंबर चलेगी, 4 नवंबर तक ग्रुप बी खेलेगा। देन उसके बाद में 6 and 7 को आई गेस 6 and 7 या 7th and 8 को लास्ट चांस क्वालिफायर होगा, वो फिर 12 मैचेस होंगे 2 दिन के। देन वी हैव लाइक 12, 13, 14 ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, तो ये होने वाला है अभी। फिर रात में भी स्ट्रीम फिर रात में भी स्ट्रीम करनी है आपको भाई? स्ट्रीम तो देखो मेरे को करना है, बट लेट्स सी अपनी लाइक हालत कैसी रहती है. अगर एनर्जी बचती है तो भाई विल डेफिनेटली स्ट्रीम टुडे लाइक टुनाइट. अगर नहीं बचती है तो भाई फिर समझ जाओ. बट ट्राई करेंगे कि करे यार स्ट्रीम. किस नहीं करना है वो भी. आज बढ़िया एकदम धोएंगे स्ट्रीम पे भी अपन गेम में. इधर देख रहे ना भाई, ये सारा गेम सेंस लगाएंगे पीछे भाई में बंदों के अगेंस्ट. वैसे मेरे को एक एडवाइस चाहिए कि लाइक अभी ये सीन है ना कि जो मेरा वेबकैम है बिल्कुल 90 डिग्री पे लगा रखा है मैंने. अगर मैं जब स्क्रीन पे देख रहा हूँ तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं वेबकैम पे देख रहा हूँ. उसको मैं थोड़ा कहीं पे लेफ्ट या राइट पे स्विच करूँ क्या बताऊँ कि लाइक जैसे कि ऐसे वाला व्यू है, लाइक ऐसे वाला या ऐसे वाला, लाइक किस तरीके का व्यू है ये बताओ. मैं ग्लूकोज लेके आता हूँ लगा के करो कते. ग्रेट भाई, नाइस वन. उसकी नीड नहीं है, अपन ट्राई करेंगे ना. अराउंड 9 तक ये शायद ख़त्म हो जाता तो विल स्ट्रीम फ्रॉम लाइक 10 o'clock, 10 से लेके 1:30 तक करते हैं वो भी. नहीं तो नहीं सही है तो भाई तो सिर्फ भाई फुल एकदम. चलो ऑलमोस्ट स्टार्ट हो गया.
Okay. Alrighty, man. We are back, guys. Thank you so much for being so patient with us as we get this next game started. But we are here, we are live, and I'll tell you what, man, we got a lot to talk about, right? One team in particular that I think we got to talk about here is Virtus Pro, right? They've already won one game so far here in Neptura, right? What are the chances you think we see another chicken dinner from them here soon?
100%. 100%.
100%.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Right?
100%. Guaranteed. Yeah.
All right.
No, because
I
I think the way these teams are playing, you gotta be adaptable. And VP are one of the most opportunistic teams in this lobby. They will do anything. Long rotations, short rotations, compact split. They will rotate through the blue, so you can't even be 100% confident there's no one behind you, because VP, they're coming up over the hill to get you, to third party, to play exactly how they need to play for a circle. That's my favorite kind of team, is how they play. Is they play game to game, not based on a team strategy that they're super stubborn on. I love that for them.
They're just very adaptable, really. They can all play super passive, edge, or play very aggressive, zoning teams away in the center of the circle. That range in their gameplay style is what allows them to be so damn consistent and always reaching the later stages of these matches. Virtus Pro here, Hot Jukes, 100% a contender not only for the top 7, but maybe for the first place in the Gauntlet. This team is a menace in this lobby.
Yeah, they are not messing around here. And that's what I love when you have such a stacked lobby here. If a team gets the zone, they're going to get a whole bunch of eliminations and chicken dinner all day long. But you know what? The next game is about to start. Let's head on over to John and Blake. Take us away.
अपने बढ़िया गए. उसका तो कोई सीन है. बस अपने को चाहिए kills. जो ऊपर की 3 टीम्स
And welcome to match number 3. We're going into Erangel one more time. Well, for now, we have got another one in the back pocket. Still, the match number 3 is underway. The plane path from Kameshki over towards the southwest side of the island. Blank. We'll look at that hot drop
क्वालिटी वगैरह सही है ना, लाइक स्ट्रीम क्वालिटी. देन ये जो मैं दिखा रहा हूँ अपना
I mean, GS as well as APG really going at it that last game. That's been going on for quite a few times in the test matches as well, so we'll see how that one ends up. Last time it was pretty poor for both teams. We'll see if they can improve that on one side or the other, because only one team can come out on top there.
एकदम natural drop लेते हुए
towards Kameshki to begin this game off.
Kameshki and Stalwar का split होता है
fairly well so far.
Perfect, nice.
Good games from them.
A7 तो अपना लिपू पर जाती है. OG जितना मुझे पता है लोग थोड़ा सा लाइक split खेल रहे हैं.
Previous Erangel. We'll see where the circle heads over towards in this game. Hopefully less atrocious than our Rondo match.
चलो. GL जा रही है क्या?
One would hope. For now, teams dropping out. I am looking down at that south side.
चलो.
I'm noticing
लगता है GS अलग जा रही है. GS नहीं दिख रही मेरे को ABG के साथ.
Over on the area against Alpha Gaming. That could be a quick reassessment. North side on the circle, and it will be up towards Yasnaya. We like going north, it seems.
ये का भी query and ये सब कुछ होता है
2025. And we'll see if that continues to play out. But for now, it is going to be that rotate up north. We'll see if that's going to benefit the teams who are already up there, like Thunder Talk.
I mean, GS dropped out nice and early over towards Severny side, so a complete opposite end of the map here for them. And again, I think that's completely acceptable considering I think GS understands how stubborn APG is, and the APG is not likely going to give up their spot. They're a very proud team when it comes to that sort of thing.
#1 पे चल रही है. अगर इनका मैच खराब जाता है, अगर अपना मैच बढ़िया जाता है, तो #1 या #2 तक तो आ जाएंगे हम लोग.
An achievement, I would say.
बस ये है कि अपने को भाई टॉप 5 के अंदर रहना है अभी. अगर डे 1 के एंड पे अगर अपन लोग टॉप 5 टॉप 4 के अंदर रहेंगे ना, तो भाई क्रेजी हो जाएगा.
Top 7 is what most teams are going for. You could afford one bad game, I'd say. For GS, they decided their bad game was right there and then over towards Sosnovka, where they basically got nothing done because the fight dragged on for so long. Oh, I think it's a good call, and they get a decent position in the circle off the back of it as well.
Yeah, up on that north side, they can play out of Severny. It's about speed on that northern side, because a lot of teams are going to be rotating through that area, right? They're going to be looking at that side to find it. I think we've got a little interview
the Gauntlet
to
day 1
check in with
RA.
RA.
I mean, Rondo was quite a performance, and you guys back it up here with the win. How are you feeling?
Great now. So we start in Rondo with good points. So in Arangel, we must do the same.
Are we going to get more wins from you guys today?
Of course.
भाई कोच ने स्टेटमेंट तो
Thank you very much. Confidence from RA. They've had a good time so far. Blank, they're on 33 points. We'll see if they can keep that 10-point lead, or was it the circle helping them out? They'll have to prove themselves this time. They're starting in South George.
Yeah,
they'll have to make their way across to the rest of the teams in the circle.
That they will. The 7 was here and he was gone.
He's quick. He's in, he's out.
We miss him already. We miss him already. Northeast side of the circle. Yes, not completely empty. More Regnum car, you're probably heading over that way, but make an assumption they could be heading there. GS, Max is saying that this is their second spot on the map anyway. This is not too big of a deal for them.
पूरा ऊपर का सर्कल है गाइस, पूरा क्या है पता है?
Honestly, I'd hope they would avoid the fight in South Africa. I think Severny's open right now. I don't think it's much reason not to go there. I think if you're getting a southern playing path, though, I imagine that, yeah, likely both teams will clash.
Crazy circle है ये भी.
But we'll see as the game progresses. Again, it's one of those things where I think having a free open drop spot is far better than clashing between a strong team like APG as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they, despite being able to win it that last time around, right? It's not guaranteed, and you do have huge chunks taken out you, almost guaranteed. Oh, the lone survivor from Orangutan from the last game. He's riding strong into this one. Let's see if they can make their way up. Currently, Orangutan making their way up from around shelter, around the lumber yard, the top of the hill on the southeast side. And they're moving up to the east side of Yasnaya right now. They have got 2 players a lot further back, so I don't think they're going to be looking to take on Alpha 7 anytime soon. You can see them just over the hill, but they have stopped off in a pretty solid compound here. We'll give them a couple of opportunities, a couple of decisions to make, and options to rotate into the next stages of this game. A nice little foothold for them to be playing forwards. Hopefully they can do the same as last time and get into those later stages, but maybe with a few more players.
Possibly a few more points as well, because for Alpha 7, who is a prestigious team overall, with a lot of background of being one of the most aggressive in the lobby, it is a little bit unfortunate seeing them play the way they have, but it's given them 9 points at least, but RA is quite clearly leading at 33. I think generally our average right now is probably about 18 points, right, across the board. So any team that's in around that 10-point region, it's not a massive jump you need to make to get over towards the top side, to get towards the top 7 position right now, but it's a case of holding on to that spot at the end of the day. Over towards northeast, though, Kameshki split from Thunder Talks. That has been regrouped over towards the south side of Stalba now, who are on our screens. They are rotating similarly on the path of Alpha 7, and Thunder Talks, I think, are realizing that they need to hold out on this eastern rotate.
King moving over on that northern side. One of the few players that can go toe-to-toe with Silas in terms of accolades in the PUBG Mobile world. He has got a storied history, although it has been a while since he sat atop the pack. Certainly Silas with a more recent dominant performance showing.
रेहान भाई मसला ये है ना कि लाइक परमिशन तो मेरे को भी लाइक आइडिया नहीं है वो चीज का, लाइक जो लोग बड़े क्रिएटर्स हैं ना वो लोग तो चलो उनका पबजी मोबाइल से डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट वगैरह है, लाइक अगर मान के चलो एसएटीएल है, गॉड लाइफ है, या जो बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बट क्या बोलते हैं अपने लिए उतना क्लियर नहीं है चीजें कि किधर से परमिशंस लेना है, तो लाइक आई थॉट लाइक एज फार एज आई नो कि पबजी के जो भी इवेंट्स होते हैं ना ओपन फॉर एवरीवन है, एनीवन कैन रिएक्ट ऑन इट, एनीवन कैन लाइक
moving in over that North Yasnaya Lake.
So like they don't have any restrictions on
with that global legacy currently packed in on the north side of Yas Lake.
अपन करते हैं, बट कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि लाइक इसका कुछ सीन रहता या नहीं रहता. I don't know if copyright strike आ गया तो वो भी आ सकता, तो देख लो खुद के रिस्क पे करना है अगर कर रहे हो तो.
And honestly from this spot not massively guaranteed a lot of looting capability unless they're able to shift on down.
क्योंकि छोटे क्रिएटर्स के लिए ना थोड़ा सा हार्ड होता है परमिशंस एंड वो सब चीजें पता करना कहाँ क्या कैसे होता है. अगर कोई इंडिया रीजन का कोई इवेंट होता तो फिर सीन इजी रहता.
That was instantaneous. So Raven Kaya loses
नहीं है परमिशन तो अकाउंट बैन हो जाता भाई. देखो लाइक अपना YouTube चैनल का स्ट्राइक आएगी ना, एक नॉर्मली एक स्ट्राइक से तो कुछ खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तो मैं वो रिस्क लेके कर रहा हूँ, तो विल सी लेटर ना अगर कुछ होता है तो लाइक भाई कर लेंगे यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. अगर स्ट्राइक आता भी है तो विल somehow will counter it. कुछ ना कुछ करके हटा लेंगे चीजें.
Hang on a minute. Are they split? Is that Loxy all the way down on the south?
Oh भाई hard shift.
Oh dear. That is. I thought they were all up
पूरा
on the north side.
western
That
shift
might
आ
have been
गया
a lot better for them because the circles just popped up there as well.
Crazy circle है ये भी.
With a large swath of that land to the south.
ये सर्कल ना सेवरने भी नहीं जाएगा, पूरा ओपन एरियाज में बनेगा. सेवरनी का जो राइट साइड पे जो हिल वगैरह होती है वहाँ पे सर्कल बनेगा मोस्टली.
Bolted in their holds so far in both of the matches we've seen.
I mean, both times has been a little bit difficult getting backstabbed as well on the third party, but for DX Xavier,
अपनी टीम भी रोटेट कर रही है स्नैक के ऊपर से भी.
Pretty damn good team, honestly. I'd hope to see them do a little bit more. I mean, they haven't been having a horrid time so far in this tournament. At 12 points, it's not the worst thing that could happen to them. Realistically, they just need one good game on the day, and if they can keep going on this trajectory, they'll be fine. This was the rollout over towards Silas. He was attempting to get towards that wizard tower, some kind of position to hold strong in, but nice pop out on the vehicle. And again, getting to that stage of the tournaments now in the year where those plays are common place. So yeah, you can't really just be rotating wildly out in the open.
No, you will get spotted. You will get taken down. Weighed and measured, found wanting this time around for Regnan Kaya. Taking shots out towards Orangutan as they move over the hills. Actually doing so fairly successfully.
यार अगर 4 मैन होते ना मजा आता. 3 मैन यार थोड़ा सा हार्ड होता है फाइट्स वगैरह लेने. बट पोजीशन तो देखो सही जगह पे जा रहे हैं, बट यहाँ पे मोस्टली ये ना बिल्डिंग्स वगैरह कम है. ये जो एरिया जहाँ पे सर्कल्स बनेंगे ना आगे वाले वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हार्ड है.
Not least of which Thundertalk. They are here on this north side, playing near those cable car approaches to the Stalber Hill. Playing near one of those stations. They're taking shots over towards Ulf as they try and rotate through. Teams are getting neighborly, but it is not a solid
और एक तो
place to be
सर्कल
moving
ऐसा है ना
into
कि
right
हर
now.
टीम ना इस टाइप पे
Very, very
रोटेट करते
dangerous.
हुए ही दिखेगी, क्योंकि बहुत रेयर एंड हार्ड
Let's talk
सर्कल
a
है.
lot about VP, and I think for fair reason as well, is that they were a menace in their region and continue to be a menace here.
चलो साइड्स भाई का यहाँ पे खेल खत्म लग
they're
रहा है.
rotating in from that
किस्मत अच्छी यार
northeast
बच
side
गए.
though, so they are late to the party. Will be coming in at the back of the queue. E-Arena already set up. DRX moving in towards Severny alongside them on the south side. Have a couple of 2 stories to work with. DRX currently only on 3 players though, so not wanting to engage any fight early. I mean, a very ambitious shot. I'll put it that way.
Sometimes you got to take them, you know. If you land 1 in 10 times, you get a point, or you get an opening. You get a huge profit from
APG
it.
के पास भी बढ़िया पोजीशन है अभी. वो लोग पूरा एकदम बिल्कुल एज पे हैं.
We'll crack on with it. Next circle coming on through fairly soon as well as the Wolves try. Take the shots over towards
सर्कल बन गया
APG,
फिर
but
से.
being responded
अब यहाँ से ना
towards
सर्कल का
overall shooting
देखना
range
रहेगा,
hill.
क्योंकि देखो
Wolves
सेंटर
wanted
जो
to get
जितना
away
मुझे
and
पता है ना
wrap
ये
around
सर्कल जो है ना
towards where Regnan Kaya
बिल्कुल
sits.
सेंटर पे बनेगा.
With this
इस पे भी
circle,
जो अभी
probably
सर्कल बना है ना उसका
approach they're
सेंटर
gonna
के
try
आसपास
for.
एंड
Regnan
सर्कल
Kaya
आएगा पूरा.
has 3 actually,
7th
gonna
8th सर्कल
continue
भी.
to send in. We'll see if they make that
तो
mystical
हर
rotate,
टीम
but
ट्राई करेगी कि वो लोग
Thundertalk
सेंटर
may
पे
be
खेल
slap
पाए
bang
ऐसा
in
वाला
their way.
सीन
I think this is going to break out into new mutiny here in the middle.
Thundertalk on a very quick rotation as fast as they can, pushing through the middle of the field, but where do they go from here?
अरे एक नंबर है क्या भाई पूरा डाल भाई
Well played
किल
from
गया भाई
Orangutan, should be able to pick
गया
up that
किल
elimination.
चोरी हो
No,
गया
T Xavier actually finding that off on the side. As they assault the position, you're right about them holding on to these spots, but T Xavier, the rest of the backers coming in through thick and fast, but a good step up from Singh there.
DT2 man बची है
Can't quite find the crossfire for DX Xavier. Now a nade in hand for Ching. There's two
DX
players
last
in
बंदा बचा है
action
क्या?
on the inside here.
DX
AJ
last
and
man है
Ching both
VP
holding
versus
one
geek भी
door
हो रहा
frame
है
as
दो प्लेयर
Paragin
नॉक हो गए geek के
nades as well. DX Xavier, they are cut
Dog
down
finish.
to 2 and R8 are here to
Hello.
play. Current lobby leaders, they want another piece of the pie. And in they go. 4 players alive
भाई
on
R8
side.
थर्ड पार्टी
They push on up.
खत्म है भाई R8 एडवांटेज लेके
On
जाएगी
the
पूरे फाइट
inside,
पे
they get the res for
easy
Thundertalk,
easy
and
है
they
R8
get the
के
heal
लिए
off as well. This is going to be crucial, and DX Xavier may have a
इधर
shot.
दो बंदे हैं
R8
राइट
will
वाले दो
storm the
बंदे हैं
gates. They are not going to allow Thundertalk out the back here with a
चलो
Molotov, forcing them to stay around. And a second
TT
knock,
बाहर
a third. R8
एक प्लेयर पे डाउन नहीं हुआ इनका
rolling on
स्टिल
into the
4 मैन
compound.
इजी मार लेंगे DX को भी लोग
Yeah, this is a weird time to third party. You're not really third party, you're just entering the fray here. Warzone now available for RA, but plenty of points to pick up. A
पूरा
total
डालेगा
of
यार
5 here if they're able to make it happen. Paragin should find the Murray. The rest of RA were not there to respond. Bit of
I guess
inaction there,
R8
in my
निकाल लेंगे यहाँ
opinion.
से
Playing on both warehouse doors.
ये
2
लोग का
and
गन
2.
गेम बहुत और कॉन्फिडेंस
No
भी
one
बढ़िया
really
जा रहा है
ready
क्योंकि
to
दो
refrag him
मैचेस
as he
में
went
लोग
for that
33
nade.
पॉइंट निकाल चुके हैं
It's a good play from Paragin pushing up the way he did. Now it's in a 2v2.
And DX Xavier, it looked like they were on the ropes. They had one player knocked on the outside, a full force R8 to deal with.
बाहर इसी के साथ एज आई सेड R8 मार लेंगे यार क्योंकि R8 अभी बहुत क्रेजी खेल रही है कितने ऑलरेडी ये लोग 5 किल निकाल चुके हैं
These fights continue to impress. They're up to 5 elims now. They lost a player to an unfortunate push out. You talked about a
बट आई फील लाइक कि यार एक तो सर्कल इतने हार्ड बन रहे हैं ना तो एवरी टीम लाइक हैज टू प्रूव कि यार वो लोग क्यों बेस्ट
on their first 2 blank. This is impeccable stuff.
Yeah, I think that
Kara
what
rotate
we're
कर
kind
रही
of
है
missing from all of this is that they took down 2 teams in that process, right? Very, very quickly as well. So there's no one really outside the borders to third party them.
मुझे लगता
Not
है ये भी
only that,
सेंटर
they
आएगा
clear
सर्कल
a massive amount of space around the area, which you can see right here. So thank you very much for bringing this to everyone's attention. But you can see right there's just so much
थोड़ा
space
सा हार्ड
that now
शिफ्ट
they
है
have
बट आई
cleared
स्टिल थिंक
in
यार
that position.
ये सर्कल जो है ना
Gives
सेवर्नी के
them
पे नहीं
much
आएगा
more
सेवर्नी से राइट आएगा
freedom
थोड़ा
to
सा
breathe.
एंड सर्कल
You
सेवर्नी
see
पे नहीं
for
बनेगा
Alpha 7 when they're moving through
सेवर्नी के लिए
Recon,
बिल्डिंग्स पे नहीं बनेगा वो
Kara's
बोल
in the
रहा
way,
हूँ
GS2, but R8 can sit pretty for quite some time now. Such a dangerous push. And an odd time to get
सेकंड एंड
in.
थर्ड टीम बाहर है भाई ओजी का मैच बढ़िया जाए यार
That they entered as
इजीली
DXAV
हैशटैग
went
2
on
तक तो आ
the
जाएंगे हम लोग
defensive.
बढ़िया मैच जाके आया तो अपना
But yeah, I think for R8, they still play it fairly well. I think the only mistake there is that Amari pushes out solo. But even then, I think he thought he was covered by the smoke, and it is just.
बट ये छोटे कंपाउंड ना इधर थोड़ा सा डिसएडवांटेज है जीएस रोटेट कर रही है बट दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू फाइट विद ओजी उनको बढ़िया पोजीशन के लिए खेल रहे हैं सारे लोग
GS just moved as 4 through about 9
भाई डीएस में क्या
teams
पुश
just
करा
there
है
and got through fairly unscathed. Massive confusion tactics as they move out in a straight line, swerving left
DRX
and
three
right.
man
And
है
nobody seems to be able to
इनको
understand what's
पोजीशंस नहीं
going
पता
on.
इधर
Least of all
DRX
me. They've managed to make it to Severny. I don't even know why you would choose to go to Severny. It's not necessarily the strongest spot right now, but they'll get there. They'll be safe for another circle.
Yeah, I think that they assume that the only area that's still free of space is probably Severny, considering it's on the western side of the circle. I don't think they're taking into consideration the previous circle, though, in which case quite a lot of teams would have wrapped onto this spot. Iso goes down, sadly, to QXZ, who has held this position for quite some time. I think most teams just weren't prepared to take shots and were worried that shots would be taken at them if they stepped up there versus GS.
अभी तो 3v3 है GS versus DRX
eastern side, which is not fun always to
A7
rotate
versus
through.
Kara हो रहा
Obviously GS has a much easier time of it.
करीलो ने नॉक दे दिया सीओ को
Somehow, I mean, felt like Mad Bulls should have had massive broadside on them, but it just was not to be. Kara, they take a knock, but Not going to be flushed just yet. Alpha 7 want to descend on the position though. Look at that forward pressure. Moving in for Obscure. Playing close.
कारा मुसीबत में भी
Lewis up on high.
A7 इजी मार लेगी, दो या तीन नॉक पड़े। लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग कारा का।
Brilliant little piece by Alpha 7 picking up a nice little opening for themselves. On that eastern side though, they still have to put the pace down because the blue zone marches forwards and there is so many more obstacles left in their way.
चलो कारा बाहर।
Attempts to move up, but Orangutan immediately put that to an end as Poser goes down.
ओजी की पोजीशन बढ़िया है अभी, अगर यहाँ से डिफेंड करके हम लोगों को थोड़ा सा किल्स एंड पोजीशन निकल जाए ना, मजा आ जाए।
Wolves on the south side.
Nice. सऊदी की टीम इतना बढ़िया खेल रहा है। अरे सऊदी की टीम ना ये की स्पोर्ट सऊदी की है और उसके अलावा भी एक और टीम है, लेकिन ये लोग काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं अभी तो। जीएस भी आई गेस सऊदी की टीम है ना।
Question is where are they going?
Where is their destination? Will it be a little brown box on the ground? I think. Well, it's the ridgeline just before Severny for now. I mean, this is actually not terrible here. They've got terrain cover out to their east side. It's unlikely that OG step up and take shots out their way.
I guess यार, क्योंकि लगता तो वैसे ही
okay for now.
चलो ये सर्कल जाएगा, सेंटर ओरिएंटेड जाएगा तो राइट जाएगा सर्कल, क्योंकि सेवर्नी जितना मुझे आइडिया है ना, सेवर्नी के बिल्डिंग्स पे तो नहीं जाएगा सर्कल। देखो और अगला सर्कल जाएगा, मेरे अगला सर्कल ना या तो राइट जाएगा या तो थोड़ा सा नीचे के साइड आएगा, बट इतना है ना कि बिल्डिंग्स पे नहीं रहेगा। एंड सर्कल जो है ना बिल्कुल बिल्डिंग्स पे नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि ये सर्कल्स में ना बहुत हार्ड होता है।
I think Orangutan is going to have a little bit of a difficult time moving over towards that north side.
This is such a disgusting area to play.
Very open over towards the beachhead. Not ideal locale for anyone. There's going to be between DRX as well as GS right now on the north side of Severny, who basically have a lot of control here because they get to decide the momentum that they want to take, as they will hold on to the compounds the longest out of anyone in this circle.
Mad Bulls playing this 2-2 position. They've had it for a while. They couldn't really control too much on the rotate. Certainly not from GS and now Alpha 7.
A7 push कर rotate कर रही है, ये push नहीं करेंगे मेरे हिसाब से।
Just not connecting, not even taking shots anymore. But push up, the same story.
A7 better position के लिए जा रही है सर्कल पे।
Not even taking shots there. Maybe this is how GS
Mad Bulls trying कि वो लोग स्प्रे में गिरा पाएं।
coming out from the Mad Bulls. It might be an ammo issue. To be fair, looking at those numbers, maybe that's what they're looking for. A little bit of ammo conservation.
APG के तीनों के तीनों मैचेस खराब गए आज के।
Immediately pushed off that beach.
बहुत एवरेज स्टार्ट मिला इनको। A7 5 kills.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. And I mean, as just two players, it's pretty easy for Alpha 7 just to wrap around on that side. It's the tiniest of a hill here.
यहाँ से A7 की पोजीशन भी बढ़िया है, ये लोग यहाँ से मार सकते हैं क्योंकि ये लोगों के पे ना एक तो एरिया बढ़िया है और फोरमैन है ये लोगों की। R8 सैंडविच हो रही है, R8 एंड वुल्फ चलो दोनों बाहर जाएंगे ऐसे, क्योंकि ऐसी पोजीशन में ना यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी बहुत इजी हो गया इनका।
Higgles, really an important feature of their hold right now. The only thing that's stopping the arena fully overwhelming this position. Them and DRX, to be fair, from the north, a potential third party on the road crossing, but they're establishing their smoke lines. This, though, is the opportunity for Wolves to bring Doran back to his feet. If they can get back to fighting force, that is huge, and a pick-off of the Wolves is even bigger to keep the Wolves safe on that southwest side. In the meantime, on the southeast, you've got Ulf pushing their way through. They need to get past what remains of R8, which is prestige, and the Mad Bulls seem to be completely reluctant to take shots at anyone. So perhaps easier than they thought it would be. A knock set over towards Coops, though, and there's that trade-off. The arena still making this fight navigable.
Last man बचा है शायद मेरे हिसाब से।
has to push that. Like, he has no choice but to push that. Sadly, now down to just high goals off on the backside. I don't really know what Batten's game plan was there. He's just running backwards and forwards. As soon as your two teammates get knocked, you have to relieve pressure, right? And the only way to do that is to hope that Hygos is able to hold out players
easy
as you push up and take down the player underneath. Alpha 7 gets some great nades over towards Regnan Kaya. We'll flush them out. In the meantime, Mad Bulls is currently absolutely tearing their way through Ulf.
चलो ये सर्कल मेरे हिसाब से मेरे को लगता है या तो राइट जाएगा या तो नीचे आएगा।
We had a word from
लेफ्ट तो नहीं जाएगा, देख लो, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
7WG.
सेंटर.
He gave us some info that OG said that they're building some confidence and they're looking to
तो एज आई सेड कि
adjust tactics.
सेवर्नी के
Obviously,
बिल्डिंग्स पे बिल्कुल,
coming
सेवर्नी के
through
सिटी पे नहीं रहेगा सर्कल, तो
from
सिटी से बिल्कुल हट
from
चुका है अभी।
India, having a great time here
तो
so
प्रेडिक्शन
far
तो
at
है
the
देखो
start. They're
अपनी।
up into 5th place now, Blank, on the overall standings. And if they can
वुल्फ
continue
बाहर,
to build that confidence,
2 पॉइंट्स
it
लेके
would
गए
be
वुल्फ
great
बस।
to see an
DRX
Indian
वर्सेस
team
जीएस
back
होगा फाइनली,
towards
चलो 10
one of
मिनट से
those
फाइट चल
really
रही है लोगों की।
competitive spots. It's been a long time before we've seen since we've seen
3v3 है
that sort of thing, and it would be great to have it once
ये
again.
मैच।
That
A7 लग रहा
representation
है, A7 बहुत
would
बहुत
be
बढ़िया खेल रही है मैच।
brilliant.
आई गेस A7 मार सकती है, वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
Look
टीम्स
forward
राइट नाउ
to it, but
इन
they
द
need
लॉबी।
to hold their nerve.
फैज भाई खुश
They're on the
होंगे।
south side of the top.
ये
In the
भी सही।
meantime, DRX, GS, after GS's mad dash, going to come into
बट
conflict
A7
on the
टोचन दे
edges of
सकती है
Savannah.
इनको थर्ड पार्टी में, अगर उनके एंगल पे है तो।
DRX will just be holding the high ground. 3 players for them. GS underneath. Still pretty
बट
incredible.
जीएस
GS
का
are
जो
able to get
जाफर
here.
नाम का प्लेयर है भाई, एक नंबर है
But a
भाई। वो
fantastic
बंदा जो
game from
खेल
Alpha
रहा है
7,
अभी,
let's
उसका
say.
जो
Plays
रिफ्लेक्सेस
slowly
और जो
from
क्विक
that
गेम प्ले
northwest
है,
side.
मुझे लगता है कि वो
VP
बंदा
been taken out a
इजीली
little bit
1v2
earlier,
1v3
but
मार देगा
RA still
फिर
have profited massively of this game.
से। मैड वुल्फ वर्सेस
Immediate shot
A7
from
के
Revo over
मैड वुल्फ का एक
towards
बंदा
Pusher.
चलो नॉक फिनिश डाल दिया करीलो ने।
Killiker straight down. And more nades
लेट्स गो भाई,
on
विस्कॉट
top.
ने एक
That
नॉक किया
nade
है।
was so on target as well. Very
A7
unfortunate
भाई
takedown
क्रेजी
flip.
भाई, A7
Luckily,
नहीं
there's
रुक रही
another
है अभी।
angle from the side from Obscure. This is a fantastic hold from Alpha 7.
9 kills
You love
already.
to see it.
बीच भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, कैसे हो आप?
I mean, they're playing
Bad
with the
Bulls
barest
last
of
man standing.
scraps, but they are making one hell of a
आतंकी बाजी को
broth
नॉक
right
दे दिया
now.
ये के प्लेयर
They'll
ने।
have the chicken to it in a bit.
GS
That's what they
versus
hope
DRX.
anyway. GS moving on up through DRS as well, and it looks like there's no retribution just yet. The hop through again, not working with the DBS, but it is going to be the drop down. Turn
GS
the
last
corner,
player
it's going to
बचा
work out. Jafar though, we've seen him anchor these positions before for GS. Last man standing. He did it against APG.
ये बंदा मार
Can
सकता है,
he
ये
do
बंदा
it again
इजीली
here?
1v2
A
1v3
long
मार
range
सकते हैं
shot.
अभी,
Real
क्योंकि
hopeful
ये
with the
बंदा
DBS on
GS
that one,
जाफर
but puts him back
व्हाट
behind
अ
the
प्लेयर
corner,
भाई,
and
व्हाट अ प्लेयर।
Arena are going to be a third party to
level.
it. Jafar
ये
still
भी आ चुकी है
though,
इधर,
moving up
अभी तो खत्म है,
to the
DRX
top
भी
rope.
खत्म है
Looking to
और
try and
GS
drop
भी
the
खत्म है।
elbow, but maybe overexposed now as teams across the way. Now
देख
get
लो
his
तो
sight lines
मैंने
that all
बोला
he
भाई
had.
ये बंदा
Looks
मारता है
like
वैसे।
tasty as a point, but he's
चलो
got
थर्ड
more to
पार्टी था,
say.
चांस नहीं था, खत्म, बाहर। GS भी बाहर।
He's down. He's taken out.
3 पॉइंट्स मिले
Jafar's
इनको
gone.
इधर से।
Shot from afar.
यहाँ से
Very,
GS
very
निकलेगी
much
अभी,
afar
GS
as
को
well.
पता है कि यहाँ पे
Alpha
ये
7
थर्ड
up
पार्टी
to
करने आ
10
गई है।
elims now. DRX is just going to give it the ghost, try and send
DRX
away in a vehicle.
चलो
QXC
DRX भी बाहर।
swerving all over the
A7
place
को मिला
like a
इनका किल।
snake, but it's not enough as Obscure will grab the snake by the neck and take it out the back.
अल्फा
Very,
7 का
very
चिकन है
well
मैच, आई गेस। हाँ अल्फा 7 का ये, क्योंकि ये लोग तो एक तो फोरमैन है, ये लोग मोमेंटम पकड़ चुके हैं।
Arena. Okay, hang on a minute.
फैज भाई
They're
वेलकम टू द
managed to make
स्ट्रीम,
that
कैसे हो आप?
breakout here after getting rid of Wolves. They have got that little ridge line to move up towards. They're going to work it out. Prestige.
R8 last man है।
for RA takes a lot of damage, and you've got to
अरे
imagine that this is going to be done and dusted. But he
OG टॉप 3
finds
आ
a
गई है
nade,
भाई।
will fall though.
लेट्स गो
for
भाई, मजा
Mormon's
आएगा।
answer. And RA
OG स्टिल
now
3
but
मैन
in
है।
fourth place with 6 elims. Blank. It's again.
गाइस
a
देखो
good
मैंने
game
चेंज कर लिया
for
भाई,
our
देखो
table
A7 नहीं भाई,
toppers.
OG जीत रही
Let's
है
see
देखो।
what everyone else can do though as Alpha 7
OG
continue to
for the win भाई,
extend
लेट्स
their
गो।
line of influence. Orangutan.
OG
they're
पे
up
भी
into
बढ़िया
into
पोजीशन है
third.
वैसे, सदन
I
कंट्रोल है
think
फ्रंट
the
पे।
thing is about Orangutan is that they're consistently
बस
getting
ये है
towards
कि ना,
endgame
ये है ना
spot,
कि
but
ये
it
और
hasn't looked
A7 की फाइट हो जाए
pretty.
और OG थर्ड पार्टी
Has
करके भाई
looked
सीधे चिकन निकाले,
pretty bad, honestly.
मजा आ जाए भाई, मजा।
Last game hiding in the water.
OG
Previous
के पास
game
थ्रोएबल्स भाई, यहाँ पे
hiding in
एक
the
और चीज है ना कि यहाँ पे ऊपर आपको थ्रोएबल्स
This
वगैरह दिखा रहे हैं
game
कि कौन सी टीम के
hiding
पास
on the
कितने
south
थ्रोएबल्स हैं।
side.
OG के पास 9
There's
नेट्स है
been
भाई,
some points here and
4
there,
स्मोक
but
है उनके
like I
पास
said,
और
it's-
4 मॉली,
it's
4
not
स्टन।
saying it seemed too phenomenal.
A7 के पास में हाईएस्ट नेट्स है।
You got to respect that they're making it far into a lot of
यार
these
नहीं
games,
यार,
but
फाइट नहीं चाहिए।
again, it's hard to say.
थर्ड पार्टी
I mean,
करेंगे
this
वरना ये
playstyle
लोग
does
पीछे से।
technically work. If they're able to pull this off at international level,
ये
there's no
वर्सेस
way
अगर
where I can
A7
say
होता ना
that,
तब ज्यादा
you know,
मजा आता।
hiding will only
इधर
get
से
you
ना
so
थोड़ा सा
far for so long. It's
3v3
like,
में चीज
what
क्या हो
are you
जाएगा पता है,
doing
A7
at
फायदा
an
उठा
international
लेगी।
level? So you got to give them praise for that. But it's definitely not going to get you
A7
the
देख
first
रही है
place.
अभी पोजीशन की, लाइक वो बोल रहे हैं कि अगर इनकी फाइट
No,
होती है तो
not
हम लोग
first,
इजी
but
जाके मार मार के निकाल लेंगे ऐसा।
That's maybe what they're looking for. I did have a little correction from 7WG, who I gave some info.
A7 कुछ नहीं कर रही है, देखो अगर A7 को देखोगे ना, they are not interested to push or anything. They are like भाई हम बैठे किस्मत के
elims as time goes on, and once they build that confidence, that's what they want to end up as, a high elim focused team. Well, maybe not a high elim focused team, just maybe more focused than they are now.
OG is also pushing.
So perhaps that's what we're going to see from them here, potentially. They're up to 3 elims on the match. They started on 16 points blank at the start of the game. They guaranteed to be on 19 from the elims they found already, and then you add on the placement points as well. But this is their big test, moving against the arena.
They lied. They straight
A7
lied.
अब interested
They have
अब
not
interested हो
adjusted
रही है
tactics for elims at all.
अरे भाई वोटा नेड भाई जस्ट थोड़े में रह गया
Some okay nades though. I'll give him
Knock,
that.
knock, knock.
I'll give him that.
यार
This
गॉड
one,
नॉक हो गया
the side does
Sakura को
find
knock
a
किया
little
but
bit of damage there.
एक ही ने
Good shot from Kriyov from the distance towards WizGod. Again, you're exposing
यार
yourself
A7
towards
का
the beachhead.
इसमें A7 की
on
पोजीशन
that
ना बढ़िया है
jump up.
बहुत
I think for this is
OG भी
exactly why
cornered है
Ian is
ये भी
playing down this position.
disadvantage में
This should be a textbook Alpha 7 win though.
यार
And one that couldn't have come sooner. I think for Brazilian fans, this is a very, very good way for Alpha 7 to save face after what had been a couple of pretty upsetting games.
नेट कितने नेट है भाई खत्म कर दो
never.
अरे भाई और 12 नेट है भाई इनके पास
Have got a shot onto this one, and the nades aren't quite connecting towards the arena. Revo under danger, under threat here. The nades are still coming out. He's like a mortar turret there.
I knew भाई ये A7 वाले यही करेंगे.
Orangutan though, in the meantime, getting put through the mincer. Having a real tough time. Their backline's cut down to 2.
अबे A7 ये पे push कर देना भाई.
They're faltering a bit on their 3-man push here. Not quite as effective as maybe they would have liked. They do hold a lot of ground. That is their main.
अरे जॉर्ड भाई we've got जॉर्ड रही.
And that is not the way to do it. One knock found. A second needed. Necessary to take down Orangutan right here and now. But they're not going
ये वाले
down
push
without
करो
a
ना
fight.
भाई ये वाले तो ऐसे बैठे हैं भाई.
Yeah, I mean this is bad news. They absolutely need to keep 3 players over.
यार
Otherwise this happens to the arena. They immediately reposition.
कितने पॉइंट्स निकले अपने?
Fights on towards
8 पॉइंट निकले गाइस कोई दिक्कत नहीं है अपना एवरेज तो आ रहे हैं देखो 8 पॉइंट्स निकल चुके हैं मैच में एवरेज भाई टू गुड भाई एवरेज मेंटेन कर रही है
I still think Alpha 7 has a strong chance to finish this one out strong though.
ये मैच तो अल्फा 7 लेके जा रही है और ये मैच काफी बड़ा निकाला है लोगों ने आई गेस 26-27 पॉइंट्स का निकलेगा इनका 26-27 नहीं आई गेस ज्यादा निकलेगा अराउंड 28-29 तक का भी निकलेगा शायद चलो 27 पॉइंट्स आई गेस अल्फा 7 #2 पे आएगी अभी एक ही मैच भाई एक मैच इनका जो गया है ना अभी
It's just funny how that's the second game in a row.
यार ओजी अगर यहाँ पे अल्फा 7 अगर ये पे पुश करती ना तो ओजी पे एडवांटेज होता बट सीन ये हुआ ना कि ओजी की पोजीशन ना काफी कॉर्नर थी तो A7 न्यू कि भाई ओजी थोड़े से वीक पोजीशन में तो पुश करते हैं बट एंटी यार एंटी बढ़िया खेला ओजी ने 8 पॉइंट्स अब ओजी आ चुकी है कितने पे 24 पे आ चुकी है #3 पे होगी ओजी गुड स्टार्ट कोई दिक्कत नहीं
So a little bit difficult. Anyway, we'll head back over the desk.
एक वन बोलता हूँ फिर ओजी जीतेगी तो अंदर सुकून मिलेगी अरे यार जस्ट मिस यार बट बढ़िया खेला ओजी ने एक तो पोजीशन ये था ना कि सिचुएशन वहाँ पे थी नहीं अपनी जीतने की अगर वहाँ पे ये वर्सेस A7 होता तो मजा आता A7 ओजी सही है आरू काम खेल रहे हैं आरू का आई चैलेंज भाई बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल है यार एक नंबर खेल रही टीम अभी एक्सपेक्टेशन से तो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रही है लेट्स गो भाई मजा आ गया
Alpha 7 get the chicken dinner. Let's get it going right there. I mean, beautifully made by them. Oh my god, wrapped it. They landed in the Pavka, right? They do the good old hug the zone.
अभी ज्यादा अग्रेसिव होंगे तो लास्ट में रिकवरिंग बहुत टफ होगा बट ये है ना कि आरू इज मेकिंग श्योर कि भाई अगर मान के चलो जो अपने को नेसेसरी पॉइंट चाहिए उसके बाद में अपन लोग अंधा खेल सकते हैं अगर अभी अपन मार के खेलेंगे और अपना वो अपना जो एक कंपोजर नहीं मिल पाएगा तो देन फायदा नहीं है उस चीज का मोमेंटम नहीं होगा तो आरू नो कि भाई एक बढ़िया स्टार्ट लेते हैं देन फिर डोमिनेट करेंगे और एक तो ये चीज भी है ना कि इंडियन सर्किट ना बाहर बहुत कम खेला है तो वो एक्सपीरियंस के लिए ना स्टार्टिंग में जितना ज्यादा पोजीशन ओरिएंटेड खेलेंगे ना उतना बढ़िया है अभी के लिए किल्स से जाएंगे तो भाई यार फिर सीन हो जाएगा हम लोग फिर सीधा 12-13 पोजीशन पे आ जाएंगे तो कोई सेंस नहीं बनता है उस बात का भले ही किल्स नहीं आएंगे बट #3 #4 पर रहेंगे तो भाई बहुत बढ़िया चीज है
of this round and get
27 points निकले इस मैच में
which right now seems to be like a method in happening
8 भाई ऑब्सक्योर ने क्या मारा है भाई 8 finishes
is massive and here we go
and क्या
all of the players of Alpha 7
4 गुतियों के then रेवो के 3 then कैरिलो के 2
it's so one-sided this roster swap of Alpha
17 kills
a lot of
chicken.
questions coming up. Is it going to be impactful? Is it going to be a good replacement for Mafioso and Squad? I gotta say, as of right now, answer to that question is a massive yes.
चलो ओजी अभी चल रही है #5 पे, जिनके है ओजी के 24 पॉइंट्स हैं और टीटी के 25 जो कि #4 पे है। देन वर्टस प्रो 26 पॉइंट्स विद #3, A7 #2 with the 36 points, R8 with #1 43 points. So this is the points table. But good start यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। अगर अपना एक मैच बढ़िया जाता है ना, हम लोग #2 पे आ जाएंगे।
Gets knocked in return, and then Alpha 7 with the numbers get that chicken dinner. So it ends up working out for them. But I'm telling you what, Alpha 7, their rotates right here was what's got them that chicken dinner. So I was a little concerned with their performance so far. I think they were in 10th place max. They got to jump up big time after this one.
They're going to be in top 7 100% this time around. They have to be up in the position to qualify for the grand finals. Alpha 7, they bring in the heat, bring in the slow passive rotate as he highlighted here.
But कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार, 8 points एवरेज से बहुत ज़्यादा है। Still happy with कितने 24 points ना, 8 का एवरेज आ रहा है अपना every match। अगर अपन यही एवरेज चलेंगे ना, तो अगर देखो अपने को टॉप 7 आना है, तो I feel like कि अपना एवरेज ना अराउंड 7 के आसपास होना चाहिए हम लोग टॉप 7 आने के लिए। अगर 8 का एवरेज है तो भाई मेरे हिसाब से मोर देन इनफ है।
Fight there, but still looking positive that there's still going to be another game coming forward. As he plays now, that fight between Xavier also happening, and then the
अगर और एक और चीज़ ये है ना गाइस, एक और चीज़ ये नोटिस करोगे आप लोग, तो भाई जो बढ़िया टीम्स है अल्फा 7, GK, DRX और RCB, ये टीम्स ना OG से नीचे चल रही है अभी।
I mean,
इतनी बढ़िया टीम्स।
Had clashes between Xavier and R8 here. Well, actually, Thunder Talk and then R8 here. And also Wolves in the game. Actually, the
guys, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग देखने को नहीं है क्या जो हम देख पाए मैचेस के बीच में?
Hold a good defense against teams at compound, so it's definitely something they need to step up in that regard if they want to survive. They've got the survivability, they've got a position, they've got the idea. It's backing that up with that close range strategy is going to be a problem.
And that was crazy there in house. I mean, you saw, and let's take a look at this though before we get into that. I love this. We get rotations for this. Look at
तो ये अपना ये है क्या बोलते हैं ना, रोटेशंस एंड जो भी टीम्स की मूवमेंट है ना, इसमें सब दिखाती है इसमें ट्रैकिंग, किस तरीके से रोटेट किया, देन क्या टीम्स ने करा।
Yeah, it was such a good early rotate. Look, everyone still moving in on plane. They're already up north of Stolber, moving forward. During that time, looking at Orangutan dropping shelter, they did have a bit of a wider split giftings, but they're able later on in the game hold a really good position center to around. The arena of Severny, just making sure that DRX, GS Team, Wolves can compete with on the same level, and they're just able to zone them out.
बट देखो सर्कल प्रेडिक्शन तो ऑन पॉइंट थी मेरी। मैंने बोला था कि सेवर्नी के ऊपर के साइड आएगा सर्कल, सेवर्नी के राइट साइड पे आया, और सेवर्नी सिटी पे बिल्कुल नहीं था। प्रेडिक्शन तो है गाइस देखो।
Yeah, I mean that southern is actually a little bit separate from the rest of the town, right? So you're able to have some really nice angles for teams both in the town and when they start egging as well. EA were just able to have a full range of when it comes to those angles and trying
यार कल से ना मैं कुछ स्नैक्स वगैरह लेके बैठूंगा भाई, थोड़ा सा एनर्जी कम लगती है पता है इतना बात करके।
These rankings though, Alpha 7 27 points. That's game for them. EA, you know.
OG के ये मैच में कितने 8 पॉइंट्स निकले एज आई सेड। R8 का स्टिल बढ़िया मैच गया, वो लोग #1 पे थे, देन फिर वो लोग के 10 पॉइंट्स है। ये का भी बढ़िया मैच था। अल्फा 7 ने डोमिनेट करा ये मैच में तो, बट मैं बोलूंगा कि यार REG, APG, गीक, TT, DX ये सब लोगों के मैचेस खराब गए।
And then all of a sudden we see a Mori walk out of the warehouse, so one vehicle and get taken out. How much do you think that is the team's results here?
It was terrible. I'm saying that worst fight we've seen so far. You talk about Mori, that was the prime example. They are in a very good spot. They pushed timing of the fight was absolutely on their way. Congrats to your MVP of the game. Always surprised. Not really. Let's move on to that fight, right? And they do it twice in a row. They almost give it clock over to X, and those little mistakes in a PMGC have no place to be. You cannot do this at this level, unfortunately. If we keep
बस ये मैच में थोड़ा सा गैप कम हो यार। चलो OG #5 पे चल रही है, अभी हम लोग बिल्कुल एकदम ग्रीन पार्ट में चल रहे हैं। और डिफरेंस देखो गाइस, हैशटैग 8 पे कितना 15 पॉइंट्स है और अपने ओजी के पास 24 टाइम 24 पॉइंट्स है। तो उस हिसाब से ना अपन एवरेज तो बढ़िया मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, बस यही ना कंसिस्टेंसी चाहिए और तो कुछ नहीं। बाकी तो ऑल गुड है यार। और इसमें वैसे भी अपने को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि अपने को हैशटैग 1 है या हैशटैग 7 है, अपने को क्वालिफाई करना है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, वहां पे जाके डोमिनेट करना है। दैट शुड बी द प्लान। यहाँ पे हैशटैग 1 हैशटैग 2 करके भी लाइक कुछ है नहीं, अपने को क्वालिफाई करना है इधर से बस।
We are going to continue here really quickly. As you can see, we got our 8, right here. The reason I think we're being so hypercritical, right, is because that just little loss there from a necessary, right? They had such a dominant in that warehouse. For just to push together as a team, they wouldn't have lost them. Being, I think, a little nitpicky, even though they're in first place right now, right? Because I mean, look at what happened last year, right? 2024 PMGC, it's decided by just one singular point, right? So you just can't afford those mistakes here at this stage.
Yeah, it's something we really need to talk about after we get over to the break.
Racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
I'm here with the men on a mission, none other than Revo from Alpha 7. A convincing win in match 3. But if we rewind a little bit on the first 2 matches, it wasn't up to the performance that we expect out of Alpha 7. What was going on?
Vocês tiveram uma vitória bem convincente, né, agora no terceiro jogo, mas nos 2 primeiros jogos teve uma performance ali mais na média, um pouco mais abaixo. O que você tinha a dizer sobre esse terceiro jogo agora? O que mudou para vocês?
Bom, eu acho que a gente começou um pouco devagar, entendendo como que tava funcionando o jogo, mas acho que isso é normal, depende, vai de time para time, e a gente entendeu agora como é que funciona o jogo e, claro, buscar mais vitórias e, se Deus quiser, ir para a final.
We started a little bit slower, but we are getting
Gauntlet का भी प्राइस पुल है. हाँ यस, Gauntlet का अराउंड 450 की क्या कुछ प्राइस पुल है. Gauntlet का लाइक अराउंड कितना था मालूम, अराउंड 4 करोड़ के आसपास कुछ INR के आसपास Gauntlet का प्राइस पुल भी है, जिसमें जो कि Gauntlet की टीम्स में डिवाइड होता है. फाइनल्स का प्राइस पुल $1 मिलियन 1.5 कुछ है, तो इस तरीके से वो डिवाइड हुआ है. ग्रुप स्टेज का अलग है, देन Gauntlet का अलग, देन फाइनल्स का अलग.
Jogadores excelentes, o Obscure, mesmo sendo suporte, ele tem frente absurdo. E, bom, acho que é isso. O Guizão também é decepcional e acho que é isso. Eles trazem uma agressividade muito diferente para o Facete.
So yeah, they bring a lot of like aggressive play style to our team. And Obscure, he plays really well. He's the support, but he's like killing everyone. So yeah, we feel very good. The Guizão as well, really nice player, and we feel really comfortable.
Would you say that there's potential that Guizão could become a better player than you?
Eles já são.
They already are.
Ooh, okay, now going into the last 3 matches, what are the expectations? I know in Miramar, there's a chance that you might be able to have a hot drop.
So yeah, for the 3 maps right now, you're having the...
Bom, acho que sobre Miramar a gente não tem muita preocupação. Se a GS for cair lá, pode cair. Eu gosto de trocar tiro, então pode vir pra cima.
So yeah, we're gonna drop in Miramar, and JS can get to us.
कोई तो लैंग्वेज होती है ना ब्राजील की.
And yeah,
I like to fight.
I know you do. I know Max is currently just shaking his head saying no hard drops. Obrigado, mano. Boa sorte. Thank you so much. And back to you guys.
भाई हेवी भाई. भाई ये PMGC की स्ट्रीम्स भी लैग हो रही है यार, बताओ.
No,
या तो आवाज ब्रेक हो रही है या तो कुछ ना कुछ हो रहा है.
Just want the game, right? I mean, but hey, you know what? Didn't sound like they were gonna avoid it at all here, Max, man. What do you think about that?
Look, my analyst is terrible. It's so bad. My viewers.
ये स्ट्रीम लैग कैसे हो रही है भाई?
Do it.
It is entertaining for sure.
अपने साइड से तो नहीं है लैग, इतना तो मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Changing it up, going to Severny. I think it'll be flame path. They didn't drop this time around. Going up against definitely not a recommendation. 7, they dropped El Pozo every single tournament, right? So this is their mission. And even if they want to go for their secondary drop, unlike Erangel, they don't have a safe secondary spot because they would be dropping Impala versus Wolves. So what do you do? Unfortunately, right now, for them, there's not too many good options, but GS, you've got to make a choice because as of right now, your 2 locations are hot drops, so you better be ready because you're going to have to take those 5 right away on Miramar.
Yeah. You know, my question is this unit, yes, you know, obviously avoid military, right?
Yes.
Now, we know that Severny is their secondary drop location, but, you know, Harry was still on that plane path, all right?
Yeah.
So they go to the secondary drop and they get the circle. You think possibly convince them that, hey, you know what? Maybe this hot drop business isn't good for us. Like, what do you think?
I hope so. I really hope so. Again, I'm gonna go back to the point I made earlier is, you know, if it's not APG, then hot drop. If not, go for it. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. By the way, of course, we gotta give a big shout out to the Infinix GT30 official gaming phone of PMGC 2025.
यार कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग देखना यार, ये एक तो इधर अब फिर से 15-20 मिनट चले जाएंगे. मैच के बीच में ना अपन कुछ देख सकते हैं, कुछ रिएक्शन या कुछ ना कुछ तो कर सकते हैं.
That's how we get it done, guys. So man, I'm telling you, we still got one more Erangel match here, right? I hope we just see good old-fashioned good play from GS and Alpha 7, but let's go ahead and see what happens in just a few minutes.
रोंडो का दिखा रहा है, यहीं पे 1v3 मारा था.
We are here, right? Let's go ahead and take a look here at this one here. R8, I'll tell you what, from the get-go, this squad has just been straight aggressive, Max.
अरे आरू ने क्या स्प्रे दिया यहाँ पे?
I really like him what they're bringing to the table here for PMTC so far. Actually, you know what? For a quick second during these replays, like what?
यहाँ पे अगर थोड़ा सा ये होता है ना भाई, सिचुएशन चेंज हो जाता.
from Orang. Of course, are they always making it a full squad? No, it was KO followed by Aru in the first Orangle. This last game in particular, Orang survive as a 3-man very, very late to the game, actually. Compete.
ये हेवी जो 1v2 मारा था यहाँ पे भाई, क्रेजी 1v2 कर दिया था यहाँ पे जीएस के जाफर ने.
Yeah, I really love the way that they're playing this. They're building their confidence with some really good top 3 finishes. They're gonna and get those elims later on. But for a team that has no global experience, you know, speak of, it is exactly the kind of play you want to see from them. Were those nades slightly off? Yes. Was the slightly off? Yes. But you know what I love about that, Max? The timing wasn't off because they didn't hit it. The timing because it was a bad decision in the first place. It was not, oh, we got a little hesitant, and oh, we're not so sure. No, they were just didn't get it right.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be happening every once in a while. But you know what?
हम लोग एक और चीज कर सकते हैं वैसे रुको.
Here, as we see, Iggy Ken getting eliminated a little bit earlier on in that game, followed up by the. Again, I love of these guys. They're like, we went out as like, hey guys, well, Black strong in the next one. It's really comfortable in third position in the leaderboard. Harsh on themselves. And then later on in that game, still feel like are too passive. They should have went a little bit more aggro on some of these fights to third party though. Especially they're fragging to on this roster. You've got Soulless, you've got Etch, you've got Aaron. They are using their full potential here on these fights, and I feel like that's really hurting them so far in the rankings because they are, as of right now, in 16th position. You don't want to be there. That's not good.
No, not especially with how all these teams are playing. I mean, right? Wow. They started off as a little bit. Yeah, that's crazy. Mad Bulls mixed with 7. And that was actually a team I wanted to ask you about here, Max, because we saw them actually have a push onto Alpha. It was kind of like they were trying to commit, but they did that.
By the way, I just want to say I sent wow because it was like 7. That's what. Whoa, I was but no, that particular, I'm really happy for Hot Jukes because this is an issue of commitment. Mad Bulls, you play passive edge and you stay out of nade range of Alpha, or you fully breach Alpha 7. No in between. Here they just send it slightly off the road. I think they were maybe things away from Alpha 7, which is, as you know, range for just pinpoint accurate grenades from Alpha 7, and they get instantly wiped out of the lobby. That is a big mistake coming out from Mad Bulls. I want to see them adapt and just go play. Even if it's a bad play, I don't care much. Just because otherwise, indecision, as we know, Niptura, is always the biggest enemy in a PC lobby like this.
Oh, absolutely. You've either got to go 0%, 100%, but 60%, 50% is always going to get you back lobby. It's time and time again we've seen this. So, yeah, Mad Bulls just need to make it and stick to it, and they'll do a lot better. We have seen a few really nice things from Mad Bulls, but they just haven't been able to get that consistency throughout the match. I feel like they've just been like a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too incisive, and it's like, but Mad Bulls are a really good team, and we know how they can really do. So I just want to see that confidence come from them a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Mad Bulls are currently sitting in 7th place, right? So that's at that cutoff. So they're not really in that hot seat so far, but they definitely need to start picking up things here, especially when you see a team like Alpha 7. So many. It's going to happen here, I think, consistently. You know, Niptura, when we see a team get a good position like this, at this stage, we know they're going to get double-digit eliminations and the chicken, right? Yeah. Now that we got one more Erangel left to go, okay? Which in particular do you think you want to see a chicken dinner from right here and right now?
You know what? I'm going to say, ooh, DRX. I mean, that's a good point. I want to say OG, though, as well, because they've had 3 top 3 finishes. I'd like to see them.
यहाँ पे आरू भाई का reaction कुछ तो था यार.
Now that we got one more double-digit eliminations and the chicken, right? They're just trying to end themselves into the late game. We got a little bit of a word from 7 that build their confidence here, right? And I think that by late game more often than not, that is doing that for the Max, man. So I like the strategy, but Niptura, I do agree with you. I think that a chicken dinner for them right now, I mean, that'll boost their confidence up big time.
100%.
Did you guys see these average eliminations of 9 right now? Over 9 average eliminations. I think on Whoa. That was, if I'm not mistaken. Those are crazy numbers. If they can maintain that the entirety of top 7, easy. It's done.
100%. I love that for them. That's great.
भाई भाई
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
अरे चलो अपना मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है गाइस अभी जस्ट 30 सेकंड बचे मेरे को लगा इसमें फिर वेट करना पड़ेगा लेट्स गो भाई मैच इज अबाउट टू बी स्टार्टेड
right now. They're ready. They don't need to have those long sleeves anymore. The short sleeves, they're ready to go. But 25 seconds away from this game. Final Orango.
चलो ये मैच भी अपना प्रेडिक्शन है ओजी लेट्स गो ओजी
work in your favor. It's time to get
हो जाए
juicy
मैच
points on board because otherwise you're going into a completely different game and you might have a little bit of a tougher time to get those points on board. So it's now or never on the grassy pastures.
All right, let's get it going. We're going to see another hard shift like crazy game. Let's find out right now. John Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Of course, we'll love to get stuck into yet another Erangel. We've got the third and final of today. We'll see you again tomorrow, but
आज का लास्ट इरांगल है इसके बाद 2 मिरामार होंगे
as we head on over in the skies from North George over towards Lipovka this time, a little bit further north on the
Georgia
plain.
से Lipovka plane पाते
GS to be dropping out towards Severny, and again no hot drop unless Alpha Gaming try and re-engage it. That would be quite a sight to see.
That it would. But we're getting straight into it now.
Alpha Gaming natural अपना
teams start to step things up a
drop
little
लेते
bit
हुए
more. I think Alpha 7 had a very strong
Alpha 7 I
ending
mean
there
not Alpha Gaming
themselves.
sorry
I mean starting over towards Zaki. I don't like it, but it's working, so I can't complain too much. GS once again back over towards Severny on this northern plane path. APG going to be taking the long haul down towards the south side of the map. It is a bit of a journey for them.
GS ने drop change कर लिया वैसे
Quite the way.
Alpha Gaming कहाँ जाएगी
Maybe it'll all be worth it.
ये प्लेन पाथ के हिसाब से मेरे को डाउट ही लग रहा है कि वो लोग मिलिट्री तक जा पाएंगे
military circles. APG may be wanting them as well, or they could fall short on a vehicle hot drop near towards DRX out on that west side. Everyone else touching ground now as well. Two teams over in Yasnaya. Generally
सर्कल
fairly
सेम सर्कल है लास्ट मैच वाले सर्कल में और ये सर्कल में कुछ ज्यादा डिफरेंसेस नहीं है ये सर्कल भी जितना मुझे लगता है या तो सेवर्नी के अराउंड आएगा या तो थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट एंड राइट जा सकता है मोस्टली तो वैसे वाला ही सर्कल है ऑलमोस्ट एपीजी वर्सेस डीएक्स ड्यूल बाईपास चुके हैं यहां पे रिफर्स ग्लाइड कर रहा है कोचिंग के साइड पे गन नहीं है किसी के पास भी इसमें run over करने का try करेगा
able to find himself a vehicle but Zol's got to get in quick. Here comes the bash on the side and finally APG gets to disappear.
Yeah, those close range little scraps, that was what we were worried about there. I thought it was going to be DRX, but no. Some danger on the off angle with DX Xavier. Both start with D and have an X in them, so you know.
Clash नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे होते होते बच
गया. Either way, they will be able to regroup. They're going to be scrabble around Gatka for some goodies.
Yeah, these really can't go too north on this, so they're gonna bide their time. There for a little bit longer. Yes, Naya is a little bit more packed than I expected it to be. With both Geek and E Arena playing this area of the map.
Geek versus ये भी हो सकता है इधर.
Few games now where
came back with another अरे नाइस लॉस भाई ये बात भाई अरे मैं भी देखूंगा यार मैं भी कॉफी या चाय लेके बैठूंगा क्योंकि भाई एकदम इधर आउट ऑफ एनर्जी हो मैं भी
43 points looking fantastic so far
लो काफी फील हो रहा है पता क्योंकि लेके नहीं बैठा कुछ मैं
make up for the slow start on the day with 36 points now in second place.
And then we saw a little sub card as NC2 is in for Joker out on E Arena. We'll see if that is a question of
गाइस अगर एक और चीज नोटिस करोगे ना एक प्लेयर भी किसी टीम का खत्म नहीं है तब भी यहाँ पे रिमेनिंग 55 दिखा रहा है गेस हाउ
So we'll see how NC2
यहाँ पे ना थोड़े से प्रोडक्शन ग्लिचेस हो जाते हैं
on a circle like this as well it's going to be important
APG अपने नेचुरल ड्रॉप पे जा रही है इवन दो दोनों की उधर सर्कल का कोई सीन है नहीं
hold on that side that is going to be so controlled near Yasnaya is where E Arena are so stopping teams rotating around and accessing that northern side freely is a team task. APG broke all the way south blank. Alpha are now in Sosnovka, so they did continue on the road.
OG prevent पे गई है शायद.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by it. I mean, I was watching as it happened. It's definitely interesting they would take that approach to head all the way down. Roji, yeah, I mean, 5th place, pretty good so far, 24 points. They are currently in the top 7. They will be moving through the Gauntlet with flying colors if they keep this up. I think that last game looked a little bit better.
और गाइस आप लोगों को एक और चीज पता है कि लाइक जो PUBG मोबाइल ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप में जो लोग जो प्लेयर्स वगैरह खेलते हैं ना उनकी आईडी ना PUBG की तरफ से लाइक गिवन होती है, मतलब वो अपनी ओन आईडीज पे नहीं खेल सकते। अगर आप नोटिस करोगे तो इसमें कोई स्किन्स वगैरह नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है, नो अपग्रेडेबल्स, नो गन स्किन्स, नथिंग।
It's the first time in
ये
quite
चीज
a
भी यूनिक है
while
थोड़ी।
we've seen a team like Orangutan in PMGC. So for them, I imagine it's a little bit of a daunting experience. You're playing against teams that you have not met in internationals in quite some time.
गाइस अपनी तारीफ हो रही है ओजी की, देखो भाई।
They're certainly giving
ये आरू भाई है यार, आरू भाई कुछ तो है।
But I do think it'll take maybe a couple more games before those endings are.
आरू भाई का जो माइंडसेट और जिस तरीके से आरू भाई खिला रहे हैं ना अभी, इंटेंट दिख रहा है भाई वो।
Still doing I mean for orangutans, I mean they're still in
अब
fifth
वो
place,
जो
so
ग्लिच था
24
55 प्लेयर्स का भी 64 पे आ
Keep
चुका
them
है,
ticking over nicely.
तो ये वाली चीज है। और स्नैक्स के 1 लाख प्लस व्यूज जा रहे हैं, अरे नाइस यार, गुड टू सी। EWC के टाइम पे स्नैक्स की हाईएस्ट वाचिंग आई थी आई गेस 230k के आसपास। लेट्स होप कि ही क्रॉसेस दैट रिकॉर्ड दिस टाइम। And deserving है यार वो बंदा, like बहुत deserving है बंदा वो।
That's where they dropped, and they have managed to move over those Stalber foothills and over towards the western
ये
side.
वर्सेस REG सोलो प्लेयर को पकड़ लिया भाई।
Arena making a move across the bridge instead, and Loxy gets clocked.
Loxy भाई को दे
Get
दिया।
away from this one, and Reklam Kaya again on a circle that should be fairly strong from them. I mean, if you think back to PMSL Europe, because we
REG fight करने आ रही है क्या?
maybe weren't watching, but
निकलेंगे मेरे हिसाब से,
they did
रुकेंगे
like
नहीं
to
ये लोग।
move nice and early into this area. This was a bread and butter circle for them, and a bread and butter set of rotates. They're falling short of the mark though.
Yeah, just a little bit.
निकल गए यार
It is
ये।
unfortunate to watch as it unfolds.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे ऐसा है ना कि ये सर्कल में या ये पोजीशन पे ना फाइट लेना लाइक सुटेबल नहीं है REG के लिए।
on these games, and then slowly ramp things up as time goes on. I think they're a team of very, very good at adaptation. I think day 2 is likely where we'll see Regdom Kaya shine a little bit more brightly. They're a team that very, very clearly understands rotates and
TT के अजय भाई रोटेट कर रहे हैं।
They adapt to different regions very well. I think here though there
और
is
PUBG
plenty of
मोबाइल
teams
e-sport
that are
चैनल में
just
उतना
sending it
नहीं
very
आ रहा। अरे
quickly,
सीन ये
and
ना
I think
कि
it's something that
already
Regdom
they
Kaya is
have
not quite
like
used
already
to.
given watch parties to like everyone, like almost everyone. So everyone is doing watch parties on their channels. So कैसे आएगा watching? So that is the logical answer. Adnan, try to speak more. Like I'm trying यार। टॉपिक भी रहना ना कुछ ये करने का, वही चीज़ है बस।
10 points, it's going to be looking a lot better for you in terms of getting into that 7th place. So it's still quite a way to go for the teams, even towards the top, and there's a lot that can change, but doing a lot of work of the 3 days in that first day is always going to be good news.
बट ये ना कि जो फर्स्ट डे पे जो स्टार्ट मिलता है ना, वो स्टार्ट लेके भाई आगे चल सकते हैं। तो ओजी का जो स्टार्ट मिला है भाई, ग्रेट स्टार्ट आई गेस। अभी फिलहाल के अगर 3-4 सालों में अगर इंडियन टीम्स का स्टार्ट देखें ना, तो बहुत वो स्टार्ट्स के कंपैरिजन में ना बहुत अच्छा स्टार्ट है। तो यही अगर हम लोग मोमेंटम मेंटेन करके जाएंगे तो इजी क्वालिफिकेशन है अपना ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। एंड ऑलरेडी मैंने ये स्टेटमेंट दे रखा है कि ओजी सीधे मेरे हिसाब से जितना मुझे लगता है, जो प्रेडिक्शन मेरा है, सीधे गॉन्टलेट से जा रही है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। देखो प्रेडिक्शन तो दे दी है मैंने, क्योंकि यार वो लोगों का मोमेंटम पता है, मैं जितना फॉलो अप करते आ रहा हूँ।
Right now, they're more than third of the way there to securing a spot towards the Gauntlet. Again, you've got to compensate for those bad games that you inevitably
ये सर्कल ना फिर से या तो देखो थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट जाएगा तो राइट आएगा। मेरे हिसाब से आई एम प्रेडिक्टिंग कि यार ये सर्कल ना फिर से आएगा, थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट आएगा, सेवर्नी के साइड ही आएगा, फिर लेफ्ट देखो नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न सर्कल।
It happens as well. So I think for alright, if they can end the day around about 60 points. And they still got
ओजी पे रोटेट करिए। वैसे अगर एक और चीज नोटिस करोगे ना, तो ओजी का रोटेशन लास्ट मैच वाला ये मैच वाला ऑलमोस्ट सेम रोटेशन है।
On Erangel, but we've yet to see the performance on Miramar, so it could be that they get some great games there too.
Absolutely. It will be very interesting to see how this lobby takes on Miramar, a little bit more further apart from one another generally, a little bit longer range engagements on
क्वेश्चन के मिमिक करो तो भाई, अरे करेंगे यार करेंगे, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा वो ये चाहिए होगा प्रैक्टिस वगैरह, वो भी करेंगे कब सुन विल डू दैट टू। Snax is explaining everything in possible way, he's explaining better than Indian casters. Great यार।
Substitute coming on in, leaving Mormon out to scout here, maybe will be severed on the rotate by Ulf, but at the moment,
अभी थर्ड सर्कल में ज्यादा फाइट्स होंगी. अभी सेकंड सर्कल तक तो एवरी टीम इज ट्राइंग कि वो लोग बेटर पोजीशन देन इस पे जा पाए. गीक वाले बंदे स्प्रे दे रहे हैं ये पे. बढ़िया स्प्रे यार, कनेक्ट हो गया था ऑलमोस्ट. गीक के मैचेस भी उतने अच्छे नहीं गए आज, इवन दो गीक काफी बढ़िया टीम है.
GS still sitting strong on the northern side of the map.
But I hope कि APG थोड़ा सा कमबैक करे, क्योंकि APG के तीनों मैचेस बहुत बेकार गए. They only have 4 points right now. मैड के लेमन भाई ने DX के प्लेयर को नॉक दे दिया, खत्म भी कर दिया. मैड वर्सेस DX, 2-man स्टैंडिंग बची है अभी DX.
Players been lost at the back of that vehicle there, John. DX down to 2.
Getting torn apart on the approach. It is very unfortunate.
मैड पे पोजीशन काफी बढ़िया है वैसे भी.
DXavier not really having the impact that we expected of them coming into this tournament. I mean, these are a tournament favorite team, right? DXavier, I personally had them in one of my top 3, I think, coming into this one. I don't think that's an official thing that I've put anywhere. But they definitely were up in towards the top 3 in my estimation. Their record this year has been really fairly solid.
की पोजीशन ना मैं 2-3 मैचेस से देख रहा हूँ कि वो लोगों को ना बढ़िया पोजीशन मिल जाती है, वो लोग कुछ ना कुछ करके ले लेते हैं पोजीशन. और ऑलरेडी 3 मैचेस में 43 पॉइंट्स, व्हिच इज बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया चीज है. कंसिस्टेंसी ये लोग भी दिखा रहे हैं. ये लोगों के लास्ट मैच में 10 पॉइंट्स आए, उससे पहले वाले मैच में भी ये लोग 17-18 पॉइंट लेके गए.
Right, even on the 2 players here, it's going to be up to Miramar most likely.
Which is where DXavier usually shines anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Oh, you are doing well too, but try to speak more and explain things to yours. Yeah, I'm trying. We'll try more कि अपन थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा information and चीजें explain कर पाएं.
Right now though, and I think a lot of teams
फिर से center shift आ गया third circle भी.
Very hard to push through.
Guys, जैसे मैंने predict करा था, अगर आप लोग notice करोगे ना कि circle आगे वाले circles ना mostly सेवर्नी के left side की तरफ आएंगे. जितना मुझे लगता है कि जो end circles है ना, सेवर्नी के या तो थोड़ा सा या तो left आएंगे या तो थोड़ा सा नीचे आएंगे, क्योंकि जो last वाला circle था ना, वो सर्कल में ये सर्कल में ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है. ऑलमोस्ट सेम सर्कल्स ही है ये. एंड जो टीम्स के रोटेशन भी देखोगे ना कि उसमें से ना जो मेजर टीम जो रोटेट करती है ना, वो लोग सेम रोटेट कर रही है. यहाँ पे भी ओजी का रोटेशन बिल्कुल सेम है लास्ट मैच की तरह, बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से वो लोगों ने सेकंड सर्कल पे रोटेट किया है, जो कि रेयर होता है सेम सर्कल्स एंड ऑल्सो APG एंड R8 की फाइट भी हो सकती है, बट ये रेंज में आई डोंट थिंक ये लोग इतना एंगेज करेंगे फाइट को. आतू भाई भी कास्टिंग कर सकते हैं बढ़िया, लेकिन ये इंग्लिश कमेंट्री की वजह से डिस्ट्रैक्टेड हो रहे हैं. यार मैं कास्टिंग तो कर लूं, बट ये सीन है ना कि लाइक वॉच पार्टी इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग एंड कास्टिंग इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग. आई कैन डू बोथ, बट द सीन इज की कास्टिंग में ना आपको लाइक अलग चीजें कवर करते हो, वॉच पार्टी में आप अलग चीजें कवर करते हो. So that is the difference. A7 फिर फॉर्म में लग रही है ये मैच भी. ओपनिंग तो निकल चुकी है A7.
Kara's really struggled versus Alpha 7 trying to make their way in. Again, this is kind of the opposite
versus
that we're
VP.
seeing from DXavier is that Alpha 7's rotating
Rocket डाल दिया Watson भाई को.
where they'll rotate a little bit forward, they'll stop, they'll see if they can see any presence within the circle, take shots.
दूसरा प्लेयर भी नॉक VP का.
I know they can do to weaken teams around them is very, very beneficial to them. Slowly but surely
VP
they
2-man
work their
बच
way
गई
in
अभी.
towards a strong spot. So I think here on Erangel, Alpha 7's been playing these last 2 games very strongly. I hope that it continues during this match as well, because they've been quite happy with what I've seen.
थर्ड स्टेज भी आ चुका है. अभी सेंटर ओरिएंटेड सर्कल है, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये सर्कल के बाद में ना बहुत ज्यादा कियोस होने वाला है. अभी कारा वर्सेस APG होने वाला है. और अपनी TR वाली जो जली भाई जो गाड़ी, जो फेवरेट गाड़ी है अपनी, हावरक्राफ्ट. ये अगर एक और चीज नोटिस करोगे ना कि इंटरनेशनल लॉबीज में ना कुछ टीम्स ऐसी हैं जो हमेशा हर मैच में ना हावरक्राफ्ट कैरी करती है, जो कि काफी एडवांटेज देके जाता है आपको मैचेस में.
I mean, for Alpha 7 as well, after coming off the back of PMWC, right? For Alpha 7, not even qualifying for finals.
Mad Bulls के पास काफी बढ़िया पोजीशन है, and they are defending यार. काफी अच्छे से डिफेंड कर रहे हैं लोग. अभी सर्कल पे डिपेंड करता है कि किसके पास बेटर पोजीशन होगी एंड आई थिंक यार मैंने तो प्रेडिक्शन दिया सर्कल का कि सेवरनी के लेफ्ट वाले साइड ही सर्कल आएगा ये जो आपको ये जो रीजेस वगैरह दिख रही है इधर भी सर्कल आ सकता है लेफ्ट आएगा मेरे हिसाब से सर्कल भाई क्रेजी क्रेजी थोड़ा सा राइट आ गया सर्कल तो अपनी प्रेडिक्शन थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे चौक होते हुए मेरा प्रेडिक्शन ये था कि नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न आएगा सर्कल जो कि थोड़ा सा नीचे आ गया बाकी तो उतना कुछ खास फर्क है नहीं
For Wolves, it's not a bad spot to play down towards the south side on the ridgeline. Your difficulty is that even though you hold this position, you still have to worry about a lot of the high ground off towards your west side. Alpha 7 is an interesting talk you made about them not even qualifying for the PWC. And I think that
Virtus Pro भी जोन के ऐसे रोटेट कर रही है अभी,
which is if they don't have the hunger for the games, then they don't perform well. I think actually them not qualifying for the finals and
यार ओजी चलो लेट्स गो भाई ओजी की स्टार्ट हो चुकी है R8 के प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया ओजी ने
lit the fire underneath them again. I think that they struggled that for a long time, always getting second places. But I think that those second places actually were the things that kept
साइलेंस नॉक फिनिश हो गया टीटी की अरे यार इधर क्यों ज्यादा हो रहा है यार R8 वर्सेस ओजी है
second place and they can do well.
एक प्लेयर नॉक पड़ा है अपना भी प्रेस्टीज को नॉक फिनिश डाल दिया आतंकी ने लेट्स गो गाइस इजी इजी फाइट है
flush over to Regnum Kai. We'll touch on that in a minute.
यार बिस्कुट नॉक
battling now.
आतंकी भी नॉक यार.
Orangutan and Ida7 wins out that edge. Will find another knock as well as he steps out into the courtyard, able to find a second player from Orangutan, and they are cut down
खराब
to
मैच
one.
पहला मैच खराब गया अपना फोर्थ मैच आज के दिन का पहला मैच खराब गया गाइस कोई दिक्कत नहीं है अगले मैच हो जाएगा कमबैक
Everything else comes crumbling down around their ears and R8 make out like bad.
यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा क्या बोलते हैं ना वो ओवर प्ले कर दिया R8 वालों ने और उन पे मोमेंटम इतना बढ़िया मोमेंटम है कि वो लोग हर चीज पे इतना कॉन्फिडेंटली फाइट ले रहे हैं थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि सिचुएशन ऊपर नीचे हो गई
they want to get more eliminations. I can respect that as a limit test for the team, but it is a horrible time to be going for that fight. Right, you need to look for that fight much earlier, where the pressure is on as the blue is about to close. When you got a minute out, so you got to pace the fight much. It's much
यार मेरे को लग रहा है एपीजी का दिन आज काफी खराब जा रहा
think about their future moves.
जियोल भी नॉक लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग एपीजी का खत्म है एपीजी इधर चांस ही नहीं कि वो लोग बच पाए
I think it is one that's
अनदर
made so
क्या बोलते हैं
by Orangutan as opposed
बैड
to R8 playing
मैच फॉर एपीजी
12 takes down APG again.
एपीजी लास्ट पोजीशन पे चल रही है यार जिनको चारों के चारों मैचेस बेकार गए 4 मैचेस में 4 पॉइंट्स लेके गए ये लोग Let's hope कि इनका भी कमबैक हो.
Into this one.
Can't count them out, okay?
They're so done. It's over for them.
DRX versus
you can't count them out.
I've done it.
They're possibly one of the most annoying
A7 versus
teams
Mad हो
in
रहा
the world
है A7 versus Mad
when
Bulls
it comes to
दो नॉक दे दिए Mad Bull के लेमन ने
no points. Because equally tomorrow they could have 70.
चलो खत्म.
Oh, Alpha 7
इतना bro Mad Bulls ने कितना इजी मारा है Alpha 7 को.
Really not great stuff there.
बहुत easy मारा है.
On the northwestern side, get a couple more points on board. R8 similarly. Now
Circle left आएगा left northern left.
Malloy from Virtus Pro on that southern edge. Although
चलो northern center northern आ गया पूरा. ना left ना right center आया.
Quite decimated right now. So a lot of teams with opportunities to jump up towards the top side.
I feel like ये मैच में GS की पोजीशन काफी बढ़िया है. वो लोग यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं.
Hasn't been a bit of a cringe team name to utter because usually it's a team
Wolf
that
भी यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी होगा Wolf पे भी
Wolf
भी
some of the best players from the CIS region in it
थोड़ा सा क्यूस पोजीशन में मुझे लगता है कि ये मैच DRX कमबैक कर सकती है DRX के पास चांस है गीक भी अच्छा खेल रही है मैच
even he started to fall off a little bit without the help from effects to be his off angler. I think that the rebuild from Mad Bull is actually very
ये मैच में तो कमबैक ही हो रहा है क्योंकि ऊपर की दो टीम्स तो एलिमिनेटेड है थर्ड फोर्थ टीम है और बाकी की टीम्स तो नीचे वाली है सारी
CIS region. Flip is incredibly good. He's flipping good. And as well as Pusher and Tulik.
ठीक है अजय भाई ने 6 थोड़ा मैच दे दिया.
Nice यार. I think they are an aggressive team, to be honest. but I think everyone's on the same page there.
उल्फ पे थर्ड पार्टी हो रहा है काफी जगह से. बहुत chaotic position में उल्फ अभी.
Needing to hold it out on the western side. DRX need to move forwards against Ulf and Mad Bulls towards their northern side. Malloy still that thorn in the paw of the DRX Lion. They'll have to handle it. I think you might just deny the point here at this stage. Look at the blue zone taking him down. The heal does pop through. But in stage 5, does not have long to play this one. Maybe a backstab, maybe a little game changer on a fight. I don't think that Malloy is going to make it into the placements. That should be it. He will fall down. It is just a play zone point denial.
Stage 5 चल रहा है सर्कल का.
Wolves going to try and make their way through. Thunder Talks as well as Geek playing on either side of the road.
Wolf बाहर है इधर से. दो मैन बचे हुए लोग.
Advantage goes to Geek being closer towards the circle.
DRX versus Wolf.
Thunder Talks will have to push through them eventually or wrap. Even then, you need to take a shot set.
यहाँ पे होगा throwables वाला खेल अभी.
South side rotate. DRX they managed to get rid of Virtus Pro.
ओपनिंग निकल चुकी है वुल्फ पे. इधर उल्फ और उधर वुल्फ. भाई
as well. That's not going to be particularly flushable as Thundertalk try and cross the road and Ulf try and cross the road and Thundertalk deny them entry there and get a knock over towards Geek. This fight seems to be a little bit of a stalemate between these two teams, despite the number of nades and molotovs being sent between the two positions. DRX have taken a lot of damage though. And they're going to have a real tough time rolling up for the spray down onto Soaz as he breaks
DRX
through.
versus Wolf.
The crash line is good, and it's going to be held. Koops goes down 1 for 1. Hyunbin follows. QX set up on the hillside needs to come up big now because he's the last player to stand. The inside getting torn apart. Nobody's alive in the shack. The points are there for the taking, but nobody's ready to do it. A sliver of health on the high ground as well.
भाई what a play भाई इधर क्या situation है यार.
Bombards the position time and time again.
1v2 बचा है.
Stopping the wolves from flexing out and it's going to allow the heal on the high ground.
बाहर शायद से.
Damn, well played, Eagles. Actually able to make it happen. Hold down the fort for the time being. Yeah, this is where life gets very difficult for Thunder Talks, I was talking about earlier.
I guess DRX बाहर होगी
इधर से. Being on GK's side, it's just going to make their life so
Wolf
much
ने defend बढ़िया किया यहाँ पे.
For Thunder Talks even pushing far over towards the north, yeah, you can get behind that lip on the very northeast.
Mad versus
EA. Deal with GS, so we'll see how Thunder Talks plays for now. Either they push north or they
भी 4 मैन है. मैड भी 4 मैन लग रही है.
5 minutes.
और मैड पे ये मैच मोमेंटम बढ़िया है. वो लोगों ने ऑलरेडी 8 एलिमिनेशन कर रखे हैं.
Maybe not even that long to live though. 5 minutes is a long
They
time
in
in
good
PUBG
form.
Mobile. And it might even see us towards the end of the match here. GS on this northern side. Mounting up now, playing with 4 players alive. They are leaving 1 player still in Severny, trying to keep those building high ground positions under control. Maybe an off angle as they roll up towards Paragin's shack. One of the last players, I think the last player, in fact, for DX Xavier. He's going to try and fend them off, but posting an nade through will do the trick. Just needs to land it on the mark. Doesn't quite connect. That one does, though.
Okay, 2 man
He's not
बचे
the
हुए थे
last
लोग.
player for DX Xavier. It's actually Levi's off across the road. You can see there on the minimap, but yeah, it's not going to be... it's not going to be able to get that one back
Last
up.
man बचा DX का भी.
Move in to the shack position on the north.
GS ने ये मैच थोड़ा सा पैसिव खेला है. वो लोग वरना वो लोग की अप्रोच बढ़िया होती है. और वो I guess ये लोग भी चिकन के लिए खेल रहे हैं मैच.
Mad Bulls as well as EA. This fight has been raging on for quite
Wolf
a while.
versus EA
versus
versus Mad Bulls.
Mad Bulls are able to pick their player up as our E Arena, but
यहाँ पे बहुत बुरा सैंडविच होने वाली है ये.
Worst positions in the world. Sandwiched between both Mad Bulls and Wolves. Egos goes down, so despite his valiant defense down on the southeast side, he will not regroup with the rest of the team.
EA का knock, Morman.
Find it difficult.
ये यहाँ पे सैंडविच सिचुएशन है यार. आगे से भी पड़ेगी उनको, पीछे से भी पड़ेगी. चांस ही नहीं कि वो लोग यहाँ से एस्केप हो पाए. मैड बुल्स अग्रेस कर रही है. खत्म. ये बाहर. वुल्फ वर्सेस मैड बुल. मैड बुल्स मार लेगी. मेरे को लगता है कि यहाँ पे पोजीशन मोमेंटम बहुत सही है उनके पास.
As the spray down is good. Mad Bulls making their way closer and closer. The last player from DX Xavier, Levi's not getting stuck into that one. Doesn't want to give the game away just yet. Let Thundertalk go for the crossing first and try and ladder up on the placements because GK have to hold.
I mean, it's a good time for Thundertalks to do it.
TT versus Geek
all the
versus
way around the building, trying to
चलो
get
TT
to the
versus
side.
Geek
It
हो रहा
doesn't
है.
have many windows. Unfortunately for you, this building has all the windows. Nate goes through, Kevin goes down. There's Saf out as well. Ragnarok last left inside the building. The Vikings are looking to decimate against Ragnarok itself, but Nerzed's still in the fight.
Oh, he's able to stand up.
TT
with a little dying
two man
hope
बची
here
है
for
1v2 है.
DK. Able to find a knock.
Geek के लिए.
Thundertalk suffering on this crossing, sitting, needs to get rezzed here. The player on the back as well needs to try and stay alive, stay safe.
भाई
And
Geek
Ragnarok
क्या
can't
मारा है
weather
भाई
the
Geek
storm.
को इन लोगों ने.
Unfortunately, the Thunder was just too strong. As AJ crawls across, he gets clipped, and it's Thundertalk down to 3.
I mean, very, very difficult.
DX का last man बचा है और Mad Bulls 4 man बची है. GS भी I guess 3 या 4 man है.
They played it quite well.
GS 4 man है. Wolves 3 man बची है. TT 3 man है. बढ़िया मैच आ रहा है अभी तक.
Play up against for GK. So I
hello अरे Infinite यश भाई welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो आप?
MG3 with a sniper suppressor in there as well.
मुझे लगता है कि ये मैच इजी ये मेरे को लगता है मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है मैड बुल्स ये मैच. वो लोग जिस तरीके के मोमेंटम एंड वो जिस इंटेंट के साथ खेल रहे हैं मैच आई गेस मैड बुल्स का चिकन है. ऑलरेडी 11 किल्स निकाल चुके हैं. आई गेस 16-17 किल्स चिकन तो है इनका.
His favorite weapon, I think. Pretty sure. Haven't checked in a while. I have to double check that one. But either way, a huge amount of firepower and the level 3 refresh.
Feeling sad यार कि OG का ये मैच थोड़ा खराब गया.
Even more important in that difficult position. It's just a question of getting there. With 5 teams remaining, DXavier likely going to be the next team to have to move with their solo player Levi's out and across the way, over the road. Everybody else just about in, or at least close to being in. You can see Thundertalk have access to that hillside on their left, on the south side of the circle. And they'll be able to rotate there, hopefully fairly successfully.
So 11 elim game, it's nothing to be scoffed at. Same with Mad Balls as well, slowly climbing up the rankings. Yeah, so knows that Levi's is here. Don't think. Oh god, Mad Balls knows is here as well. Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. The ground being peppered with holes in between him. I don't think he's getting out of here. There's a lot of ammo being expended onto him though.
So yeah, big commitment on the ammo front, you're right. From Esso, might need a resupply from the rest of GS. And Levi's, I mean, he's still got a gun. He's still dangerous. He's still got damage to put out, I'm sure. And the fact that he's across, that is big for him. For survival, Mad Bulls can't push down towards this side because they're so entrenched against the team underneath them, against the Wolves hiding out in the shelter.
A little unfortunate for Thundertalks right now. They had to use that high ground in the building to pick up a knock to try and push over towards. And as a 3, you sort of need to get an opening knock onto a 4-man squad. Wait, Levi's is still alive.
TT भी 3-man खेल रही है.
That's what I'm saying.
यहाँ पे सिचुएशन ये है ना कि थर्ड पार्टी जो भी करेगा वो आराम से मार सकता है मैच को. क्योंकि DX का लास्ट मैन बचा है. बाकी 3 टीम्स 3-3 मैन खेल रही हैं आई गेस. बाकी दो टीम्स 3-3 मैन है और 2 टीम्स 4-4 मैन है.
But again, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. GS knows the location of Thundertalks right now, and it's hard to push down towards them. So yeah, King's gonna go try and scout out over towards Mad Bulls. And he's coming back. And he's going for it again. And he's coming back.
I mean, it's indecision, but it's so difficult to make the play. GS, they know that Levi's is here. Wolves going to take shots as well from the mouth of the bunker over towards GS on the approach. They give the Gauntlet up over towards Thundertalk, who are all too happy to pick up these points. As the knocks start to come through thick and fast. GS are suffering, caught in the crossfire. The fact that it's not unlikely that they go down before Levi's now for DXavier is crazy. And Thundertalk aren't doing too well either. Goodness me.
हो गया इधर. I knew यार ये चीज तो होने वाली क्योंकि GS की जो पोजीशन थी ना वो काफी
right now does go down. Icons able to get DS3 back up again. But overall for Thundertalks, it's still not a terrible game. They'd rather end up in a top 4. Sighting getting picked up at the same time, so they should get themselves back up towards the 3. And a wraparound from King here. Over towards the Mad Bulls.
यहाँ पे मैड बुल्स का मैच है क्योंकि देखो वुल्फ जो है ना पुश नहीं करेगी यहाँ पे क्योंकि वो लोग अंदर बैठे हैं पूरा. TD versus
That's a
GS.
long nade.
GS last
That's
player
a
standing.
very long nade.
They're trading nades here, and now actually
Wolf
Mad
का भी एक
Bulls are
knock दे दिया
flying
Mad Bulls
around
वालों
and over towards the Wolves, who have been doing so much damage to GS in the meantime. The Mad Bulls looking to
Wolf
keep this
भी
one under
two-man बच
control.
गई.
All things considered, this is their game, but Levi's moving up to the tree
भाई
now.
भाई भाई
Spots a
DX
player,
तो
he
solo
gets
player
the
मार रहा है
position
भाई
away.
अभी.
Now the Mad Bulls are going to know he's here. They're going to know there's danger on the flank, and they are going to put some
अरे क्या
ordnance
need
out
भाई,
his
what a
way.
need.
You can see the nades already cooking, and Flip gets taken down
Mad Bulls यहाँ
because
पे
of it.
फिलहाल तो
Push and
सैंडविच
low
सिचुएशन में
gets
आ
taken
चुकी है.
down
वो
as
लोग
well.
बहुत
No
बहुत
way, are the Mad Bulls crumbling under the
सिचुएशन
face
चेंज हो
of
चुका है अभी.
Levi's. Thundertalk may be able to take this one
वुल्फ भी
away.
मार सकती है. वुल्फ को
Good
पता
God,
लग गया
this is
आएगी
getting
वुल्फ आएगी.
crazy now. I mean, it was
खत्म
crazy
सीन है अभी.
before, but what? My God, what a
वुल्फ
close down.
बाहर. भाई भाई भाई. TT ने मार दिया भाई पूरा सैंडविच. आगे पीछे दाएं बाएं सब हो रहे थे.
Out, so the bunker is completely clean. Sing moves around the side with the blue is pushing to look at.
यार मैड का गेम खराब कर दिया पता है ये DX ने.
The bunker, but Levi's is
अभी TT मारेगी मैच. जितना मुझे लग रहा है TT का मैच है.
If he could just take Tulika out, but
खत्म
Sing
TT.
is on the hunt.
And they will be
भाई
able to
बट
find it. Now
DX
the last player
हैशटैग
for the
2.
Mad Bulls is there, and Thunder
अच्छा
Talk
DX
want
हैशटैग
that
3
top
तक आया
spot
भाई.
for themselves. They crest the ridgeline and they
और
contest
TT
that first
हैशटैग 1
place
पे और
towards
लास्ट टाइम
the
पे
end
मैड
of the
बुल्स
day.
का मैच था यार बट
I think
सिचुएशन थोड़ा सा
as
उनके फेवर
dominant
में
we've
नहीं
seen
गया.
China in quite a long time, honestly.
गुड मैच
I
भाई.
think for
TT ने आई
Thunder
गेस
Talks, they have
18
looked
17 या
really
18
good
पॉइंट्स
today.
चिकन निकाला है ये
I'm
मैच.
extremely proud
17
of this
18
team.
किल्स वाला
I
चिकन
think the
मतलब कितना 27 या
combination play
28
has been
पॉइंट्स आ गए उनके ये
fantastic.
मैच
The
से.
teamwork has
तो
been
ऑलमोस्ट
fantastic.
नीचे वाली टीम्स का कमबैक भी हो रहा है बढ़िया तरीके से. बस ये कि यहाँ पे जो टीम्स कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ जा रही है
Honestly though, I think that they look
वो टीम्स
dismayed
के
here,
पास
but this is
एडवांटेज है
the
काफी.
best Mad Bulls have looked in many years.
It is great to see.
बट
A
मैड
lot
बुल्स
of
ने बढ़िया
teams
खेला यहाँ
coming
पे.
back
जो
off
इंटेंट था वो
of an
लोग
off
जिस तरीके से
season,
मार के खेल
off
रहे
of
थे.
an off period of time. It is great to see this resurgence across the board. We are going to be heading over to the analyst desk now to figure out just what happened at the end of that one.
बाय द वे TT चाइना की टीम है.
Woo! Thunder Talk! Huge right here. On of eliminations. They did it very, very precisely there. And for a second, I thought we were going to see a little bit of a symbiotic relationship right there, right? With, we had, what was it, Mad Bulls? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. My brain just went crazy right there. But we saw a crazy symbiotic relationship. And we just Thunder Talk come up and get the chicken dinner right here. They landed in a great rotation. Neptura, what do you think about Thunder Talk?
ये मैच के बाद में TT हैशटैग 1 पे आ चुकी है
Timing
गाइस.
to
TT
perfection
हैशटैग
in
1
this
R8 आ
game.
चुकी है
Am I
हैशटैग 2
right?
पे.
I mean, I think it was really, really nicely
OG
done in
आ चुकी है
terms of, like,
हैशटैग 6
had,
पे. मुझे लगता है कि अगर
few
अपने
teams
2 मैचेस
remaining
बढ़िया जाते हैं ना we
had
can
a
still
couple
be in
holes
top 3.
over in that shelter area, but what to me is the difference in their that Mad Bulls pushed a little bit too early. Wolves ended up pushing a little too early onto Mad Bulls, so they were fighting, and then Thunder Talk come in, perfect timing, just able to just move in, sweep it, actually get a 2-1 going here with Xavier as
यार मेरे को एक
well.
बात समझ नहीं आती है जो भी अपने इंडिया की ऑडियंस है भाई अगर एक मैच खराब खेलती है कोई टीम तो भाई इतना वो हेट क्यों स्प्रेड करते हैं यार लोग.
Perfect. It was beautiful to see how it was played. Clearly, step between Wolves and having that fight happen way too early. They talked to move that position from the eastern side over to the southern western edge, taking a high ground position, and as you hear, finding that final player of Levi's, and of course to look at and get the easiest win here. 18 elimination chicken dinner here, Hodges. An absolute banger from the PL team that I had some mixed feelings about this team entering in this tournament, and oh my goodness, these damage.
आदनान भाई सलाम वालेकुम अस्सलाम अमजद भाई वेलकम बैक. अरे गाइस मेरे को एक बात बताओ भाई अगर कोई टीम जाके रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है इंडिया को और वो लोग बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं अगर उनका एक बार ही मैच बुरा जाता है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई तुम जाके भाई उनके चैट्स पे गालियां लिखो या तुम उनको डिमोटिवेट करो या जो भी तुम लोग हेट फैलाते हो अपनी.
All they had to do was stay on top of the hill,
पता नहीं भाई कौन
let the
लोग हैं.
Wolves be down there for a little bit of while in shelter, and then once everybody was gone, fight each other for first and second.
ये तो वैसे वाला सीन नहीं हो गया भाई कि कोहली को जाके आप बोल रहे हो कि यार तेरे को क्रिकेट खेलना नहीं आता है. पता नहीं यार कब सुधरेंगी ये अपनी ऑडियंस.
Absolutely, I love what we saw coming.
अभी PUBG मोबाइल के चैनल पे लिख रहे हैं भाई लोग जाके.
Come back to that. I mean, it was a really good win, but it's those things where it was based on the mistakes of the others.
चलो अपना मैच 4 भी खत्म हो चुका है. अभी OG #6 पे चल रही है. अभी अपने पास 2 मैचेस हैं, 2 मिरामार होने वाले हैं. लेट्स होप कि ये 2 मैचेस अपने बढ़िया जाएं एंड एंड ऑफ द डे अपन लोग टॉप 3 में रहें. अगर एंड ऑफ द डे अपन लोग टॉप 3 में रहते हैं तो अपना काफी इजी हो जाएगा यहाँ से जर्नी. और 2 दिन बचेंगे देन बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा.
On rotation, just make sure that they control the space around them. That they were able to get such a big win coming off the back of that. It's just really nice to see, Max.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. And I think a lot of people, myself included, looking at the PL teams, Weibo were going to be the banner men of that entire region right there. But no, Thundertalk, that I kept calling is PMW as a very passive team, just unwilling to commit to big fight, try and wrap up the eliminations. This is the change-up we needed to see from Thundertalk, and you know what? It is perfect to do it here first day of the Gauntlet, because again, the performance like this hot chicks, the elimination chicken dinner, chances are you're going to be looking keyboards.
Oh, they're going to jump up big time. You know, speaking of changes, right? A little change of pace. I want to talk about OG, right? We've seen OG play things very calmly and collected for the first few matches. This one, right, they started to do a crazy push onto R8. Unfortunately, they were taken out. But what about that push here, Nitra?
I think it's really nice that we're starting to see more of the aggression that I was used to seeing from them. I think it's nice that they're starting to spread out and, you know, spread their wings a little bit. Unfortunately, they go up against R8, which is not really the team you want to go up against necessarily. If they had known that it was maybe a different thing like that, it would have gone a little bit better. R8 are just having such a great day so far that it's gonna be difficult to go up against them. I mean, more along the lines of a Kara or an Ulf even might have had more success. Especially Kara, because what we're seeing is completely different to how we're used to seeing them play, because they play edge, and so far today we've seen them play just edge, no center whatsoever, and I feel like it might just be throwing too much. I'd like to see them actually go back to center and see what happens.
It's a good change of pace for sure. I think it's good to have a little bit more variety in your play style going into a gauntlet like this. But looking at the replay on the map feed, Thundertalk just again sweeping onto the eastern side every single time. 20-point game, setting the record for the biggest chicken dinner point-wise of day-1 of the stage. Can they keep it up? Possibly. The Mad Bulls, despite us being a little bit critical, engaging on that fight towards Wolves a little bit too early, you can play when you get a 20-point round from that. Pretty good zoning. I do think they felt the pressure of so they were going to have to move eventually, so they tried to be a little bit more proactive, which I can respect to some extent, but you're just opening up the gates for the other teams like GS Team, like Thundertalk to wrap it up and take the win. So still a really good performance, but those slight PMGC lobby cost you the game, and in this case, that could be what happened.
Yeah, you know, and that's, you know, a great game for them regardless of the situation. It's just those few extra points could make such a big difference in the long run. Yeah, look at this. 1,200 damage, 194 healing, and 7 eliminations. This is, I think, the game that Thundertalk desperately needed here, Max.
Definitely. A lot of people actually in the chat and also were telling me, hey, no, AJ's looking really good and stuff, team. But look at Silly, he's been performing amazingly and so well, in fact. They're standing in first position on the rankings, 53 points, 20 place points total over the course of these 4 matches. Their average is through the roof and amazing in the process. But now, Nipcho, the question is, when you have 53 points, how comfortable are you to actually remain in top 7 until the end? Because that's a really big point lead. Wait, that's a 33-point lead. And Bulls in 8th? They're super comfy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's a big points. But
it is. I think it's a little too early to say they're super comfortable just yet, but that's a darn good start for them. And coming out of the woodwork, I feel like, I think, you know, Thundertalk, based on previous performances we've seen from them in the global stage, I certainly wasn't expecting too much out of them. And 3-in, I'm having to change my opinion 100%, because this Thundertalk is who like a year ago.
Yeah, 1,200 damage from City. I mean, that's gonna definitely right here. That's all it takes. One good chicken dinner and rocket launchers, up these leaderboards. So hopefully we see a little bit more of this, and now we start going into Miramar. That's going to shake things up quite a bit. But one thing that we are starting to see is a little bit of that point gap, at least from first all the way down to 8th place. So these teams that are on that second half of the leaderboards, I think come Miramar, you reach something up here now.
It really is kind of only a point gap being created in literally just 4 matches here in GC. And this is a very strong lobby, but the fact you have a 33 point
सिटिंग भाई ने कितना 1200 का डैमेज दिया ओ भाई टीटी ने ये मैच बहुत सही खेला है बट आई वाज थिंकिंग कि मैड बुल्स का चिकन होगा बट मैड बुल्स की पोजीशन भाई वो लोगों का सिचुएशन नेक्स्ट लेवल चीज होगी उधर
when they won PMGC season 0 and season 1 back to back. If they are able to go the entire way with PMGC, he would be the only player in the world to have won 3 PMGs, which would be a massive flex in your Instagram bio. I'm just saying. To go the entire way with PMGC, he would be the little piece of information. He was on sitting, popping off. King is up there off the way. The end of the Gauntlet stage. Sitting, popping off. King is up there off the way. Quick little piece of information. He was on Nova Esports when they won PMGC season 0 and season 1 back to back.
And Ziol from Alpha Gaming, they ended up winning in 2023 with IHC. So a ton of talent, right, in this lobby right now. Alpha, right? They are underperforming big time in my eyes, Neptura, right? Is this, typical of what you kind of expected from them? Are you a little bit worried? What are you thinking about Alpha Gaming right now?
I mean, I think worried in one that the other teams are doing so well, so consistently, APG might fall behind a much. On the other hand, this is very typical of what we've seen from APG. Like, they do this all the time. They will just not get anything done the first 1-2 days and then come back, 5 points in the team they are. So I'm not concerned, but I think other teams
अगला मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है ना गाइस मुझे लगता है कि अभी 2 मैचेस के बीच का टाइम काफी कम होगा
I mean, Blank said it perfectly during the cast, right? It's the APG prank, okay? It's real. Day 1 is always the APG prank. Wait for day 2, day 3. That's when the real APG is going to surface here in this song. Trust.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because I saw that last push on and shut them down immediately. Yeah, this is a prank. You're right. I got pranked once again, right? Yeah, I hope it's a prank this way, right? Come on, right? Show us what's going to happen. Don't wait till tomorrow. It happened right here in Miramar. But you know what? We've already done with Aaron today. We're done with Rondo. We saw hot drops back. Max, talk to us a little bit about drops.
चलो अपने 2 मैचेस बचे लेट्स होप अभी कमबैक हो जाए अपना ऑलरेडी हम लोग टॉप 7 में चल रहे हैं अपने को एक बहुत अच्छा मैच चाहिए एक अगर चिकन आता है तो फिर खत्म सीन है बाकी तो एवरीथिंग इज गुड
If GS team go into Impala over to the eastern side, it would be GS versus Wolves. Teams in GK, Deek Xavier, and DRX. San Martin is RA versus E-Arena. And now the big question mark I have about getting hot drops that might or might not happen is going to be Orangutan actually dropping around Chumacera versus Alpha Gaming.
साइलेंस भाई थोड़ा सा सोच में लग रहा है कि भाई आज के मैचेस थोड़े से डाउन जा रहे हैं बट आई थिंक कि मुझे लगता है कि आरईजी भी जो है ना टॉप 7 में क्वालीफाई करेगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्योंकि साइलस द गोट नोज भाई के कैसे चीजों को एग्जीक्यूट करता है
Yeah, I agree. The other thing I would love to see is there's no one up in Ruins right now. So I would love to see Orangutan if they decide that, hey, Chumaceta is not that great. Maybe they don't want to go to La Bandita. Ruins would be another great option for them because both of the hot drops nearby as well.
Welcome
if they really wanted
report with the
to.
7WG.
Another
I'm the man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMGO and PMWC. But starting today... Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm here with a man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMGO and PMWC. But starting today, I mean, you guys are struggling. Only 4 points after 4 matches. What's going on with the squad?
За, өнөөдөр танай багийн хувьд болохоор 4 тоглолтод зөвхөн 4 хоноо авсан байгаа. За, ер нь өнөөдөр яг яаж эхэлж байна вэ?
Мэдгүй тэгээд болдгоо тэгээд үзээлээ. Болохгүй л байна.
Currently, like, I don't know, nothing is working on our plan, so I can't really say much.
Are you looking to make changes going into Miramar, considering that there might be a hot drop there as well?
Miramar дээр хамт баг бууж байгаагаас болоод танай багийн зүгээс ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт оруулж байгаа юу?
Тэгэл байлтанда хот дропоо ер нь аавна. Одоо ямар ч баг байсан тэгэл байлтанда. Үзэндээ одоо.
Even in the Miramar, there is a chance for hot drop, but still we will go for the fight and try to win our spot.
All right, well, I'm hoping if there is a fight, you guys end up winning it, because right now it's not the performance we're expecting out of
मुझे एक चीज ये अच्छी लगती है ना, कितना काम एंड कंपोज है भाई, बंदे के फेस पे बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग ही नहीं रहा है कि बंदे के 4 मैचेस खराब गए, बंदा तब भी स्टिल वो स्टेट में बिल्कुल नॉर्मल जैसे कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है.
Because when we deserved, he said, you know what? Hey, that's coming. We're ready to fight. And then Seven was like, come on, dude, right? I mean, these guys do not mess around here. Right? If hot drops, they live for them.
Yeah, I have never seen a stubborn team in all my days. This team are like, hey, lose 1-2 games, but y'all best be prepared for that third time, because it's not happening. You are going down. Kind of spirit we would
चलो
love
भाई
to see
अपना
in any
नेक्स्ट
team,
मैच भी स्टार्ट होने वाला है,
but,
मैच नंबर
when
5
you're not doing
which is
so,
about to
maybe,
be
like, I don't
started.
know, do something else. But
Let's hope
listen,
कि
first
यार
Miramar, first hot drop, let's see how it goes, you know. They're
और ये
going,
मैच में तो आई गेस
hey,
ओजी
drop this, drop
के साथ क्लैश है ना
this,
एपीजी का,
military,
जितना मुझे पता है चुमा से रह जाते हैं लोग.
Loopers, we're not going to stop now.
Come on, let's see drop action. We heard it from Revel earlier. He said, you know what, GS, come on down. We're going to fight this. We just heard from APG. You know, they're ready to fight for a hot drop. How many hot drops are we going to see? John, you tell us right now. 1, 2, 3. I want to know.
I think 3 total.
ये मैच भी अगर गाइस अपने अगर 10 से 12 पॉइंट भी आते भाई, मोर देन इनफ है. बट लेट्स होप कि ये मैच चिकन आए अपना.
Well,
Let's
technically, every team that's dropping in is going to be real hot because it's Miramar. We're in the desert. We're heading over to the dunes once again to see how these teams take on this map. Miramar on the menu. La Cobraria over towards Impala on the plane path blank. If you guys want to keep track of the map throughout the whole of this season's PMGC, you can, of course. There are public map feeds available. You can head on over and keep track of where every team is at all times, which is a very valuable piece of knowledge. You can do a little bit of analysis if you want. We'll be doing so. We're using our map feeds as well at the moment. Nobody getting too stuck into it.
मैट बुल्स ला कोब्रिया जा रही है एंड बीपी उतर चुकी है ट्रेलर पार्क के आसपास.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of talk on Insta about orangutan. Okay? And Max Man's getting a lot of hate right now, okay? The thing is, if I'm talking about orangutan at 22 minutes into a game, this is already a good thing, okay? Because there are some teams I haven't been able to talk about at all because they're dead. Most of these games.
South Eastern Circle बना पहले वाला.
So the fact that I get to talk about
अगर
orangutan
टीम्स लैंड हो रही है, A7 उतर चुकी
that's
है.
already kind of based.
A7 वर्सेस GS हो सकता है अभी.
Okay.
एंड और कौन सी टीम्स का क्लैश है अभी?
Chill out. Let's all just have a
OG is
little
also
chill out.
landing. OG काफी split उतर रही है
So
अभी.
just to clarify what
I
Blank
guess
said, he
they
said
are not
orangutan are
interested in
so
drop fight.
bad and he hates them as people.
I don't think I said that.
Well, let's head over to the stage with 7 to calm things down. What have you got for us, 7?
I feel like ये मैच अपना हो सकता है.
Oh, maybe. Not quite yet.
It's in 20 seconds.
Okay.
15
it's
now.
going, well, we'll cover right now.
damn.
But yeah, of course, Orangutan doing some pretty solid stuff. Let's head over to the stage for realsies this time. I promise it's not an Alpha Gaming prank.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm
Charlie,
joined by
let's
none
go,
other
bhai.
than
AKOP.
OG, AKOP. Boy, what a performance you guys are putting up here in the first 3 matches, backing it up with great placement points, but the eliminations aren't quite there yet. But you're building up that confidence.
Yep, we are building the confidence and we are looking forward to grab some eliminations too. Some situations are holding us back, but we make sure we will show the dominance performance like we used to show in India.
Well, I'm happy that the placement points are there, but that fragging power, what do you feel like you need to be able to adjust for that fragging power to come through?
For now, we are absorbing the atmosphere. We are studying the teams, what are the teams doing, and we are looking forward to have a like a team meeting and what are the mistakes we are doing that not getting us the elimination we wanted. And yeah, you will for sure see some double-digit elimination in upcoming matches.
I'm going to take that as a promise.
दे दिया
And for
statement.
everybody in
ये
India,
बात
I'm pretty
भाई।
sure this is pretty much a lot of hope. The performance is there. I'm hyped up for you guys. I'm hoping that the fragging power is going to come through. And honestly, great start, even though the elims aren't there yet.
Let's go भाई। But जिस तरीके से आंसर किया ओके ओपिनियन भाई, very good
A little
भाई,
bit of a
very
full
great
start on
to
their
see that।
promises of fragging power in that previous match, but here on Miramar,
A7 versus
hopefully they'll be
GS
able
की
to
fight
do
है
a
अभी।
little bit more.
I
They are
guess यहाँ
center
से
on
तो
this circle blank over towards Labandita, over towards
Nox
that area
निकलेंगे
of the
निकलेंगे।
map. We'll see if they can get the business done and stay in that top 7 spot for that direct qualification to the grand finals.
Indeed. Have a look at what's happening elsewhere on the map right now. Got DRX down towards Puerto Paraiso.
A7 का एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश हो चुका है ऑलरेडी।
Wow. Central finish at the moment.
Wolf की टीम अभी रोटेट कर रही है, I guess.
Not the most horrible position on the map in the world. I mean, up much further than dropping down towards the southwest side, which is difficult to play in, honestly. An R8 in San Martin.
चलो अभी आ चुकी है हम लोग GS वर्सेस A7 की फाइट में। यही से नॉक फिनिश डाला था, I guess. वाओ भाई क्या कनेक्ट कर रहा है।
So far. A little bit risky at times though. Cheeky shots coming through from DS3.
It's interesting. He swapped over to the M249. Was playing on the pacing that was assumed
RCB
of
के
him.
भी लास्ट दो मैचेस तो काफी खराब गए हैं। तो I guess RCB ट्राई करेंगे कि ये मैच वो निकाल पाए।
The plan was to break whilst he was reloading, right up into the wall.
ग्रेवयार्ड के आसपास घूम रहे हैं लोग अभी।
Swap really very timely and well read. So nice stuff coming through from GS, and they'll take a scalp of Alpha 7 for their
अभी अगर देखा जाए ना तो सारी टीम्स सर्कल में बेटर पोजीशन के लिए स्काउट कर रही है।
Continue to do that. They were getting clipped quite a lot on
and almost अगर देखा जाए तो किसी भी टीम की फाइट नहीं हुई अभी तक। It's already been more than 5 minutes and पूरे लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर फिनिश हुआ है। 63 अलाइव हैं अभी भी।
Up towards the city, up towards truck stop now. As you can see, they're moving forward, still with their substitute in. Joker out, NC2. He played in that last match, wasn't quite able to go the full distance. We'll see what they can do now.
Kind of just taking a look at where some of these rotational paths are going to come from, because I think at the moment Mad Bulls has a okay path inwards, but a lot of the central space is already
ये होने वाला है
right now,
खाता में
which
सीन
is
अब तो होना ही होना है। But I guess इसको पोजीशन नहीं पता है भाई, रैग्नारोक की पोजीशन नहीं पता थी। यार इसने चोक करा है, देखो लेजिट मैं बोलूँ ना, अगर ये तो भाई चोक करा है, रैग्नारोक ने ये चोक करा है भाई। उस पे बहुत बढ़िया पोजीशन थी और उस पे बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी भी थी वहाँ पे।
Brother, that's not, you're not an alarm clock. Be quiet. He sits him down.
They're getting knock दे दिया ये का 3v3 है।
There is an answer. So both Irina and GK now have lost a player.
But मोरमैन की पोजीशन थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट है, ये दे सकता है कुछ
get some
शॉक
shots
अभी।
in or nades in through those open garage doors, but that truck really playing spoiler to a lot of his sight lines. So the regroup, I think, probably necessary here. The third player from GK off in the distance, about 200, 300 meters away. It's kind of a non-factor unless they look to regroup.
I think for right now, this is a bit of a weird fight where E-Arena is going to struggle to remove themselves from this engagement. Inside this building, you got Nerzed hovering off in the distance as well. Definitely a frustrating one for E-Arena, but over towards truck stop anyway. It's likely that both teams are going to be leaving here for quite some time. How close they are. Aaron finding shot over towards Prestige. Not
ये सिचुएशन अपने फेवर में बनाने का पूरा ट्राई कर रहे हैं गीक वाले इधर, बट मुझे लगता है कि ये वाले उतना ओवर एग्रेस नहीं करेंगे, यहाँ पे पुश ही करना पड़ेगा। और जो टीम अभी यहाँ से थोड़ा सा अपर हैंड बनाएगी वही टीम मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ से जीत के जाएगी।
Always a good idea to put more points on the cards. Nerzed moving up, playing closer.
नेरजेड यहाँ से काफी अच्छा एंगल पे, बट ये कि नेरजेड की पोजीशन ऑलरेडी रिवील्ड है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी ये का प्लेयर ओपन आएगा उतना।
In a minute or two, but it's more likely that they're going to make their approach elsewhere. Very isolated fight. Not out of the question to fully disengage from this, from actually either of these two rosters. They are fully split linearly, but Nerzed really the sticking point of this fight, up on the hill with oversight on this one.
NC2 के गन में एमो नहीं है क्या?
Yeah,
रेड गन
the
दिखा
main
रही थी
issue. Again, it's only 2 players underneath, so Kevin as well as SafG can't get really too aggressive, but you are in a bit of a deadlock right now between both these teams.
चलो अपना
That
सर्कल
ball's coming
शिफ्ट
through
आएगा
for
अभी
water treatment.
मुझे लगता है
Most
कि
teams
अब
are
ये
just in
सर्कल जो
position. Again,
सेंटर
we're waiting for
ओरिएंटेड
stage
आएगा या
2
तो
here.
थोड़ा सा
Miramar, biggest shift available.
नॉर्दर्न जा सकता है
Send down towards.
सेंटर शिफ्ट
See
मिरामार
where
के
these next
सर्कल्स में
circles
मोस्टली
will end
सेंटर
up. And
ओरिएंटेड
it's
ही जाते हैं
between
ज्यादातर तो
Samat and
अगर देखा जाए तो
Picado as well as
तो उतने हार्ड शिफ्ट बहुत
Minas.
रेयरली आते हैं मिरामार में
So again, this is a lot of filled
OG
area,
is
a
in
lot
a
of
good
open
position
area.
right now.
Will mean that this fight needs to end soonish, though.
बस अपना थोड़ा सा अपने को एक तो किल्स भी मिल जाए और पोजीशन बढ़िया रहे तो
Does
मजा आ
have a
जाए
little bit of a ticking clock on it. I mean, Ferneza, does he regroup? Do they push through as 3? I'm not sure. I think it's probably
Kara is
better
also
idea just
rotating.
I mean, you could potentially just try and hold that fight out and try and play the longer game. Regnum Kaya, though, on the
RCB
middle,
versus
having
Wolf.
a bit of a clash, actually, with
नॉफ
Ulf
नहीं
as
डाल दिया
Silas keeps Loxy
लॉक्सी
safe.
नॉक पड़ा आएगा रिवाइव हो
Don't
जाएगा
wanna
यहाँ
be
पे
losing
आसपास में
players
टीटी
early, not
जा रही है
again.
टीटी वर्सेस
Especially
आरसीबी भी
Miramar
हो
here.
सकता
The 2-2 split for Regnum Kaya. The high ground position for Zedwolf, controlling Thunder Talk a little bit, making their run out just that bit harder. Scarface, he's trying to move in, but no, they're not going to find anything. Silas gets the res.
Again, for
RCB
Regnum Kaya, it's
versus
definitely a case of they really don't want to start another game on 3 players. That would be tremendously bad for them.
उल्फ 3 में है नहीं इधर
Just having one game go their way.
उल्फ निकल गया
would be
इनको पता है कि
fantastic,
अभी
especially
अगर
from the
फाइट एंगेज
position they're
करेंगे ना
currently
तो
in.
कोई फायदा है नहीं
They're
दोनों
just
टीम्स का
the
फायदा नहीं है अभी
west
अगर एंगेज
of
करेंगे तो
Thunder Talk. And being able to be in this position means that they have a good chance for an end game, a late game, being only on 18 points right now. Pumping those points up a little bit more would be ideal. You know, getting towards a 40-point boundary at the end of the day is typically what you're really looking for here.
Yeah, getting 40 points on a day would see you fairly safe towards the 7th place position and higher. Around that 110 boundary is where I'm expecting the points to end up here for 7th place. And that will be what they're going to be looking to try and convert on your right. So a lot of work to do in these last 2 games, earning 22 points for Regnum Kaya. In the meantime, plenty of other teams
A7 versus Virtus Pro होने वाला है
as well. Alpha
मुझे नहीं
7,
लगता कि यहाँ पे
very
A7
nearly there,
रुकेगी अभी they
very
are
nearly
like
losing a
rotating
player as he sails over the ridgeline for Alpha 7. They will stay alive just that bit longer. Of course, losing a player already, going down to 2 would be pretty disastrous, especially with the chock-a-block south side as it is. Virtus Pro bringing up the rear.
A huge amount of teams down here as well. You got Wolves, Alpha 7, Virtus Pro, like you were just saying, DX Xavier, who still need to regroup one another. You got Lambert still heading up.
ये सर्कल का शिफ्ट अभी डिपेंड करेगा पूरा एकदम से क्लैरिटी हो जाएगी कि यहाँ पे क्या सीन रहने वाला है अभी मुझे लगता है कि ये सेंटर ओरिएंटेड जाएगा या तो थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट जा सकता है
This is a very tough position to make your way out from inside of Los Leones.
Very difficult indeed. That push up over those hills to the north side of Los Leones.
Circle shift.
Treacherous at the best of times. Geek sending away. I think he's getting down that hill safely.
चलो
I'm
थोड़ा
not
सा
entirely sure.
नॉर्दर्न शिफ्ट आया बट उतना कुछ हार्ड शिफ्ट नहीं है क्योंकि काफी सिंपल सा शिफ्ट आ रहा है सर्कल का क्योंकि मिरामार में तो हार्ड शिफ्ट थोड़े कम ही आते हैं ओजी इन अ गुड पोजीशन सदर्न कंट्रोल लेवल पे पूरा यहाँ से डिपेंड करेगा कि किस तरीके से मैच जाता है
Yeah, I think for Thunder Talk again, it is a good spot for them.
Wolf versus REG.
दोनों करके भाई
चलो लेट्स गो भाई ओजी का यहाँ पे फिलहाल खाता खुलते हुए पहला किल अपना आ चुका है
Getting stuck in with Regnum Kaya as well, because it's a 3-way fight between them, Ulf,
2 kill आ गए अपने I guess.
Orangutan. Regnum Kaya really suffering here. Looks like their day might be a bit
आतंकी बाजी नॉक हो
of
गया
a downer, as they're down to 2 players. Ulf trying to
भाई
keep up the
दिखाओ ना
spirits of
भाई अपनी
European
टीम को
fans, but it's not really going well for
यार
them
2 नॉक हो
either,
गए अपने
as it's just Scarface now remaining.
अपने 2
Orangutan
नॉक हो गए
lost 2 in the process of all of this as well. As their fight's not going as strongly as they would have liked either, but they still do have reservoir opportunities. The Scarface steps in, steps out, tries to go for the shot. Bubbles the nade out the window. Will Loxy step on it? No, but he is going to get lit up from the off angle. That is Kara chiming in, and the nades are through as well. Scarface goes down next, and CEO gets a little bold, backed off the angle, but gets the points nonetheless.
No, I mean, at least you got the points to the back of it.
दो या तीन किल आ गए अपने शायद
There's a good name,
तीन आ गए जितना मुझे लगता है आरसीबी भी बाहर
it's not
चलो अपने अपना रिवाइवल इजी पॉसिबल है कोई दिक्कत नहीं इजी पॉसिबल रिवाइवल
but only to get shot out by other teams, so an interesting maneuver. OG took control of that northern side.
But I feel like रिवाइवल तो हो जाएगा अपना but यहाँ से थोड़ा सा देख के खेलना पड़ेगा
trying to push their way through wolves.
कितने निकल गए अपने 3 किल निकल गए भाई लेट्स गो भाई 3 किल
don't really need to force this engagement considering they are further north.
2 या 3 किल आए guess 2 या 3 आए मुझे कंफर्म नहीं कितने आए
Kara's playing a slow game over towards the northern edge of the circle.
ये का नॉक पड़ा है NC2
TT
का लास्ट मैच काफी बढ़िया गया था ये मैच भी वो लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि मैच बढ़िया जाए
right now Arena are in the four corners of the map at the
but
moment
कहीं ना कहीं अगर देखा जाए ना तो जो अच्छी टीम्स है जो आरसीबी हो गई उनके मैचेस भी आज उतने अच्छे नहीं गए एपीजे के मैचेस काफी खराब गए एंड अभी ये 5th मैच उनका देखते हैं कैसा जाएगा बट जो बढ़िया टीम्स है ना उनके मैचेस भी उतने कुछ खास नहीं जा रहे हैं डीआरएक्स के मैचेस बहुत बेकार गए आज उनका एक मैच थोड़ा सा ठीक गया उसके अलावा अगर देखा जाए तो 3 मैचेस बहुत खराब गए मुझे लगता है कि ओजी doing great bhai
sending up around the edge
even
of
though
this
they
crater,
don't have
right?
like that international experience or wo exposure still they are doing
if it goes all the way north
chalo
they can
badhiya
divert around
circle
it but if it pops down south they need to take this fight and I think that's go time it's
south eastern circle aaya hai utna like shift nahi hai but
maybe they want to stay on the outside and third party
circle
the other person
काफी बढ़िया कंट्रोल है अपने पास
it's a difficult spot on the south edge
ये है कि बस नॉक नहीं लेना है ऐसे टाइम पे अगर नॉक लेंगे तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हार्ड पोजीशन हो जाएगी वरना बाकी तो स्प्लिट एंड ऑल तो भाई काफी बढ़िया दिख रहा है
struggling play against one another. Wolves also will just play on this edge for a little bit longer. Labadita really is always this difficult terrain piece where it really causes some of these rotations to go right, because if you are one of these teams on the south, like you're forced to play a western rotate now, it's really hard playing an eastern rotate because you have little to no information on that north side.
Yeah, it's
अब अगला शिफ्ट जो है वो डिफाइन करेगा कि क्या होने वाला है अगर अगला शिफ्ट अपने फेवर में आता है तो भाई फिर तो खत्म सीन है अपनी टीम मार के चलेगी भाई मेरे को तो कॉन्फिडेंस है अपनी टीम पे
to potentially roll down towards the wolves but they've got to be worried about
अगर अगला सर्कल अपने पे आता है तो फिर भाई
I mean, do Alpha 7 go all the way around they go wide or Virtus Pro going to take that option maybe they're going to crash in towards Alpha 7 here
फिलहाल के लिए तो अपनी पोजीशन भी बढ़िया और एंड स्प्लिट अगर देखा जाए ना तो काफी बढ़िया स्प्लिट लिया अपनी टीम ने
I mean, they don't. I think if you get a crash over towards Alpha 7, there is a potential that you're able to get something done here and slowly make the push on the east. But this is a really tough push up towards Longhouse.
A7 versus VP हो रहा है.
Ooh. Feels like Milky Way may have wanted to go a bit further, but actually dropped short.
I feel like यहाँ पे A7 काफी cornered है. Easy fight है.
A lot of damage done towards them, and that nade nearly takes him down. Luckily, the health
ticking back up. And उधर से आतंक की बाजी भी थोड़ा सा टोचन दे सकते हैं. I guess वो रिच पे होंगे तो उधर से स्प्रे वगैरह आ सकता है.
Moving out around, moving up to the Labadita crater edge. But in the meantime, the rest of his team rides on in. Revo tries to hold the corridor, looks for the shutdowns, but it's not working.
As I said कि A7 के पोजीशन ठीक नहीं थी. वो लोग कॉर्नर हो चुके थे.
But he wasn't needed.
A7 का बुरा मैच जाता हुआ.
Swept aside, and Virtus Pro the ones to tear them to shreds.
कारा वर्सेस GS होगा भी.
I mean, I'm surprised they were able to make that happen, honestly. I was very surprised they were able to make that happen.
भाई कास्टर
It's an incredible push from Virtus Pro, especially over towards Longhouse as well. I mean, leaving that door open and grouping up and getting nailed out is pretty ridiculous.
OG का फिर से एक नॉक हो गया. वो लोग गाड़ी में उठा के जा रहे हैं भाई स्प्रे मत देना.
One, but a quick pick of the vehicle will get one of the players back out again to safety. And now stuck inside Labadita, a little bit rough now.
चलो अपना सर्कल शिफ्ट आएगा अभी 30 सेकंड बचे हैं एंड अभी भी हम लोग काफी बढ़िया पोजीशन में
will be potentially
still 4-man
place to leave
let's hope कि 4-man ही रहे अभी
Arena trying to keep their 2 players in trying to find a little slice of respite but I don't think it's going to be too easy to do so. You can see Orangutan lighting them up. DX Xavier sending them away. No room at the inn, and it's into the crater with them.
चलो ये सर्कल में
Orangutan might actually be dropping down to fight them, to meet them. They will come off of that ridge side and move into the angle. The oversight there. But will that give Virtus Pro too much ground? Will that allow Virtus Pro on the south to move in where they weren't allowed to before?
Let's go. तीन प्लेयर जोन पे अपने.
Yeah, I think for DRX they're holding the two-man split down this way as well, just to prevent teams from making that rotate over towards the eastern side. I think you are Virtus Pro. You're just kind of looking for these teams trying to leave out through from Labandita. Good shot over towards Mormon as well. We'll find one. Not likely to end up in a flush, but that does mean that their push out towards that eastern side is now covered by the fact that flush Rez needs to go through. Thunder Talk just playing this game out really easy right now. I'm also very surprised that OG was able to make this cross. It was a decent one underneath the purview of Virtus Pro. I mean, they did have to leave a couple of players behind. This was crazy, by the way. This is crazy. DRX held this angle for so long, and then as they leave, Virtus Pro makes the push. So you either need to commit or not commit. Not one or the other.
चलो DRX का एक और बंदा भी फिनिश होगा. 2 मैन बच गई DRX अभी के लिए.
It's not worked out for DRX in that situation. Wolves
DRX के मैचेस आज ऑलमोस्ट अगर देखा जाए ना तो खराब ही गए. उसने कुछ खास नहीं किया DRX के मैचेस.
I don't think I had this on the cards at the moment, but the Wolves are making this rotate, and it might pan out. Malo now caught alone. The rest of Virtus Pro have found a little bit of isolation from him, and there's no way he's getting back up. The Wolves clip the wings of Virtus Pro, make it all the harder to move over this Labandita crater here. It is a couple of real crazy rotates coming through on this south edge.
पकड़ लिया मैलो पूरा. चलो VP का एक और नॉक हो गया. VP 2 मैन बची है क्या?
It's such a hard place to rotate through as well. It's very hard to make happen. I mean, Wolves make a late rotate back down towards the south side to push through.
OG अभी भी 4 मैन सर्वाइव कर रही है guys.
Virtus Pro still ahead of things, but are losing players, hemorrhaging as they go. Xavier are waiting, and Virtus Pro kind of sense there's something in the midst there.
last man बचा है VP का. अरे अच्छा वो फिनिश हुआ ना. VP 2 मैन बची है VP.
That is a strong backing off as well. They do make it to a shack,
position
but
तो like decent है यार VP.
It's going to be a question of does the circle go to it, and if not,
DRX का भी like scene खत्म लग रहा है क्योंकि
going to move again. I wouldn't put it past them. DRX now trying to make their move as well, but the Wolves have the ridge line. And it's not going to be easy at all to make their way out this direction. And a little bit further they have to go as well, as DRX will be consumed by the blue here. Wolves making their way across the crater ground and over towards that north edge of things, playing up towards the oversight, towards DX Xavier, towards that high ground that they held.
कौन सा मैच चल रहा है दुबई? ये 5th मैच है मेरा मार्क.
I mean, it's an okay spot, right? It's fairly central, but it's just it's a nade hole, right? People are just going to be throwing. As soon as they start to get close there, it is so easy just to smoke that area out and then just toss nades in, and then DX Xavier's done for. It's going to keep them protected for quite a while. I might even give them the chance at an end game finish here, but it's not likely to.
ये मैच भाई सेंटर सर्कल जाएगा मेरे साथ. सेंटर ओरिएंटेड आ गया. आई गेस अपनी टीम चलो अपनी टीम पे गोन है. फिर से गोन भाई. लेट्स गो भाई. मजा आएगा. 4 मैच चल रही है अपनी टीम. इजी विन है. इजी विन है. बस थ्रो नहीं करता.
Rotate only to fall prey to a very similar rotate from Wolves later on. Geeke will go down. His Mad Bulls pushing through once again. I think Mad Bulls have had a lot of success today. I've been quite impressed by them.
They have had some solid engagements.
Geek versus Mad Bulls हो रहा है. Geek versus Mad Bull versus DRX. DRX का last player बचा है. And Geek का भी I guess Geek का भी last player है. Mad Bulls का भी क्या बोलते हैं? And DRX का भी last player है. Mad Bulls 3 man है. Mad Bulls 4 man लग रही है.
Probably going to be fairly safe for this.
यहाँ से तो Mad Bulls मार लेगी. I guess solo players है ना दोनों.
Actually get across the way. They are going to have to push through this one. They are going to have to move towards the circle, which sits southwest of them right now.
और ये last match का momentum भी बढ़िया है लोगों का. ये लोग मार लेंगे. OG पे बढ़िया पोजीशन है. चलो DRX बाहर इसी के साथ.
Nice shot from Flip.
फिर से एक और खराब मैच DRX के लिए.
He makes the jump.
Geek का last player बचा है.
Continue down this way. It's so open over on these fields. Pretty much there's a big task ahead of a couple of teams here. OG have to deal with E Arena.
Wolves भी घुमा रहे हैं. वो लोग भी पोजीशन देख रहे हैं. उनको पता है कि इधर बंदे हैं.
With APG, R8 maybe moving up over towards GS. But mostly Kara is kind of controlled right now by GS on that western side.
Good try भाई, good try. NT. चलो अपने बंदे ने एक नॉक किया.
Nearly found
चलो let's go भाई. 5 किलो.
Was able to take one down in nearly a second.
5 eliminations.
Quite. No Z falls. EK are eliminated. GS
एक बंदा नॉक हुआ अपना. But I guess revive हो जाएगा वो. अभी भी 4 man चल रहे हैं, अभी भी 3 man होगा knock होने के बाद.
Regrouping to third party this. If GS take a knock
APG
or
versus
two, R8 are going to be able to overwhelm this. You need to be careful. Icon stepping forward. CEO and Lewis trying to play off one another, playing on the windows. The CEO stepping in. Jafar goes down, goes low. R8, now's the time to push up.
I guess APG and TT के दोनों last man बचे.
Fully regrouped here. It might not matter though, because GS still
R8 versus
have
GS.
got more to
Kara
deal
versus
with.
GS हो रहा है.
Kara
तीन टीम है
on
इधर.
the outside, giving them a run for it. Icon steps
बढ़िया
in,
मारा Icon ने.
can't quite find him. His CEO just fails to get back behind the corner and falls to it.
Top finish.
Yes.
APG का last man बचा है ना.
Kara, I'm surprised that they put up a little bit of a fight here. They were stuck in, but GS did a really good number on them.
I guess APG का last man बचा.
In the meantime, APG is scrapping Thunder Talk on the other side of things.
Another bad start for APG, I guess.
On the bottom right, APG do finally come out on top. But it is, I believe, just Doc remaining there with a full squad wipe over towards
APG ने TT को wipe कर दिया, but I guess APG का भी last man बचा है मेरे हिसाब से. Doc ही बचा है सिर्फ.
Not an easy
Doc के
push
अलावा सब
either.
खत्म है APG से.
Surprised Thunder Talk lost that one.
Last man standing.
At the very least, it would have been 2 players from Thunder Talk still up, but APG still got it in them.
चलो OG के
Nice
5 kill आ
nade
चुके
from
हैं.
Iso again over towards Marth.
R8 versus
R8
GS.
loses another player.
That is far from ideal. That knock, that flush comes through, that puts them down to 3. They did
यार
have
अपनी
an
पोजीशन
opening
तो
to
बढ़िया
try
है.
and third party
अपने
up
पे
to the
पुश
north,
तो
but
नहीं
they
आएगा,
were
बस
more
अपन
concerned
जो है ना स्प्रेज में
maintaining
नॉक
that
खा रहे हैं,
south
तो अभी
boundary.
फिनिश तो कोई नहीं
And
कर पाएगा
that
अपने
may
को.
be the right play in this
अभी
situation.
जोन भी
You see,
मेरे
they
को लगता है
just
कि
give
जोन
that fight
इजी
a
अपने
slip,
साइड से
and
जा
now
सकते
they're
हैं,
going to
क्योंकि
allow all
नॉर्थ
those teams on
साइड
the
पे कोई
north
है
to
नहीं
get
और
stuck
डॉग
in
जो बचा है सोलो मैन
amongst
बचा है.
themselves.
तो
Kara and
लेफ्ट
Mad
अगर
Bulls
सदर्न
will
से
have
अगर
to
जाएंगे
conclude
ना नीचे
GS
से
as
इजी
well.
जोन एंट्री अपना.
Everybody's stuck up there now. Gonna have a tough
नॉर्थ
time,
साइड
but
पे
it's
तो केओस बहुत
Xavier.
ज्यादा है. नॉर्थ
We're
साइड
on
पे
a
आई गेस
hell of a
5-6 टीम
position,
उधर ही
and
है.
they're going
राइट
to
साइड
have
पे
to
कोई
hold
है
the
नहीं
push
नीचे
now,
की साइड
right?
में.
Because someone's going to go for it.
Yeah, again, for Xavier, like I said, this is going to be a hard hold. A
चलो
very,
कारा
very hard hold
वर्सेस
for them. You can see
जीएस.
nades
कारा का
already
2 मैन
starting
बची
to
हुई
be
थी
sent
कारा आई
over
गेस
by
मुझे
the
पता.
Mad Bulls. But equally for anyone else, like even if you take down
GS के
Xavier,
दो
you're
knock.
still having the situations like where do you play
2
after
मैन
that?
स्टैंडिंग. चलो सैंडविच हो रहा
Kara
है.
not giving
R8
up
भी
too
पुश कर रही है
easily
साइड
on
से.
the cross out.
सैंडविच
R8
सिचुएशन है अभी
able
तो
to
कुछ नहीं कर
continue to
सकते.
hold here. They had information
GS
earlier
वाले.
from Marth going down, and with GS
यार
all now locked in this one position, nades galore from either side, from Kara, from R8. Goodness me, that is damage pouring on.
चलो GS लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग.
That one looks good. No, it's just short. They
भाई
continue though the bombardment.
सैंडविच हो रहा है भाई.
Bottomless of an eight pockets here, with more pouring in, but Mad Bulls finally humbling them slightly, stepping them back off the
चलिए
angle
बंदा
as
उठ
the
गया. 2 मैन
nades
बच हो गए.
wobble over the fence.
GS वाले.
CEO trying to weather it from the Mad Bulls as well.
चलो मैड बुल्स निकाले गए. मैड बुल्स 4 मैन है. पूरा सैंडविच करेंगे. एक तो कारा को भी ले मार देंगे. एक के लिए जीएस भी खत्म है. R8 को भी ये लोग ले सकते
on
हैं.
the off angle there, actually looking to regroup it.
ओजी यार आतंकीबाजी जोन के बाहर ही फिनिश हो गए. 3 मैन बची है अपनी टीम.
Nice position. Will get taken
बहुत
down.
यहाँ
It's
से
11 to claim the
बहुत
point.
बढ़िया मैच निकाल
And that is
सकते
now
हैं.
6 teams remaining.
3 मैन है.
Just the 6 left now. OG actually making it over towards the northeast side here. Good wrap around from San Martin. And La Bandita.
यार एक भी नॉक हो गया.
Now looking over towards Xavier, but Flip finding that shot over towards AKOP. A little bit of a difficult scenario to head themselves into. R8 putting more points in the back pocket, up to 50 now. Mad Bulls not too far behind.
Already 7 kills हो चुके हैं अपने.
OG attempting to reset on this one,
as of now,
still 7 elims on the game. Pretty damn good stuff. 32 points
3 मैन बचे हैं अभी भी. AKOP नॉक पड़ा है. AKOP मेरे को लगता है रिवाइव हो गया.
Elimination refocus
Still
there.
3 मैन.
For
And good
OG.
position है. DX पे
Now they have to push
नेट्स
in
वगैरह कर
against
रहे हैं.
Xavier. This is a really difficult
वैसे
one to
DX पे
hold
काफी
though,
कॉर्नर
because
पोजीशन है.
nades
DX को आराम
do
से ले
so
सकते
much
हैं यहाँ पे. अगर
against you.
एक
You
या
can
2
see-
अगर यहाँ पे DX को नॉक
Okay,
होते हैं तो
I'm
इजीली
surprised that
OG
one didn't
मार
tag
सकती
on.
है.
A little bit of cover
भाई
found somewhere.
आतंकीबाजी भाई
Some
आतंकीबाजी
concrete
भाई
outcrop,
आतंक मचाते हुए
helping
लॉबी
them
में 3 किल्स सोलो मार के.
Still got a couple of nades.
जोन से फिनिश हो गया बट कोई सीन नहीं.
Off angle.
अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन तो
Like
दे दिया
OG know
आतंकीबाजी.
about it though.
डॉग जोन के बाहर है. बहुत दिक्कत दे सकता है डॉग.
Nobody really on that south flank other than him.
मेक श्योर करना पड़ेगा कि डॉग
The
को.
shots are connecting. But Wizcott
अरे
looking
जॉर्ड
good to
भाई
try and find
भाई
the top repositions.
बुलेट
Oh,
का
he
बचा
steps back into the spray line and nearly goes down because of it.
DX वालों को यार लेना पड़ेगा वरना बहुत दिक्कत है.
Good
अरे
and sends
जॉर्ड
straight
भाई
back up again.
जॉर्ड.
Knows he needs to pull the pin on the grenade now because he has
चलो
to
डॉग
keep
बाहर.
Xavier at bay.
अरे
And a
जॉर्ड
strong
भाई.
grenade over the top. Lambor last
दो knock भाई
remaining
DX.
alive inside of this bunker, and now they look further towards Levi's.
चलो
Again,
भाई
more reses
easy भाई
coming
easy
through.
चलो
They see
चलो
mad balls off in the distance. OG looking
Let's
for
go, OG,
even
let's
more on this game. Up to the top 4 now.
एक ओपी को नॉक दिया
Mad
यार ये
Bull's
मैड
not a
बुल्स
bigger
वाले भाई
threat
पीछे
for
से मार रहे हैं यार ये
Watchparty
वही
right
दिक्कत
now,
है
but he's just launching a nade over to Levi.
कुछ नहीं कर
Doesn't
सकते अभी
connect
हम
there. Some cover still found. That is a crazy push, you're right, but somehow goes unpunished. Mad Bull's
यार फिर
more
से रिवाइव हो
preoccupied
जाएंगे
with
सारे
getting those
इनके
reses.
DX वाले
There's 3 players still alive here. The Molotov sent to the sky for Aru.
अरे जॉर्ड नेट भाई जॉर्ड नेट फट जा भाई यार भाई थोड़ा सा नीडी हो गया
No, it's not going to go off in time and won't be able to connect either.
फिर से 4 मैन है यार ये DX वाले भाई
Somehow
रिवाइव खेल रहे हैं
DXAV
इधर
surviving these nades, everything being put their way. They're stepping out. They're moving.
भाई अगर यहाँ पे मैड बुल्स वाले थर्ड पार्टी नहीं कर रहे होते ना इजी यार अपन वाइप कर सकते थे अभी भी अपने पास 7 ग्रेनेड्स है और अगर देखा जाए ना सबसे ज्यादा ग्रेनेड्स अपने पास ही है किसी के पास भी नेड्स नहीं है अगर देखोगे ना सारी टीम के पास
It makes that end game a lot easier.
लेट्स गो भाई अरे जॉर्ड भाई
You just hope they don't
जॉर्ड
put too much attention here. If they get that
दो
done, now they know they need to
यार
move in. This is a good setup of vehicles from DXAV. There's a player behind, hidden away, looking for the flush. Wizgod goes down, now AKOP needs to find Paragin.
यार भाई एंटी
for so long, and Levi's will finish them off.
छी भाई
Dear me, what an angle from Paragin.
यार भाई
Underneath the
12 पॉइंट
vehicle.
अपने ये मैच से
That is a
भाई ये थर्ड
sneaky
पार्टी और एक तो
maneuver.
पोजीशन से ऐसी थी यार इधर कुछ
Just
नहीं कर
never
सकते
expected. That is
लेफ्ट राइट हो
so
गया पूरा
brutal for OG. Paragin
वेरी
makes
गुड
it
परफॉर्मेंस
work,
भाई
and
गुड
now
12 पॉइंट
DXAV
भाई
have time
चलो
to-
अब
Nope,
गाइस
they're not
अपन ने
gonna
कवर
get
कर
that
दिया ठीक है
time
अपना
for
एवरेज जो था
They
अपन ने
didn't go
मेंटेन
for
कर
that
लिया
res. The Blazer was
विच वाज लाइक
pushing. It
अराउंड
is
8
the
पॉइंट्स
last
तो अभी भी
stage,
अपना
and
7
Mad
पॉइंट्स
Bulls
7.5
now with
का
options
एवरेज
to
चल रहा है
maybe take a chicken dinner here on
सिचुएशन
Alpha
था यार वैसे एक
Square
तो
Bar.
मैड
Levi's
बुल्स
the last to stand,
भाई
and
ये
it
मैच
will
मैड बुल्स
be
से
the
निकाला
Mad
मैड बुल्स के
Bulls
बैक टू बैक 2
to
मैचेस
take
बढ़िया
it
गए
away.
लास्ट मैच हैशटैग हुआ थे वो लोग ये मैच
Disaster strikes for
चिकन
OG.
निकाला है
Paragin under the
अगर वहाँ पे
bumpers.
मैड बुल्स अगर थर्ड पार्टी
Was
नहीं
able
कर
to
रही
take
होती
him
ना
down,
ओजी
but
तभी भाई डीएक्स को
DXAV
वाइप कर
weren't
देती वो
able
लोगों
to
ने
get
2
out
नॉक
from
दिए थे
underneath the
फर्स्ट में
vehicle either.
दो
And
नॉक
it is
दिए देन
Mad
उसके बाद में
Bulls
फिर 2 नॉक
who
दिए
will
देन
be
उसके
able
बाद में
to
फिर एक और बारी
move
2 नॉक
on
दिए
through.
तो
A
3 बारी वो
brilliant
लोगों ने
close
नॉक करा
down to
जब
that
मैड
game.
बुल्स थर्ड पार्टी कर रही थी तभी वो लोग कुछ नहीं कर पाए वरना इजी विन था अपना बट एंटी भाई एंटी क्या ही
Really,
खेला है
well
भाई
done from them in
क्या
terms of
ही खेला
control
है
recently. I think as an aggressive
यार
team,
ओजी
they've been
अरे
playing very well.
स्टिल
For
चलो गुड
DXAV, coming out on top in that engagement was very
साथ
astonishingly
हम
good.
आगे
And I
बढ़
think it
रहे
only
हैं
really
भाई
became
वेरी गुड
apparent
मैच भाई वेरी
later on there with the
क्योंकि
way
उस
they set up
पोजीशन
the
में ना
vehicles
वैसे निकालना
inside
भाई
of that
टू गुड
bunker,
भाई
making it a little bit less
ग्रेट मैच
prone to the nades
कितने
being
12
from the
पॉइंट्स आ गए ना
top.
अपने
I think OG's
तो अपना
rotate
एवरेज
up
तो
from
देखो चल रहा है
Lavaditi was
7
fairly strong, but
7.7 का
difficult
एवरेज
to
चल
make
रहा है
work there
तो
versus
कितना हो गया
DXAV.
पता है
They almost had
25
it. It
पॉइंट्स
wasn't that
प्लस
spot that
12
Paragin
पॉइंट्स
held,
37
but they
पॉइंट्स हो
would
गए
have easily transitioned from there.
37 पॉइंट्स हो गए अगर 8 का एवरेज लेके चले ना तो अपने 40 पॉइंट्स होने चाहिए थे जो कि 3 पॉइंट्स कम है उस हिसाब से अगर देखें तो 7.5 इस अगर यही एवरेज के साथ जाएंगे ना तो इजीली क्वालिफाइड हम लोग चलो लास्ट मैच बचा है आज का लेट्स होप कि ये मैच में भी अपने 15 के आसपास आ जाए पॉइंट 15 या 20 मजा आ जाए बट मैड बुल्स ने बढ़िया खेला है भाई लास्ट मैच भी वो लोगों के कितने किल्स है पता है मैड बुल्स के मैड बुल्स ने लास्ट मैच भी अच्छा मारा था उनके 20 पॉइंट्स आए थे लास्ट मैच और ये मैच भी ये लोग क्या है 20
coming through from teams to deal with, especially on that south side for First Pro, for Wolves, for DRX. These are all tricky rotations to figure out, even for OG,
बढ़िया खेल
the way
रही है
they've navigated
बट देखो
through
गाइस मैं ये
Lavaditi,
बोल
that
रहा
is
हूँ ना
not
कि
an
देखो
easy position
कंपटीशन
to
तो
play in, 'cause
बहुत
they
ज्यादा
dealt with the
कंपटीशन है भाई
arena
जैसे
shortly
लॉबीज
afterwards.
में
But an
एपीजी
international level like
आरसीबी
this, I'm
की
expecting teams to
स्पोर्ट्स
be able to
और
do that, but I didn't
डीआरएक्स
expect
जैसी टीम
every
स्ट्रगल कर रही है
single
भाई वो
team
लोग दे आर
to
नॉट
be
इवन
able to
टॉप 7
navigate that position,
वैसी जगह पे हम
fairly
लोग भाई
well.
टॉप
So
7 मेंटेन कर रहे हैं भाई
quite impressive
बीइंग एन इंडियन
and a
टीम
fun game to
जो
watch,
कि
and also it's one of the first
बिना
times
एक्सपीरियंस
in
के साथ
quite
जा
a
रही
while
है
I've seen
व्हिच
someone
हैव नो
effectively
इंटरनेशनल
play out
एक्सपोजर
that bunker
स्टिल हम
where
लोग इतना बढ़िया कर रहे हैं
DXAV
भाई
were playing jump.
ग्रेट टू सी दिस
I mean, normally you just see those nades land straight on top of you and you're
गॉन्टलेट
straight
का
on down.
हैशटैग उनको कोई
But that
स्पेशल
vehicle
ट्रॉफी
position,
मिलेगी क्या नहीं नहीं
that
ट्रॉफी का
was,
सीन नहीं है बस ये है कि
that's
प्राइस पुल का
pretty crazy.
ये मिलेगा उनको प्राइस पुल
It really
जितना
was.
ज्यादा गॉन्टलेट में ना
I
अराउंड
think this
जितना मुझे
is-
पता है $460 के आसपास का प्राइस पुल है गॉन्टलेट का जो कि डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगा हैशटैग 1 2 3 ऐसे करके लाइक वो बहुत उसमें क्राइटेरिया है चिकन डिनर्स पे इतना एक्स अमाउंट है देन उसके अलावा पोजीशन पे एक्स अमाउंट है तो वैसा है वो सीन ट्रॉफी वगैरह का सीन नहीं है गॉन्टलेट का. ट्रॉफी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में एक ही ट्रॉफी है, वही ट्रॉफी ये रहेगी वो ट्रॉफी एंड एमवीपी ट्रॉफी जितना मुझे पता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट देयर इज नो ट्रॉफी
it needs like a perfect approach on the vehicle as well. It's very inconsistent to be able to get that set up.
आरू इफेक्ट भाई आरू भाई मैं एक बात बताऊं ना आरू का जो माइंडसेट है ना भाई वो माइंडसेट की वजह से ना परफॉर्मेंस आ रहे हैं वरना तो भाई क्योंकि ऑलरेडी जो पास में देख रखे हैं ना टीम स्ट्रगल करती है कि भाई इंटरनेशनल टीम्स है हमसे बढ़िया खेलेंगी आरू हैज ऑलरेडी डन हिज होमवर्क आरू ने सब प्रिपेयर करके रखा हुआ है ऑलरेडी कि लाइक जो आरू का कॉन्फिडेंस है ना वो सिर्फ कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है उसने उतनी मेहनत करी है लाइफ में उसने सारा लाइक जो भी इंटरनेशनल टीम्स का गेम होता है सब स्टडी करा है देन उसने सारा अपना होमवर्क रोटेशंस गेम स्टाइल क्विकनेस और लॉबी कैसी होती है सर्कल्स कैसे होते हैं सब उसने स्टडी करा है तो उस वजह से ना आरू के अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस है कि हम लोग भी इंटरनेशनल टीम्स जितना बढ़िया कर सकते हैं या इवन उनसे ज़्यादा बेटर कर सकते हैं हम लोग तो दैट इज़ लाइक हाउ हार्ड वर्क लाइक लुक्स लाइक तो वो चीज़ है आरू का सिर्फ कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है जितनी मेहनत आरू करता है ना पूरे इंडिया में मेरे को नहीं लगता कोई दूसरा आईजीएल करता होगा अभी और जिस तरीके से वो टीम को हैंडल करता है भाई हैट्स ऑफ भाई आरू को ग्रेट जॉब और जिस तरीके से उसने जो मैच नंबर 2 में जिस तरीके से उसने हैशटैग 2 तक लेके आया मेरे को नहीं लगता अगर वहाँ पे कोई इंटरनेशनल आईजीएल भी होता तो वहाँ तक लेके आता एंड वो कोई लाइक ऐसा कोई उसमें ये नहीं था वो कि भाई लक था लक फैक्टर था वो प्योर स्किल्स है भाई वो प्योर माइंडसेट है
these initial shots from E-Arena, from GK, taking shots over towards them, holding them position. It is surprising.
So far, great performance by Indian team.
John from Truck Stop, and then seeing where E-Arena actually ended up.
It's interesting we're seeing Regnum Kaya on here as well. It feels like they have really been dropping the ball today.
भाई मैड बुल्स के 2 मैचेस में 42.5 पता है उससे पहले उनके मैच पॉइंट बहुत कम थे उनके पास 2 मैचेस 3 मैचेस में सिर्फ 12 पॉइंट थे तो 2 मैचेस में वो लोगों ने कितने 42 पॉइंट्स निकाले अभी #1 पे मैड बुल्स चल रही है #1 पे मैड बुल्स विद 59 पॉइंट्स और #2 पे टीटी विद 57 पॉइंट्स #3 पे R8 विद 55 पॉइंट्स #4 पे भाई अपनी टीम इंडिया विद 39 पॉइंट्स #4 पे आ गए भाई हम लोग अगर अपना ये मैच बढ़िया जाता है अगर अपना ये मैच बढ़िया जाता है तो हम लोग #3 पे भी आ सकते हैं
interesting choices.
Yeah, it's tough game to play in, honestly. And especially with all that open area towards the end, it was really a case you had to clear out a lot.
Jack bhai, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो आप?
Quite well, the DXA were one of the last
Jack
teams to fall.
कुछ कहना चाहोगे अपनी टीम इंडिया पे? क्या खेल रही है भाई? क्या खेल रही है भाई? मजा ही आ गया भाई. वर्थ है भाई वॉच पार्टी करने का मेरे हिसाब से. ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस है भाई मैं रोज बैठ के वॉच पार्टी करूँ. #4 पे चल रही है अपनी टीम इंडिया. अल्फा 7 जैसी टीम से ऊपर चल रही है भाई. अल्फा 7 जैसी टीम से और क्या बोलते हैं ना आरसीबी जैसी टीम से डीआरएक्स गीक एपीजी ये सारी टीम से ऊपर चल रही है अपनी टीम अभी. ओजी का चिकन हुआ नहीं हैशटैग कितने पे है पता है वो लोग #3 पे है #4 पे है वो लोग 7 किल्स विद नहीं #3 हाँ 7 किल्स विद #3 तो प्लेसमेंट के 5 पॉइंट्स और किल्स के 7 पॉइंट्स तो टोटल मिला के 12 पॉइंट्स निकले अपने मैच 5 से.
But still a really strong game, 9 elims off the back of it, 14 points total. I kind of liked what we heard about in the interview between
अरे नहीं आई के शुरू करो 14 पॉइंट्स निकले अपने क्योंकि लाइक अपने किल्स ज्यादा हुए थे उधर लास्ट में भी 2 किल्स हुए ना तो उस हिसाब से अपने कितने 14 पॉइंट्स हैं.
They're trying to figure out the rotation.
वो कंफर्मेशन का मैंने कैलकुलेट नहीं किया था.
They unlike a lot of our other teams
39 पॉइंट भाई 8 का एवरेज चल रहा है अपना व्हिच इज मोर देन इनफ मेरे हिसाब से. इजीली क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे अगर ऐसे खेलेंगे. और मुझे ना ये गॉब्लिन और आरू के लुक्स देखकर बहुत पढ़ाकू लड़के लगते हैं. अरे एक्चुअल में है वो लोग पता है गॉब्लिन अपने क्लास का टॉपर था एक टाइम पे और आरू भी अपने क्लास का टॉपर था जितना मुझे पता है. तो दोनों ही लौंडे ना एक तो भाई एक तो टैलेंटेड भी है और वो लोगों को पता है कि भाई किस तरीके से चीजों को मैनेज करना है. ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई दे जस्ट डोंट शो कि वो लोग एथलीट है जस्ट वो लोग ये दिखाते नहीं है कि वो लोग करते हैं बट दे एक्चुअली डू देयर होमवर्क तभी वो लोगों का उतना वो कॉन्फिडेंस एंड वो होता है. अभी गॉब्लिन का कमबैक देखा होगा क्या खेला है उसने सीजीसी में. डिजर्विंग है यार वो लोग बहुत मेहनत करते हैं और एक मैच है ये अभी अपना मैच नंबर 6 स्टार्ट होगा थोड़ी देर में 5 मैचेस हो चुके हैं लास्ट आज का मैच है और इसके बाद लेट्स होप कि अपनी इंडियन टीम या तो #2 पे या तो #3 तक आ जाए क्योंकि #1 का पॉइंट डिफरेंस अभी थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है तो #1 पे आना थोड़ा सा हार्ड है बट #2 या #3 तक आ सकती है टीम अगर अपना ये मैच चिकन जाता है तो भाई क्रेजी हो जाएगा डे 1 भाई एकदम मौत डाल देंगे वैसा वाला हो जाएगा फिर
with only 3 elims is wild, by the way.
Great, भाई great.
So he was just taking cracks at
but
everyone
मेरे को
inside
ये
the
लगता है ना
lobby.
अगर वहाँ
Not
पे
quite
भाई
finding the elim, but certainly giving out a fair few bruises and cuts in the process. Lambo, the face does not match the punch right now. He looks afraid to go to bat with me, but you know he still did 611 damage, so he's a fearsome boxer nonetheless.
Absolutely, don't want to come across him on the dunes of Miramar.
Let's go, bhai.
I mean,
for
OG, right? Their position on the north side of the Labadita crater, they were holding out Wolves, they were holding out E-Arena, they were holding out all those teams to the south, taking pot shots as well. We saw them flexing out, doing a lot of work. Not necessarily getting the most in response, but probably a lot of those elims were taken away by maybe other members of his team, right?
I guess वो टॉपर तो था बट उसने क्या स्टडी करा है मेरे को वो आइडिया नहीं है
It'd be interesting to see what the general stats
but by deserving तो है देखो यार अपने
a great result and he's living up to the interview
and Aru being the
doesn't happen
क्या बोलते हैं ना फर्स्ट आईजीएल जो भाई PUBG बैन के बाद में ना जो भी टीम अपनी इंडियन टीम गई है जो डे 1 पे इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस डन भाई ही इज द फर्स्ट आईजीएल
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't really.
इसने इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्म करा है डे 1 पे गेम बैन होने के बाद से 2020 के बाद
during interviews as well where it's case, oh, we'll do better, we'll get more elims, etc. I don't think he did that too much. Quite clearly,
चलो अपना लास्ट मैच बचा है
where they were weak,
लास्ट मैच देखते हैं अभी फिर
and what they need to improve
EQOP
on, what
शेयर
they
है
did
अरे
well.
EQOP भाई EQOP क्या ही खेलता
है those are things
बट मुझे लगता है भाई अगर वहाँ पे मैड बुल थर्ड पार्टी नहीं करती ना डीएक्स को इजीली क्लियर कर लिया था हम लोगों ने क्योंकि वहाँ पे एक बार नहीं दो बार नहीं 3 बार ही नॉक करी डीएक्स के प्लेयर्स को वो लोग दो लोग बच रहे थे जैसे ही पुश करने जा रहे थे भाई मैड बुल्स वाले थर्ड पार्टी करके स्प्रे से नॉक दे रहे या तो कुछ कर रहे अगर वहाँ पे वो सीन नहीं होता तो फिर भाई इजी अपना चिकन भी था और मुझे लगता है कि कितने किल्स मारे अपन लोगों ने 9 किल्स मारे 9 की जगह पे अपने होते 14-15 किल विद चिकन क्योंकि वैसा पोजीशन था वो वहाँ पे मैड बुल्स ने खराब किया अपना मैच चलो भाई 15 मिनट बाद आ रहा हूँ पढ़ ले रहा हूँ थोड़ा डन सीन तौसीफ भाई मिलते हैं 15 मिनट बाद अभी वैसे मैच स्टार्ट होने में भी 8-10 मिनट लगेंगे तो मैं भी थोड़ा सा 1 मिनट थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेके मैं पानी वानी पी के आता हूँ 1 मिनट में आता हूँ मैं भी ठीक है 1 मिनट वेट करना है
And I think that, to be honest, certainly at the middle of this year,
है ना, तो आज गेम डन सीन। चलो डन सीन खेलते हैं फिर। कितने बजे अभी? ये तो आई गेस 9:30 के अंदर ख़त्म हो जाएगा, तो अपन खेलते फिर अराउंड 10 या 10 या 10:30 के आसपास से। दस बजे डन सीन। चलो खेलते हैं फिर। अभी कितना और 3-4 मिनट लगेंगे स्टार्ट होने में। बड़े प्लेयर्स की बात चल रही। अरे चौको भाई वेलकम टू द टीम अगेन। अरे अपने पास और 4-5 मिनट है, कुछ है रिएक्ट करने, कुछ देखने लायक चीज़ कुछ है तो बताओ ना, कुछ बढ़िया देखते हैं, रिएक्शन करेंगे कुछ चीज़ों पे, या तो कुछ करते हैं बढ़िया। चॉकलेट भाई बिग फैन। चौको बिग पीपल बन गए भाई, आ रहे नहीं आजकल गेम में, बहाने मार रहे, लैग मार रहा बल्कि गेम। कितना और 4 मिनट बचे मैच स्टार्ट होने में, तो वी हैव 4 more minutes। भाई जॉनीसन के ऊपर रिएक्ट करो भाई, उसके ऊपर अगर यूट्यूब पे रिएक्ट कर सकते तो बात अलग होती, बट क्या बोलो भाई, कुछ ऐसा बोलो ना जो यूट्यूब पे रिएक्ट कर पाए हम लोग। बिग फैन जैक साहब। भाई आईफोन एयर 17 ले लो, कैसा है? एयर 17 बस एक नंबर है, बट उसमें ये है ना कि उसका डिस्प्ले 60 हर्ट्ज का है, जितना मेरे को सुनने में आया। तो लाइक अपन अगर बीजीएम वगैरह खेले ना तो 60 FPS आता, 120 नहीं आता। तो अगर 120 का सीन है तो प्रो या प्रो मैक्स ले सकते हैं, और मेरे हिसाब से प्रो बेटर चॉइस है मालूम। प्रो मैक्स का स्क्रीन साइज वगैरह तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा बड़ा हो जाता है। अच्छा बिग ओपी के ऊपर रिएक्ट करो। अभी तो चलो 3 मिनट बचे, तो इसके बाद रिएक्ट करते हैं, ठीक है? अभी अगर करूँगा मैं तो आधा वीडियो भी नहीं हो पाएगा, उस पर तो रिएक्ट करने के लिए पूरा लगेगा 8-10 मिनट तो। ग्रुप में हाईलाइट चीज़ें चल रही भाई। हम फिर आईक्यू 13 का कैसा कर रहे? अरे आईक्यू 13 रहता, समझो कैसा है मसला बोले तो आईक्यू 13 प्राइमरी डिवाइस है जैक स्वेप का, तो अगर ले रहे तो सेकेंडरी डिवाइस के तौर पे ले, समझो ऐसा है प्लान जीता। लाइक एज फार एज आई नो, बाकी जैक स्वेप बता सकते हैं चीज़ के बारे में। मुझे गेम नहीं खेलना है भाई, फ़ोन लेके। नहीं वो चीज़ तो मालूम है, स्टिल इन केस अगर सोचो फ्यूचर में आपका मन कर गया, अगर आपको फ्री टाइम मिल गया फ्यूचर में और मन कर गया गेम खेलना है भाई, तो तब अगर इन केस अगर खेले तो रहना ना अच्छा फ़ोन। तो उस हिसाब से मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि लाइक ऐसा ऐसा है बोल के, वो चीज़ है बस। चलो 1 मिनट बचा है अभी, 9:20 या 9:30 तक ख़त्म हो जाएगा अपना सीन। 16 प्रो मैक्स बेस्ट है मैम, 17 एयर नको। 16 प्रो मैक्स तो मस्त है, ले सकते हैं। 16 प्रो मैक्स भी मस्त है, 16 प्रो भी मस्त है, 17 प्रो और 17 प्रो मैक्स दोनों वो भी मस्त है। तू 1v1 TDM कराओ भैया डेली, डन सीन भाई, कराते हैं जैसे अपना PNGC का वॉच पार्टी वगैरह का सीन खत्म हो जाए अपन फिर 1v1 भी कराएंगे, कस्टम्स भी कराएंगे, बहुत कुछ कराने का प्लान चल रहा है, बस जस्ट क्या बोलते हैं ना, स्टे ट्यून्ड। चलो अपना स्टार्ट होने पे आ गया मैच, almost about to be started.
Back to the stage. We're here once again.
चलो
A PMGC
reach और watch और
final game to start. We
subscribers
have
सब
some
बढ़ते हैं।
technical
हाँ
issues
like I
on our
have
side
like
which are
मेरे को तो वो
being
चीज़ का आइडिया है
fixed
but
as
let's see यार,
fast as we
अभी
possibly
करते हैं, प्लान
can
करते हैं
get
उस
them
चीज़ के बारे में।
fixed. We'll be waiting just a short time longer. I think John's still here. I believe.
अरे बट एक और सजेशन चाहिए मेरे को कि लाइक मैं अभी फिलहाल ना जो 90 डिग्री पे कैमरा लगा रखा है मैंने वेबकैम, ठीक है, बट मेरे को ना थोड़ा सा ये अजीब लग रहा है, तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि कल से ना लाइक या तो मेरा वेबकैम या तो लेफ्ट लगाऊं या तो राइट लगाऊं, क्या बोलते हैं कि लाइक यार ऐसे ही रहने देते हैं 90 डिग्री पे, which is better. बताओ
Before the last match of the game, it's always important when you go into the desert, staying hydrated. You can really get away from it. Yeah, very important. Alpha 7. Sorry, Alpha
No.
7
अजीब ने face
the orange
अजीब नहीं
No. Maybe I'm not all here. Goodness me.
नहीं समझा मैं वो चीज़ के बारे में।
Virtus Pro. Definitely not Alpha 7. And definitely currently kind of neck and neck with these two teams.
लाइक नॉर्मली जो स्ट्रीमर्स वगैरह का मैं
terms of
देखता हूँ ना तो
the
थोड़ा
play,
सा
I
लेफ्ट
mean,
से होता है
the
ये,
early
अभी
Alpha
मेरा
7
ऐसा नहीं कि
today,
90
maybe
डिग्री पे प्रॉपर लाइक है अभी, लाइक ये अच्छा है या मेरे को वो करना चाहिए, बस वो बताओ, either this or that.
Honestly, today Virtus Pro's been playing fairly well. I
So
think there's
we'll
been
do
moments where
accordingly.
I have been slightly questioning some of Virtus Pro's positioning. I think that there's multiple times where I'll see Virtus Pro make a rotate, and although it's fairly decent, some of the execution at times is slightly lacking. I think when you watch a team like Alpha 7, when they have a plan in mind,
आउटलुक के लिए आईफोन, ओहो,
they're able to usually execute on it fairly well. I think Virtus Pro, despite them being
आप सीधा आईफोन लेके ऐसा फोटो खींच दो, ऐसा लाइक
there
इस
is
तरीके
times
से
where I'm somewhat
मिरर
unimpressed
सेल्फीज
by
खा लिया भाई साहब,
position.
खाली ऐसा
I think
यूं
that's
करके।
the best way I can put it. And it's difficult for me to talk like this because it's like, well, Virtus Pro is doing very well. It's very well in their region as well. So I think it's more a case that I'm just expecting more for them. I haven't quite seen that yet.
कॉन्वर्सेशन तो चल रही है प्लेयर के बीच में।
It's not been as loud as other teams. No.
चलो अपनी आ चुकी है
There are
टीम।
those little glimmers every now and again.
Yeah, I mean they've been at least consistent, right?
भाई देखो
Yeah,
फोकस
they've
तो
been
एकदम
consistent,
बहुत
which
फोकस
is
लग रहे हैं अपने
the
बंदे।
thing you want to see from a team. And I think that less can be said about Alpha 7 in that circumstance.
चलो,
I think when we
it's
have
about to be
seen Alpha 7
started,
play
guys.
at like a high height,
Last match
it's like,
है।
wow, that's impressive. I know why they made that movement. I know why they made that rotate. I know
बहुत
why they
silent
sent
phone
that off
दिख रहा
angle.
भाई,
Virtus
एयर
Pro,
देखो जरा,
it feels
एक
slightly messy, but I don't know. Sometimes they're thriving in that chaos a little bit. But it looks like we are going to be heading in towards our final game of the day, and it will be
अरे एक
Miramar.
नंबर है ये तो, देखने में लुक वगैरह तो एक
Indeed,
नंबर
it
दिख रहा है
will
मेरे को।
once more into the desert.
बट लाइक वो कैमरा मॉड्यूल वगैरह कम है उसका थोड़ा सा, वो चीज़ है।
Gauntlet stage we're heading.
जैसा XR नॉर्मली जिस तरीके का कैमरा मॉड्यूल आता है उस तरीके का है, थोड़ा सा XR में क्या है, ऐसा है, इसमें थोड़ा सा ऐसा दे
Are they
दिया
going to be able to make it all the way? Are they going to
चलो,
get a vehicle wedged
APG
on a tiny
versus
little box and be able
OG,
to find a little cubby hole in the
maybe।
final circles? Well, only time will tell.
ड्रॉप फाइट
Let's
हो सकती है
see
इधर।
what's in store.
Interested
It's a
to
very
see।
southern leaning play map here. Kind of difficult to work with, especially around
APG तो
Chumasera.
जैसे
I mean, a
चुम्मा
lot of teams
जाएगी।
are going to want to send north off the back of this one. Montinoeba, El Porto, El
चलो APG तो
Cobradilla.
चुमासेरा जा रही है।
I don't think
वो
we'll see
चलो
any teams
ड्रॉप
picking up
फाइट
ruins.
लग रही है।
This is a pretty trash
OG
draw.
versus APG,
Virtus Pro will head down towards Vallademar.
मजा आएगा।
Maybe even a Beanstar Surge.
बस गाइस फिंगर क्रॉस्ड है, OG ड्रॉप फाइट निकाल ले।
Where this playing path will end. This is actually one of the hardest
खाली
playing
लुक
paths
देखो
to
जी, अरे
deal
एक नंबर है
with,
लुक
in the
एयर का।
entirety of Miramar. If it goes even further south than this, it's
OG versus
just
APG।
hell to play around with because you have to cover so much space over towards the north side.
और प्लेन पाथ भी काफी सही है मेरे को लगता है कि थोड़ा सा प्लेन अभी सर्कल थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट आएगा लास्ट मैच के कंपैरिजन में.
Taken by other teams, suddenly your initial rotation is kind of blended up a little bit.
पूरा एकदम से साउथ ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट ये नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट आया पूरा सर्कल का. तो इसमें सर्कल्स मोस्टली किधर बनेगा पता है, या तो इधर सर्कल जाएगा वाटर ट्रीटमेंट के साइड आएगा, या तो फिर क्रूज दे वैली पे आएगा सीधा. तो लाइक इसके बिटवीन ही बनेगा सर्कल, देखना लास्ट वाला. OG versus APG, एक नॉक दे दिया भाई OG ने. लेट्स गो, गुड स्टार्ट. Arifas knock
in that location as well. Going to be difficult to get this one back up for Alpha Gaming. And a nice little pickup. Keep that ball rolling for OG. They are currently.
चलो लेट्स गो भाई. आरू भाई का यहाँ पे पहला नॉक फिनिश आता हुआ. Arifas को डाल दिया पूरा.
And that's where we said we wanted to see teams.
यार APG के मैचेस खराब गए आज. वो लोग 5 मैचेस में वो लोग सिर्फ 11 पॉइंट्स आए हैं. ड्यूल भी भाग रहे इधर से, मतलब फॉल बैक कर रहे हैं ये लोग.
Thunder Talk's in a really good position right now at 57. OG just breaking that barrier of 40 is perfect.
चलो अपना 8 का एवरेज हो चुका है गाइस अभी.
They just need to keep up this kind of pace. Again, I think for OG, coming into the first day and getting 40 points is a really, really big deal, especially for India in general, because typically what has happened a lot of times
is definitely a big deal भाई. ये इंडियन टीम आ रही है without even experience, without even international exposure भाई, still इतना बढ़िया खेल के जा रही है.
Enough international experience by that point.
Not less than any miracle भाई.
40 points here is a
और वो भी लाइक हमेशा ये होता था ना कि हम लोग बोलते थे कि भाई लक फैक्टर हो जाए, बढ़िया लक चले, और इस बार हम लोग ये नहीं बोल रहे हैं कि भाई लक बढ़िया चले, क्योंकि भाई हम लोगों को ये पता है कि मेहनत करी है अपनी टीम ने. तो it's all about hard work and dedication.
That's extremely potent. If Mad Bulls can get another strong Miramar finish now, it's all but settled that they'll pick up that top 7.
I guess APG ने fall back कर लिया. मुझे लगता है कि I guess APG is not interested in taking fight. जियोल भाग रहा है.
Fairly.
जियोल को पता है आतंकीबाजी की पोजीशन, बट आतंकीबाजी को नहीं पता है कि जियोल इधर है. चलो अब तो चलो आ गया, फुटस्टेप आ गया.
I'm expecting that bubble on 7th place to be around 110 points. Could be a little bit more, a little bit less.
So getting up to 40 points will give you 120 points on average.
ओपन से नहीं जाना. That's when you're going to start to see yourself nice and safe.
कैसा गया भाई day-1? भाई day-1 तो देखो भाई एक नंबर स्टार्ट है भाई, ठीक है. अभी अगर ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देखोगे ना तो #4 पे चल रही है अपनी OG. अगर ये मैच OG का बढ़िया जाता है तो हम लोग ना भाई सीधे #1 तक भी आ सकते हैं. वैसे वाला सीन
It's not how you start that one out.
भाई बस देखो ना भाई, इंटरनेशनल टीम जो टीम्स भाई एवरी ईयर जाके PMGC खेलती है वो टीम्स उतना बढ़िया नहीं खेल पा रही है. जस्ट लुक एट द पॉइंट टेबल, जहां पे भाई तुम लोग देखोगे RCB जिसमें भाई साइलस है, द वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट IGL ऑफ ऑल टाइम, वो टीम नीचे चल रही है. DRX नीचे है. गीक esports सऊदी की बेस्ट टीम है, वो नीचे चल रही है. और APG भाई बॉटम पे चल रही है. वैसी जगह पे हम लोग इतना बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं भाई. लेट्स गो भाई, लेट्स गो. एक और नॉक. आतंकीबाजी, लेट्स गो आतंकीबाजी, मचा दो आतंक. लेट्स गो. डॉग को भी डाल दिया पूरा. ये है भाई इंडियन टीम. ये भाई ये है इंडियन ब्लड. मैंने पहले ही लाइक आई डोंट नो मैंने स्ट्रीम पे बोला या नहीं बोला, बट मैंने ये चीज पहले बोली थी कि भाई इंडियन टैलेंट जो है ना भाई बिना एक्सपीरियंस के इतना बढ़िया कर रहे हैं भाई. तुम देखो इंडियन टैलेंट, तो इंडियन ब्लड वो चीज है यार. It's all about hard work and dedication.
A lot of Mongolian fans getting angry at me.
Super happy for OG,
because that could easily happen.
Yeah, that's true. But at the moment, they're definitely not getting 80 points. They're down to 2 players now, Top and Ziol, isolated from one another. And it looks like OG are sort of aware of where these players start and where they drop. Spot Ziol on the ridgeline.
यार यहाँ पे कुछ तो हो गया.
Rest of his team's got it under control. Tanky.
यार
strong this time.
लगता है आतंकीबाजी का कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था.
But it's actually going to be able to pick up a buggy because
आतंकीबाजी ने सही करा वहाँ पे, बट ये ना मेरे को लगता है जॉयस्टिक वगैरह का कुछ सीन हुआ होगा. मूवमेंट नहीं दे पाए वो सही से. कैजुअलिटी आ गई यार. 3 मैन बच गए. गिरा दो ऑलमोस्ट ले लिया था यार.
Annoying maneuver for OG right there. I think you have to assume that he's going to take the vehicle though once it bobs down the hill. I don't think he's going to take another fight, so I think for OG the mistake there is just not pushing harder as soon as they lose the first player.
मैं ये बोलूंगा कि यहाँ पे तो यार थोड़ा सा
if you're down to 3 they want to be careful. They don't know where the off angle is as well. You just a little bit more patient with it. If you're happy to play on with 3, give up the 1 elimination, that's fine. So I think OG can just continue on here. It's a little bit frustrating.
Mad Bulls का लास्ट मैच काफी बढ़िया गया है और मुझे लगता है कि ये मैच भी वो लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि वो लोगों का मैच बढ़िया जाए. They are at #1. तो they'll be trying कि वो लोग अपना day-1 70 to 75 पॉइंट्स के आसपास एंड करे ताकि उनका क्वालिफिकेशन ऑलमोस्ट day-1 पे ही कंफर्म हो जाए. क्योंकि और एक तो ये चीज़ है ना कि मेरा प्रेडिक्शन ये है कि अराउंड 110 से 112 के आसपास आने वाला है टॉप 7 का जो कट ऑफ है. लेट्स सी कितना जाता है वो.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm here with the team that's hot. Mad Bulls, Tulica nonetheless. Great back-to-back performances. Second place finish and then a first place finish. How are you guys feeling?
Ну, отличная битва. На четвертой карте второе место, на пятой карте первое место. Как ты себя чувствуешь? Как команда вообще чувствует?
Отлично. Приятно играть в глобальные турниры, когда у тебя хорошая команда.
Very good when you have nicely teammates. Very good when you have nicely teammates to play global tournaments.
That's great to hear. Now with this momentum,
यार एक तो मेरे को ये चीज़ थोड़ा सा ये लगती है यार, थोड़ा सा यूनिक लगती है कि जहाँ पे भी लगी जो इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट्स होता है ना, यहाँ पे ट्रांसलेटर जो होते हैं ना भाई कंपलसरी होते ही होते हैं कि मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स को ना इंग्लिश नहीं आती है. वेदर इज कोरियन प्लेयर्स, वेदर इज क्या बोलते हैं ना, या वो बहुत कोरियन प्लेयर्स हो गए, चाइनीज प्लेयर्स हो गए, या तुर्की के हो गए, या ब्राजील के हो गए, ये लोगों को थोड़ा सा यार ये लगता है क्या बोलते हैं ना, थोड़ा सा इंग्लिश वो लोग कंफर्टेबल नहीं होते हैं. तो इसलिए ट्रांसलेटर भाई हमेशा लगते हैं.
Back to you.
Hey, that's one of those, yeah, we got to play well answers. So there you go from Mad Bulls.
Gotta give a 100%, 100%.
Two-man standing बची है.
100%. Give 100%.
भाई अभी भी ये लोग फाइट ले. भाई एक मेरे को एक चीज बताओ कि इनके ऑलरेडी एपीजी के 5 मैचेस खराब थे. They are still interested in taking fights भाई. ये भाई इनका जो ये चीज है ना इनको यूनिक बनाती है.
That interview with Tulica, which is the generalization game. You know?
चलो 3 लोग पुश करेंगे टॉप पे भी. टॉप पे भी.
But I suppose you know being able to play with your friends.
अब आकान और यूएमपी चलो एक नंबर भाई. लेट्स गो भाई. चलो लेट्स गो. चलो क्लियर कर लिया भाई. यार इधर आतंकी बाजी की कैजुअलिटी नहीं आती ना भाई, मजा आ जाता है. लेट्स गो भाई.
Seems fairly successfully, and it looks kind of like.
भाई a very good start भाई, a very good start today. यहाँ से मैच कैसा भी जाए भाई, जो स्टार्ट अपने को मिला है D1 का, more than enough चीज़ है. अगर यही हम लोग मेंटेन करके चलेंगे पॉइंट्स तो भाई इजी क्वालिफिकेशन.
And we'll see if OG can make it into the next circle.
I actually, it's the first time it might be a case of like I think the Alpha Gaming just might not make it through the Gauntlet stage. And they'll be forced.
But मुझे इतना मैं इतना बोलूँगा ना, अल्फा गेमिंग फाइनल्स तो जा रही है. देखो अल्फा गेमिंग भले ही वो लोग गॉन्टलेट से नहीं जाएंगे, बट वो लोग ग्रुप स्टेज से 110% वो लोग जाएंगे. इधर दे विल बी गोइंग टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स थ्रू ग्रुप स्टेज, और लास्ट चांस क्वालीफायर से तो वो लोग जाएंगे. ओ भाई टीटी वर्सेस आरईजी भाई 1v2 कर दिया सिटिंग में.
What a play that was. The 180 flick.
वुल्फ भी आ गए थर्ड पार्टी करने.
Dear me.
RCB के मैचेस खराब गए हैं. They're at #11.
And now Loxy has to turn around.
Last man standing बचा है.
Tail between the legs. Regnum Kaya sent dizzy by the pump action.
I guess मेरे को लगता है काफी अनएक्सपेक्टेड लॉबी है यार ये, क्योंकि लाइक इतनी वेल एस्टैब्लिश्ड टीम स्ट्रगल कर रही है, जस्ट लाइक आरईजी, गीक स्पोर्ट्स, एपीजी, डीआरएक्स, ऐसी टीम स्ट्रगल कर रही है तो भाई बहुत हार्ड लॉबी है, देन अनप्रेडिक्टेबल लॉबी है काफी.
Incredible stuff.
क्योंकि जो वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट टीम्स है भाई, ऐसी टीम स्ट्रगल कर रही है.
Went poorly. No second date for Regnum Kaya, that's for sure. Alpha 7
A7 versus GS.
ESR, I mean DBS. Gun is
A7 का भी लास्ट मैच स्टैंडिंग बचा है,
but still seems to be able to one shot people at mid to close range.
मेरे को लगा A7 का सिर्फ एक मैच बढ़िया गया था. उनके आए थे 27 पॉइंट्स इरांगल के, जो लोगों ने चिकन मारा था. उसके अलावा उनके सारे मैचेस एवरेज गए. 5 मैचेस में 11 पॉइंट्स लेके गए वो लोग, which is 2 भाई क्या बोलते हैं ना, 2 लेस.
Your DBS so small.
अगर ओजी का देखोगे ना, सिर्फ एक मैच अपना 1 पॉइंट आ रहा है, जो अपना इरांगल का जो अपना आई गेस 4th मैच था, अपना जो इरांगल का 4th मैच था वो वही मैच में 1 पॉइंट आया. उसके अलावा अगर देखोगे ना तो मिनिमम भाई 6, 7, 8 ऐसे ही पॉइंट आए. एक ही मैच गया है जो कि 1 पॉइंट आया. उसके अलावा सारे के सारे मैचेस बढ़िया गए.
Backed off, a 19-point day for Regnum Kaya, looking closer and closer now. And again, it's a similar story to Alpha Gaming, who are currently not in last place. the tiebreaker somehow won by Alpha Gaming.
Wolf Esports भाई
What can Wolf do?
3 मैन बची है, बट ये लोग लास्ट पे चल रहे हैं. इनके मैचेस तो बहुत गंदे गए आज.
Yeah, well, I mean, 25
R8 ने बढ़िया खेला है, बट R8
it's
के भी
not
लास्ट
a
2 मैचेस
bad
उतने कुछ खास नहीं गए.
finish the day,
और
and
ये सर्कल भी
especially
आएगा अभी.
for
मैंने जैसे
North
बोला था
America.
क्रूज डेलवेल के पास में सर्कल आएगा,
You know,
तो इधर ही सर्कल
the
आ गया अभी.
Hotchix was joking.
तो आने वाले
I
सर्कल्स
actually
तो
don't know
मोस्टली
if he was
सेंटर
joking
ओरिएंटेड ही
Saturday, but
जाएंगे.
Wolves, so big is number one pick.
VP वर्सेस OG का
But,
फाइट हो रहा है शायद.
I
हाँ,
think
किलफीड पे
this
उतना नोटिस
is
नहीं किया
a
मैंने अभी. देखता
significant
हूँ.
improvement
मैप फीड में तो अपने को दिख रहा है
for
इधर.
North America.
Yeah, not last place.
Yeah.
मैप में तो नहीं दिख रहा है अभी, क्योंकि लाइक अपनी जो टीम है उधर थोड़ा सा नॉर्थ
Also,
वेस्टर्न
an
साइड पे.
insane statement to make. Oh, Ulfers, never mind.
फाइट तो चल रही है क्योंकि हेल्थ
How
लो हो
is
रही है अपनी
Ulf
टीम्स की.
last place?
थोड़ा
Did
थोड़ा
they
लो दिखा
lose
रही
a
है.
point?
No, they're both on 12 points.
वर्टस प्रो टीम भी ठीक ही खेलती है, बट वर्टस प्रो
Yeah,
तो
I know,
अभी
but I
थोड़ा सा
swear
नीचे
that
चल रही है अपने
Ulf
से.
was above APG
मोमेंटम
just
अपने
a
पास
second.
थोड़ा ज्यादा है अभी. दोनों टीम्स
but I-
3-3 मैन है, तो मुझे लगता है इजी अपन लोग
No
निकाल सकते
idea.
हैं.
Yeah, it's got like a
As to what's
minus
चलो
one.
DRX वर्सेस
I mean,
GS भी हो
Ulf,
रहा है.
yeah, so Ulf had 11 elims and 1 placement.
I guess
which
OG
is
निकल
why
गई इधर से.
they're losing the tiebreaker right now. But if they
DRX
get one more
versus
point, they
GS.
just win it again. APG got 1 point out of their fight. In the meantime, GS
चलो,
and
third party?
DRX up on the ridge side. And DRX
Third
having a
party.
tough time
VP
of things,
VP
but
third party
it's
करने आ
definitely
गई
gonna be
इधर.
able to be. It's
But
resable.
DRX का
It's
एक मैन
super
भी लूज
resable
नहीं हुआ
here.
इधर, वो
Verts
चीज
Pro got
बढ़िया
the
है इनके
point,
लिए.
though, which isn't great for DRX. They're not happy
चलो.
about that one. But they're happy that they can survive
GS
for a moment
push
longer.
कर दिया
ESO, though,
GS
wants to
ने.
change
GS को
that.
पता है कि इधर
Is the
ऑलरेडी
DBS
नॉक
going to
पड़ी
find a
हुई थी.
range? Not quite chewing
चलो,
through him as he wants
4
it
मैन
to.
स्टैंडिंग हो
Four
गई है
players
फिर से.
roll
GS लास्ट मैन
around the
स्टैंडिंग है.
ridge, and they are going to take him down. ESO not so lucky there.
एक अगर
To be
एक
honest with
चीज
you,
अगर
I
आप
mean,
नोटिस
I'm
करोगे
glad
ना,
to see the
जीएस का
DBS
हमेशा
not
लास्ट
come
प्लेयर बच
through
जाता है.
once again.
जो लाइक
No,
मोस्टली
it
तो
was
जीएस
so
का
good
जाफर
before,
ही होता है
but,
वो
you know,
प्लेयर
that
लास्ट
is the
हमेशा.
problem with the DBS at
जीएस
the
लास्ट
moment.
मैन
It's a
स्टैंडिंग.
little bit inconsistent.
देखो देखो ये बहुत
Much
ये
like
प्लेयर का
DRX
गेम ना
right
नेक्स्ट
now.
लेवल है. बहुत मस्त खेलता है प्लेयर ये. देखो किस
Verts Pro
तरीके से लोग क्या होते हैं.
continue to bully this
1v2
team.
1v3 तो बच्चों का खेल है इस
Starting to
प्लेयर
flow
के
over
लिए.
towards the top side. Voston finding one. Milky Way is down, but Aragon, Malloy, and Moston are still
भाई
up
भाई
available.
भाई
And couldn't look
DRX
to
बाहर.
clean out this. Jafar
Bro,
is just spraying.
क्या
He
खेल
is
दिया
just
इसने.
spraying and praying, and it's working.
भाई
I
क्या
mean, fair
खेल
enough.
दिया
He does
भाई
get taken
जीएस ने.
down by Voston
Bro.
from Virtus Pro. who are
Solo
moving
4 या
out
5 मारे
now. Tiara
उसने.
Bronca on the northeast side.
भाई
They'll move
साहब.
up to this ridge line. Not too much in
भाई
the way
जीएल
of
जाफर भाई
obstacles for
नेक्स्ट
them
भाई
for the next step.
मेरे को
with
लगता है
the Xavier
एमर्जिंग
just further on
स्टार है भाई
down
बंदा.
that road closer to the center of the
चलो
circle.
ओजी का रोटेशन दिखा
We
रही है
know
अभी.
that Virtus Pro can do some pretty crazy things on the rotates. See what they're getting up to in the future.
3 मैन बची है अभी भी
OG
अपनी टीम.
being very careful on these dunes, on these defilades. Wanted to get out of the blue zone, playing on the northwest side. They are playing as 3 though, so a bit diminished.
चलो
in
4
terms of
फिनिशेस तो अपने है
firepower
ही.
this time
आई गेस
around.
और नहीं मिले अपने
They've
को
got 4
फिनिशेस.
elims already though, so not the end of the world. We saw the taxi delivery from Atanki over the top. A little bit too overzealous. It felt like WizGod just didn't take any shots. And that wasn't best communicated to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where Tanky went
चलो
a
सेंटर
little bit
ओरिएंटेड ही सर्कल
early. I
बनाया
think
फिर
of a case
से.
of
थोड़ा
the
सा
rest of the
सदन
team
आया
not
बस.
knowing where the off angle is in dock, so they just don't want to push it and rather just hold on to 3 players and just get more consistent points the rest of the day, which I think is fair. I think that is fair. It would have been nicer if Tanky didn't take the buggy
काफी
with
एज
him.
गेम प्ले खेल रहे हैं
That's
अभी
for
हम लोग.
sure.
मुझे लगता है कि 3 मैन इसलिए टीम रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहती है अभी, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एलिमिनेशंस वगैरह तो ठीक ठाक निकल चुके हैं. तो अभी यहाँ से अपने को प्लेसमेंट ओरिएंटेड जाना है. तो अगर हम लोग 50 का मार्क क्रॉस करते हैं तो भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल चीज क्रेजी हो जाएगा. क्रेजी.
Vehemently to try and close that fight down.
Yeah,
But
a
Alpha
little bit
7 not
revenge.
making that 40-point mark on this day, with their game closing out on 38. That's not what they wanted to be, but it's still
आरसीबी भी
very
बाहर हो
solid.
गई.
Ooh,
आरसीबी के मैचेस
Xavier.
बहुत
They
खराब
found
गए
a
आज के.
little caltrop in the middle there. In the
They
form
are-
of the
they are
remnants
at
of
19
Rekkankaya,
points
but they will
only.
stay alive. I don't think anyone's going to third party
Geek
this, so they'll
versus
be able to get
DX.
the reses going. There are shots pinging out their
DX
way,
का भी
but
जितना मुझे
for
पता है
now,
सिर्फ
it's
एक ही
fine.
मैच बढ़िया गया.
Yeah, I think
एक
for
मैच और वो
Alpha 7,
2 मैचेस
you
ठीक
also
गए
got to take into
होंगे.
account
उसके अलावा
that,
तो उतने कुछ
I
खास
think
नहीं गए
around
होंगे.
20 some points is from one match today. today. So although the scoreline doesn't look terrible being in 5th place right now, the consistency factor is not great. You know, that is the bad part of showing for Alpha 7. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, I think they've been able to get their points like consistently throughout the day. They have been not major points, but they've still been consistent points. DX Xavier, similarly, they're going to pull the same old here. And it is nice that we get to talk about DXavier in a central position here on Miramar, because I think the Miramar is probably DXavier's favorite map.
Mad Bulls
and
versus
it is
EA.
because there is so much more space, so much more
I guess
room to
they are not
rotate
interested
through,
in taking
that a lot of
fights.
times you can make these crazy rotates direct center and get away with it because there's just no sightlines looking at you because the map is just that much bigger. So for DXavier, I'm hoping to see a strong game here from them, because especially in open zones as well, DXavier favors those types of maps too.
इस सर्कल के बाद तो फुल एकदम भसड़ होने वाली है 11 टीम्स अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रही है 41 प्लेयर्स
in that way, not in these shorter sets of tournaments. I mean, 18 matches, it does start to get towards average performance stages on 18 matches. But when you're looking, especially towards the last chance, especially towards the very, very quick stages that could really get away from you, it starts to get difficult, man. Like, you just don't have as much opportunity to play consistently. You do need those big games wherever you can take them. So
I do
relying
think
on single maps is not viable.
Yeah, I do think that it's not such a bad
versus
thing,
Mad
though,
Bulls.
because
ये लोग
I think
try कर
that
रहे हैं कि थोड़ा सा
teams that are
position
good at
बढ़िया निकाल के
Miramar
opening
are
निकाल
few
के
and
push
far
किया जाए.
between, whereas teams that are good at Erangel are like a dime a dozen.
TT
right?
60 का mark
So
touch कर चुकी
I
है.
think if you're quite good at Miramar and are able to recreate that frequently,
VP versus
that's okay.
EA.
That's going to get you a lot of points, because it's going to be the amount of teams that win like 3 times in a row on Erangel, it doesn't happen very often. Now teams that
सर्कल
get
का
top
शिफ्ट देखना है
3 times in a row
मुझे
on
लगता है
Erangel,
थोड़ा
that
सा
doesn't happen very often as well, because
नॉर्थ
it's
वेस्टर्न
constantly
सर्कल शिफ्ट
changing.
आ
You might
सकता
have
है
a team that's slightly more consistent than the other, but if we're able to get like top 3
नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न
twice a day
लेट्स
on
गो भाई
Miramar,
क्या
fair
प्रेडिक्शन है
enough.
भाई लेट्स
I
गो
mean,
अपना जोन है
that's decent points
3
for
मैन है लेट्स होप कि
I think
अपना ये मैच
especially
भी
when
बढ़िया जाए.
if you're talking about beating bubbles, right? That's where I think that's definitely very impactful, right? Where you're talking about, as you say, getting top 3 and 2 Miramars a day. That may be enough to just get you to 7th place, kind of off the back of whatever you can get from the rest of the matches, even if you're sort of an average performer there. So yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to talking about a top team, though, it is a big worry if you can't perform.
अपनी पोजीशन तो काफी
that
अच्छी
same
है इधर से
level
बस
on
यहाँ
all
से
of your
ये है ना
maps,
कि
because
बस
if you
अपने
want to
को
be a world champion,
फाइट्स
you do need to
अननेसेसरी
have
फाइट्स
that
में
sort
नहीं ये
of
करना है बस
credential in your
और
back
लेट्स होप
pocket.
कि
It's
थर्ड
not
पार्टीज
about
ना आए
getting
और हम
second,
लोग
getting
की पोजीशन थोड़ी ठीक रहे.
more. It's about getting first.
I mean, you say that.
स्टेज 5 तक सरवाइव करना भी 3 मैन
Alpha 7
स्टिल गुड है
kind
यार.
of won PMWC purely off Miramar.
EA वर्सेस DX मैड बुल्स पे फाइट हो रही है.
There's always exceptions.
चलो मैट फ्लिप ने ID7 को
If you're getting 30 points every Miramar, sure.
कारा वर्सेस
Well, they were getting 30
कितनी
points,
टीम्स है
but
भाई 4
Anyway,
टीम्स
we'll
की
carry
फाइट हो
on.
रही है इधर
We'll
तो.
have a discussion of another day.
R8 वर्सेस
45
मैड बुल
points
वर्सेस
in
कारा
Miramar,
वर्सेस TT वर्सेस EA भाई कितना ही टीम्स भाई.
Thunder Talk, making it real difficult.
TT के
for
फिर से
the
5
arena
किलो
right
गए
now.
भाई. TT ये मैच भी
Now
लगता है
down to
मार के ही
1.
जाएगी भाई. क्या
Maybe
मार
able
रही
to
है
get a
भाई
resin
TT.
back up to 2. R8 suffering as well as the Mad Bulls want more.
Mad Bulls versus
R8
R8.
started very strong. and
R8
now they
R8 का
have
लास्ट
the
मैच
first
बचा
place taken from them. That's second place now as well, and it looks like they're not going to
Last
have
man R8.
they're not going to have too
Mad
much
Bulls के
longer
भी
to
3 मैन
defend
बचे.
that
Mad
third
Bulls का एक
place
बंदा
either.
नॉकआउट हो गया.
Because OG, you know that they're going to want to try and chase that down. A bit of a gap there, but
चलो
Tulika
ये मैच
wants
भी
star points back into the back of the buggy. Not going to find
ये
it.
बाहर.
Amori gets out of there.
ये का बहुत
R8,
खराब
last
मैच
player
गया ये वाला.
there.
हेड मार दिया भाई तुलिका ने.
Yeah, Mori dipping off into the distance.
गीक वर्सेस मैड बुल्स. चलो गीक वर्सेस
I
मैड
don't
बुल्स
wanna
हो
play
गया.
with this
गीक ने
one
ओपनिंग निकाली
too
है
much
मैड बुल्स पे.
longer. We're already down to 10 teams, 34
R8
players
लास्ट
as
मैन
well.
स्टैंडिंग है.
Surprisingly. This is quite a
बट
quick
यहाँ से
game.
फिनिश
20
मार
minutes
सकता है
though
ये
on
मैड
the clock.
बुल के प्लेयर को.
And with such a
2 मैन स्टैंडिंग बचे
open
मैड बुल अभी
field
के लिए.
around us, yeah, it sort of makes sense that we are going to have a
इजी मार सकता है ये.
pretty rough end game for a lot of teams. Amori spots over towards
Wolves
Tulika,
versus
using the
DX.
buggy to get some high ground performance. Wolves getting ripped to pieces. Sorry, DXavier getting ripped to pieces by Scarface alongside with
सोलो
Ketch.
प्लेयर ने पुश किया यार उसके इधर.
DXavier
ऑलमोस्ट उसने बढ़िया मारा था.
down to the 3. Oh my god. Like they sent in the porcupine. They were just getting shredded.
I mean, Ulf still have 2 players as well. They didn't send the backlines in. The first wave did
अगर
damage.
मैड बुल्स ने देख
There's an
लिया तो
opening
खत्म
there,
है
but the
पूरी.
healing's going to be coming through. I don't
R8
think
बाहर हो
Ulf are going to
जाएगी.
move though.
चलो
Kara
R8 ऑलमोst बाहर.
in a similar position on that
एक
western
बुलेट
side.
का मेहमान
How
बचा
many
है
players?
अमोरी.
Stop this.
I mean, he's got literally no tires on the buggy. He's drifting like an ice skate.
यहाँ से तो खत्म आएगी. हीलिंग्स वगैरह भी नहीं बची
Yeah,
है
just shoot the
अमोरी पे.
grenade out the
जीरो
air.
हीलिंग्स.
That's how you do it.
He's got no meds.
Yeah, I really wasn't entirely sure what the plan was there. Like, make the most noise possible
Circle
in the
shift आएगा.
slowest vehicle available.
Let's go center oriented
is that
circle.
what we were trying to
Center
accomplish there?
oriented.
Interesting.
चलो फिर से अपन अपनी easy zone entry है guys. फिर से easy है भाई. Easy defend कर सकते हैं
towards the northern compound there, and you can sort of play out this game in tandem between Thunder Talk and Wolves. They don't really have to fight one another. You can. I think this is one of the few situations I don't see players in PUBG Mobile do this enough, is that you can play this position as basically neighbors, and you help each other until the end, and then you must battle, but you guaranteed second.
Yeah, I mean that
बट यहाँ पे एक अच्छी बात ये है कि VP एंड गिग दोनों के दोनों जोन के बाहर है, तो ये दोनों टीम आपस में लड़ेंगी तो अपने को तो फायदा है इस चीज से, क्योंकि ना इधर ना ये टीम जोन पर जा पाएगी ना वो टीम जोन जा पाएगी.
Does have that foothold though,
close to the circle.
Neither of these two other teams, one of them's going to have to move first. We'll see who it is. Mad Bulls might actually try and backfill this. We've seen crazier things today. That's a big opener as Aragorn taking down very, very low. Survives. Ragnarok trying to break forwards. I wonder if Malloy is going to be able to stop this one from doing too much damage. It's going to be Voston though. Ever on the swivel, doing work, doing bits for him. Zed, next up.
Geek का game यहाँ पे almost खराब हो चुका है.
And that will be Malloy to take that one. Yiki are sending out one by one. It is not ideal. Certainly not the best way to do things.
Last man standing with last man standing बचा Geek का.
Aragon still taking shots over the top here. Virtus Pro again, quite a messy team, but there is a method to the madness with VP.
OG बाहर भाई, OG यार
undeniable at this point.
ये मैच थोड़ा सा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. चलो कितने ये मैच अपने 5 पॉइंट है. ये मैच थोड़ा सा एवरेज गया बट ठीक है यार. Overall a good day, a great day I would say.
Happy to have the points from the bottom
बहुत
of the
अच्छा खेला
tables.
अपनी टीम ने. They really made us proud, and they like actually made India proud, all India.
They'll do the trick for now. I mean, definitely need to get more points on the board, but I think if you're able to get like 20, 25 points,
they already have 6 eliminations plus they are 4-man standing.
Like, there's potential to bring that scoreline back up, because although I say for Mad Bulls you're able to end the day with 70 points all but settled, there is that outside chance that tomorrow and the day after Mad Bulls get 0 points both days. So what it can do now, regardless of what position you're in, is only going to give you a little bit more for the next few days. So if this is hurrah for today for Kara,
कारा अभी भी 4-man standing है वैसे तो अगर देखा जाए तो. कारा भी मैच निकाल सकती है. पूरी लॉबी में अगर देखा जाए तो टीटी और कारा के दोनों टीम के पास 4 मैन है. VP 2-man standing है. VP का मैच इधर से आई गेस थोड़ा सा हार्ड होने वाला है. वुल्फ भी 4-man standing है.
I mean, that's going to be a difficult challenge to take them down. The question is, will Thunder Talk have to leave? Because Kara have got the outside track, right? They've got that outside ground covered. The ridge lines that they hold, really nice for the run-out cover. You can see they have some man talk with that terrain to play around and vehicles, or as sparse they may be, to muck around with. Ulf, I think
फिर से
taking
center
shots up to the
oriented.
north though.
I know यार ये circles ना काफी predictable होते मेरा मार के. अभी अगर देखा जाए तो टीटी बहुत मस्त पोजीशन में, उनके पास कंपाउंड है. अगर पूरे सर्कल में देखा जाए तो 1-2 ही कंपाउंड है, उसमें से टीटी के पास ही कंपाउंड है.
Up towards the north, yeah. I think they're going to regroup
कारा
back
के
on
पास भी
Coops
अच्छी
now, though,
पोजीशन है.
which
वो
is
लोगों ने
the
स्प्लिट
smart
बढ़िया ले रखा
decision.
है.
Leave 2 players down below. Just take shots at Virtus Pro as they attempt to leave, but you're accelerating the game now massively with this circle
इसके बाद तो dead end circle है.
Towards the dead center of this circle is just this small hilltop you can see right here in front of the Mad Bulls, which is very, very difficult to play around, but you can at least isolate some fights in terms of the sidelines. That's as best as it's going to give you, but it still, again, is going to be pretty open pitch warfare.
At the moment, I'm looking at where that 7th place is going to end up blank. And Virtus Pro, they're already, I believe, going to be jumping up to at least level with Alpha 7 on a tiebreaker with a placement point they've yet to technically earn on this match.
But यार यहाँ पे अगर अपनी टीम रहती ना यार मजा आता. But overall a great है यार.
A little bit longer.
मैं ये बोलूँगा कि अपना आज का दिन बहुत अच्छा गया. Expectation से बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया खेला है. They actually made the whole India proud.
Getting quite far into this one. Even if it's a tough time, Aaron for Ulf last to stand.
अभी अगर इस मैच में देखा जाए तो टीटी के पास सबसे बढ़िया पोजीशन है। अगर ये मैच टीटी लेकर जाती है तो वो लोग इजीली 75 के आसपास तो टच कर लेंगे।
Actually coming from Virtus Pro over towards Mad Bulls. They may be able to pick up that point here and now.
तो उनको तो ऑलमोस्ट उनका क्वालिफिकेशन तो 110% हो जाएगा कंफर्म। अगर ये मैच अगर टीटी लेकर जाती है तो दे आर ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड। तो बाकी के 6 स्पॉट जो होंगे उसके लिए फाइट करनी पड़ेगी टीम्स को। Wolves बाहर जोन के बाहर खत्म। वुल्फ
getting more points off the back of this one and teams are parting ways with their players.
कारा डीएक्स और वर्टस प्रो मैड बुल्स टीटी। मैड बुल्स का तो सोलो मैच स्टैंडिंग बचा है अभी और वर्टस प्रो का मैच भी खत्म है क्योंकि वो लोग भी 2 मैच बचे हैं। चलो वर्टस प्रो खत्म बाहर वर्टस प्रो भी। मैड बुल्स भी बाहर हो जाएगी इधर।
For 7 now, potentially at risk of dropping out, but very unlikely here. Unless
अभी यहाँ पे मैच बचेगा शायद से
nice and high.
कारा
It will be around that 40-point boundary today.
DX versus TT
to be 7th place. DX Xavier with the 1 elim. They've been quiet in the shack for a while now.
इधर से तो भाई खत्म है सीन यार। DX बाहर है क्यों DX भले ही 3 मैन होगी यहाँ पे एक नेड आएगा सारे खत्म।
DX Xavier still sat strong with inside the shack.
इधर नहीं
and again, you know, getting themselves a nice shot from Parajan. I mean, that is a very, very difficult angle to make work, but that's going to delay in a nasty way as well, John.
Definitely difficult terrain to be moving through now.
इस लॉबी में फिलहाल अगर देखा जाए तो तीन टीम यहाँ पे क्या बोलते हैं ना 2 टीम 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग है और 2 टीम यहाँ पे 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग।
Hoser's ankles have been spotted. He's dodging out the way and he's sprayed out. They aren't quite connected.
यहाँ पे कारा पुश करते हुए खत्म है
सीन खत्म है। A lot of ammo already expended on the spray down towards the player behind the
अगर एक मॉली आएगी तो खत्म और एक नंबर।
There's still time.
नेटी ने क्या मारा है?
There's the trade from Nate.
चलो थर्ड पार्टी भी आ गया। वुल्फ वर्सेस वुल्फ की थर्ड पार्टी आ गई।
So moving into the high ground on the off angle. Just Paragon on the inside
with the बाहर कारा लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग आई
गेस to do the damage though as the
कारा 2
Wolves
मैन
claim
स्टैंडिंग
the
है।
lion's share of the points
टीटी का चिकन है यार। इजी मैंने जैसे एज ए सेड बिफोर किया तो टीटी के पास जो पोजीशन है वो लोग थ्रो तो नहीं करेंगे। दे आर ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ऑफ
top 3 that is
Grand Finals of
really big
EMGC
result for them.
2025.
Not quite the chicken dinner that maybe they were hoping for, but this is still very, very good. Thunder Talk looking for the second chicken dinner of the day. The Chinese team who came in today looking fantastically strong with some very good coordination. Now looking to drop down a shower of thunder upon the Wolves.
And we'll see if they can convert.
A very good day
Really
for us
solidify
today.
themselves at the top of the tables.
मजा आ गया आज के मैच में देख के।
Bulls
मेरे को तो वर्थ इट लग रहा है यार वॉच पार्टी करने का। जो जिस तरीके की परफॉर्मेंस आई है अपनी इंडियन टीम की तरफ से।
How much further can they go to lock in their top spot?
टीटी का इजी चिकन है यार। जो कुछ भी हो जाए वो लोग थ्रो नहीं करेंगे। They have a really good
point scoring so far.
position plus they have a lot of throwables.
And the Wolves, they've been fairly middling today.
बट कारा के पास ग्रेनेड्स तो बहुत है बट वो लोग 2 मैन है तो उतना कुछ खास फायदा करके नहीं जाएगा वो सब ये लोगों को। और इन पे वुल्फ्स का पुश आ रहा है।
They know towards the walls now. Kara.
वुल्फ वर्सेस कारा होगा टीटी इजी चिकन लेके जाएगी। आई नो यार क्योंकि ये पोजीशन के हिसाब से ना वहाँ पे जो इरांगल का मैच था वहाँ पे भी वैसा ही हुआ था। ओजी वर्सेस ये बची हुई थी टीम।
You can see here so much utility being
वर्सेस ओजी
expended. Most
वर्सेस
teams now lacking
वुल्फिया
on those smoke
कोई
canisters.
यही टीम बची हुई है।
Taking
वहाँ पे
damage.
भी यही चीज।
CEO last left
चलो इसी के
alive. A
साथ
little
कारा
bit of
बाहर
damage
और
done,
टीटी
but
पुश
Wolves
करेगी।
now stay alive.
खत्म हो
All
जाएगा
4
सीन।
players. Nasty
4 मैन
nade
स्टैंडिंग
on
है।
the outbreak from Thunder Talk. Hoops goes
चलो
down.
दोनों
Now
हो
a 4v2.
4v2 बचा है।
A reality check from the top of the hill as Thunder Talk able to find 2 almost immediately. Sighting now in the smoke, running around.
इसी के साथ यहाँ पे टीटी अपना दिन का सेकंड चिकन डिनर और अपना स्लॉट टू द पीएमजीसी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स को टिकट काट चुके हैं अपना क्योंकि दे ऑलरेडी हैव अराउंड आई गेस 77-78 पॉइंट्स जस्ट फ्रॉम द day 1। अगर वो लोग दोनों दिन के 25 पॉइंट भी लेके जाते हैं 25 तो इजीली क्वालीफाइड है।
Sightings 180 on the Pumpy. Extremely fun stuff. And I mean, holding the heart just a little bit there because it did get hectic towards the end. It's going to get a little bit more hectic with some interviews later in terms of what went down today. But before then, we're going to head to a quick break and we'll be back shortly.
चलो OG #4 पे चल रही है यार। अपना थोड़ा सा बेटर मैच जा सकता था बट ऑल गुड। बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस। अ ग्रेट स्टार्ट टुडे। काफी बढ़िया खेला है आज ओजी ने। यार ये चाइनीज टीम्स जो खेलती तो इट्स ऑल मैचेस आर ओवर। आई होप आप लोगों को ये अपनी वॉच पार्टी पसंद आई होगी। सो हम लोग वॉच पार्टी करेंगे अनटिल मुझे जहाँ तक अपने को परमिशन है जब तक हम लोग कर सकते हैं। लेट्स होप कि कोई हमें लाइक इस चीज़ के कोई रुकावट ना आए। मोस्टली ट्राई करेंगे कि ग्रैंड फाइनल तक भी अपनी वॉच पार्टी को पकड़ के रखें। तो जितने भी लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया दोस्तों आप सभी का दिल से शुक्रिया। आप नेक्स्ट टाइम से मैं और ज़्यादा ट्राई करूँगा। आई विल बी मोर ट्राइंग कि मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर कर पाऊँ एंड ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इंटरेक्ट कर पाऊँ ताकि आप लोगों को स्ट्रीम देखने में और ज़्यादा इंटरेक्टिंग लगे। तो आई विल वर्क मोर हार्डर। तो let's see you all in tomorrow's watch party. So till then, good night and peace out. Thanks for joining.